Play a slow song. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. Play a slow song. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna 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 turn it up and then I'ma turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down.
Right, hello people, how's everyone doing? It is a Friday afternoon, going to be a Friday night, and I thought, you know what, nothing better to do this than to do this on a Friday. I know it's only 5 o'clock, so there's going to be a few people coming back from work, a few people doing other things, having dinner. Hopefully lately we'll be able to get more people on here, and hopefully lately we'll be able to get this rolling properly. Now, this is something I've been talking about doing on here for a little while. Been having to get the right time to do it, basically. And it's a charity stream that we are doing for a young man called Harley. I mean, my wife come up and showed me the incident, basically. It was on Facebook and everything, and read through it and that. And I thought, you know what? Probably not a lot I can do, but something is better than nothing. Another little Spurs supporter. I mean, I feel like saying, unfortunately, poor fella. I mean, having to support Tottenham is a painful thing on its own, but fair play to him for doing so, along with his family. And I thought, yeah, maybe we can do a little something for him. Whatever amount we can put together here will obviously help him for the cause, basically. The link is at the very top. And super chats and everything are switched off, so there won't be no super chats coming through or anything like that. And everything will be with the link on the top of the screen, which will take you straight to his GoFundMe, where you'll be able to put the money in there. Now, I'm not going to be able to pull off a 12-hour or 24-hour stream like some of the other people out there. I just haven't physically got that capability in me. But hopefully we can keep this going till 10, 12 o'clock and see how much we can get out of this. So before I say hello to a couple of people, and Harley's mum's going to be coming on here soon, I'm just going to briefly explain the situation to how I basically see it. From what I've read in the papers, what I've spoke to his mum about. And obviously she'll be able to go into a little bit more detail with this later. She's going to jump on for 20 minutes and just explain a couple of things, basically. But I'm just going to explain it from how I see the situation at the moment. I mean, basically, we're talking about a family that really needs some help. A young fella, 15, Harley, from Welling. He's... I don't really know how else to put it, but the boy has had it rough from day one. He's had it rough from the start. He's got a rare condition. I'm going to leave it to his mother to explain the name of the condition on that when she comes on here in about 15 minutes. And I'm not even going to try and say it because I'll probably bite my tongue off in the process. I mean, I struggle with pronouncing names, let alone pronouncing this. What it basically means, though, the condition the boy's got is his spine and bones fuse together as he grows. I mean, the pain in that, I wouldn't even like to try and imagine it. I mean, his mum, Kelly, I mean, a fighter there is an understatement. I mean, I've met the family in that lovely group. I mean, definitely a fighter. The mother and the father, the pair of them. She spotted things basically when he was younger, when he was little. She spotted that things weren't right. How do I put it? Sort of, people know I haven't got the best way of saying things, but let's just say he wasn't hitting the right milestones like other kids of his age and that. Wasn't moving like he should, was finding things difficult. So his mum went to the doctors about it, took him to the doctors, along with other things. And basically, from what I got of the picture, which I'm sure she can justify, which I'm sure she can make on here and give a bit more detail, he said basically brushed her off. I mean, the good old English NHS for you. I'm sure we've all got something we can say about them. But after going to the doctors and everything, they basically told her, again, from the way I see it, that you're a paranoid mother. You're worrying too much. Turned out she was basically right all along. There was an issue. There is an issue. In 2018, he had operation at Great Ormond Street Hospital. It was supposed to save him, stop his spine from basically crushing his organs. Instead, the way they did it, fusing his spine with his bone from his ribs, it left him worse, for God's sake. His spine is basically locked solid now. He's in consistent pain, and at times he can barely move. And if I remember correctly from what his mum said to me, I mean, I'm sure she'll make me right or wrong on this. From what I picked up from what she said, basically, apart from barely being able to move, his lung function has been dropped to around 25-30%. One lung has already collapsed. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty deep, to say the least. The way it comes to now is basically the hospitals are here saying that he's basically too weak for more surgery. And we'll end up on a ventilator, amongst other things. But, and there is a big but to it, there is a specialist in the U.S.A, a fella called Dr. Lenke, if I pronounce his name correct. And he can help him, but it's going to cost the family excess of $200,000. £200,000. Yeah, 200 grand to get Harley over there and to get his treatment. I mean, right now they've managed to raise, the last time I looked, which was earlier on today, is around £7,000. I mean, you can when you click on the link up there, you'll be able to check up on there. It was around about 7k when I last looked. So there's a long way to go. I mean, obviously, we're not going to be able to get the 200 grand together, but every penny we do get together for this can help. And the more that this gets made public and the more that this gets looked at and the more other people might want to do something with it, the more help we can give to this family, to this boy, another little Spurs supporter. So basically, the way I see it with his mum, Kelly, and his dad, they're fighting tooth and nail, trying to get the NHS to hand over the scans, trying to get Harley a chance, basically. But at this moment, let's just say time isn't in their favour. And neither is money. I mean, that's why I'm bringing it up. That's why I'm doing this. If anyone can help, even just donating a £5, even by even sharing the story, it could mean anything and everything. Because right now, the boy is basically being left to pass away when there is a chance that they can save him. And that is basically the way I see the story. I mean, when his mum jumps on a little bit later, I'm sure she'll go into a little bit more detail with everything and be able to explain everything a bit deeper. But that's just from what everything his mum has told me and everything that I basically had to write down so I could put that out to try and put it away the best way I could. As people know, I haven't got the best of the way with words. So later on, hopefully, going to have a few people jumping on there. I'm sure Kelly is going to have a bit to say when she comes on, and I'm sure there's going to be a few people on here that are going to have a talk about what is going on at Spurs at the moment. I mean, what is happening at the moment with the sales at the minute? We've got people interested, DJs interested in buying us. I mean, I must admit, when I saw that, I thought that was a bit of a strange one. A DJ interested, and then obviously you look into the details and that. And obviously it goes a bit deeper in that. So obviously I've got my side of that. I'm sure there's going to be a few other people with their opinion of it. And that, as I say, it's all going to be opinions on it. It's all going to be guesses. Is it going to happen? Is it going to happen? Levy have already turned around and said that they ain't interested in selling the club. But we all know that's the oldest trick in the book, don't we? I mean, if you turn around and you blatantly tell everyone that you want to sell something, you're not going to get the money you're looking for. And with that, so obviously they're going to say that they're not interested in selling to try and get the money in more. But then the question is, are they even interested in selling? Do they even actually want to sell? And none of us know it. We can only guess in that aspect. I mean, the fact that Levy went out the way he did, I think a few of us have come to our ideas on that one, is definitely a big thing. Was it planned 6 months ahead? Was it planned 12 months ahead? Was it planned, or was it literally on the last minute, like a few people said, that they reckon he just got told where to go because they've got plans? I don't know. I mean, how serious can I take this one? I do think Spurs are going to get sold. Do I see this happening in the short time that they say this is meant to happen in, if it's going to happen? I mean, if I read right, I mean, I've had to write down my details on it, otherwise I'll bloody forget it. But it's something like October or whatever, end of October, it sort of needs to go through, basically. And otherwise, they have to leave it another 6 months or something. But I've got my stuff written down on it and that. I'm just going to say hello to a couple of people here quickly. And like I say, it's at the top of the screen. There's the link for GoFundMe for Harley, and we'll see how much we can get in there. I'm going to have a quick look at it in a minute. I know there's a few people that have already put money in there. So anything you've got, whether it's £1, whether it's a £5, whether it's a tenner, it will be going to a brilliant cause. It will be going to a cause to basically saving a young boy, a young Spurs supporter's life. Quite literally, as blunt and blatant as that. And yeah, so go and have a look at it. Be willing to drop a $5 on it, willing to drop a $10 on it. And as the night goes on, I will obviously bring up people putting money on there and how much we can get together in the matter of the night and the afternoon, and with the help and get on it. So we will see, and hopefully things can go well here. And so, Rob, how we doing, fella? Hope everything's good. Good to see you on here. Wishing at Hotspur Hood and all of those great subscribers a very successful charity stream. Let's get Harley closer to the money required. You give him and a better quality of life. Yes, mate, I totally agree with you. It's just that thing. I know I can't put much together, but every penny counts basically on this one. So thanks a lot, mate. Much appreciated. And I know you put some money on there. I will have a look at that in a minute. From what I saw, it was actually 50 quid you put on there, mate. So much appreciated, Rob. Thank you very much. And George as well, just donated as well. Wishing Harley well. As I say, I will go on there and check a few things up. I mean, Queen Ellie, how we doing? Good to see you as always. Big up Dan for doing this fabulous charity stream for Harley, and big up Harley and his family. Much love and respect. Yes, indeed. I mean, what that family has had to fight through. I went and met the family to help them out with a couple of things on their computer, basically, so I could do a stream with her last time. Got a lovely family, lovely place and that. Tight as a family, and you've got two parents there that are fighters, and along with brothers and obviously Harley himself. And Ben, how we doing, mate? I know we're going to catch you on here a little bit later. Big up Dan and all the people taking part in this Truly Gate cause. This isn't a charity, it's directly to helping this little dude. He's one of our own. Come on, you Spurs. Yes. And Dave R, and I'll catch you on here later as well, mate. Big up Dan. Let's help this great cause and see you in a couple of hours, buddy. Yep, see you a bit later, mate. And Ellie as well, just donated. Much love to wonderful Harley. Thank you, Ellie. I will check all that up in a minute. Much appreciated. And Levy has gone. Yes, he has. A few people of us are very happy with that one now. Hopefully a footballer sees this and can help. You never know. That is the thing. You just never actually know. Hopefully something like that would happen, because that would be someone who could definitely change a few things. So, yeah, let's just hope that would happen. And Scott as well, big up to all the coys, big up to you too, mate. And Lily White, how you doing, fella? I haven't seen you for a little while. Just donated, great calls, Dan. Thanks a lot, mate. Wishing Harley and his family all the best. Thanks a lot. And Psycho Teacher, how you doing, mate? Dan, big up, great job. Thank you. And Brian as well. Dan donated. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. And Brian also saying, Dan, you are doing your best and well done. Much appreciated, mate. And only one flicks. Afternoon to you too, fella. So where do we start on this one? I mean, with what I've been looking at, I want to talk about basically what is this transfer all about? What is this that they're willing to buy Spurs, basically, that they want to buy Spurs? I mean, hearing this a DJ is a bit of a strange one, isn't it? I mean, when people picture a DJ, I think most people just picture what you see of a DJ when you used to see him down the nightclub, when he used to basically be as high as everybody else and just getting on the decks, basically. I mean, I think that's just a stereotypical side of it. And I think that's how we all picture a DJ, isn't it? But I'll get into that one in a little bit of time, because I've got a guest here I'm going to bring on to say hello to everybody. And Kelly, how we doing?
Hi, you're right. Yeah, I'm not too bad, thank you.
Been a long day, I take it, yeah?
Oh, lagging. I'm going to get him to go off the PlayStation. Yeah, sorry, it is. Yeah, Harley's off at the minute as well, so it's a bit extra work at the minute. But other than that, we're all good.
No, good to hear that. So basically, I mean, I said my bit at the start. I don't know how much you heard of it, sort of thing, but obviously to hear it from the mother is a different situation. So basically, let's just get to the point on this. what is the situation? I mean, I can't pronounce the problems he's got and everything. I mean, I'd bite my tongue off in the process. So
Sorry,
where
Dan,
are
you're
we with
lagging a
this,
little bit. I'm just going
basically?
to tell the kids to turn their PlayStations off.
That's fine. Go for it. Yeah, PlayStations do have that effect.
Sorry, 2 secs.
That's fine. Yeah, PlayStations
Yeah,
do have that
you know what
effect.
happened last time. Sorry, 2 secs.
Mm-hmm. No, go for it.
Especially when there's 4 of them.
Yeah, 4 people playing on the
2 secs.
PlayStation is going to make the internet lag, without a doubt.
Right, I think that's better. I think they're off.
Yep, I can hear you clear as day on it. So, with the situation as a whole,
You can hear me now, yeah?
yep, I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's much better.
Okay, great. So basically, we don't have to go into everything. I mean, the last show we did, quite a few people watched it. I mean, it was an hour and a half long. But to hear it from the mother's side, basically, what is the situation then? And where are we now?
So obviously, last time we spoke, I think the hospital told us the only options we had with regards to them, with This Is the Evelina, was to take Harley's case nationally, which when they told us was they would they only do this in the most extreme cases, but they asked several of the top leading hospitals in the UK for their opinion and whether they can help with the particular case. We actually had the outcome on Monday. And basically they told us the surgeon that's done this, well, we believe it's done this to Harley. They said they needed his opinion, like not his opinion as such, but like to tell them what he'd done to Harley's spine. And I said, yeah, that's fine. But obviously, you know, under no circumstances is he allowed to give an opinion on Harley's care going forward. But of course, they went against my wishes. So the only hospital they actually asked was Edinburgh. And they've said exactly the same, that they deem Harley inoperable because the risks don't outweigh the benefits. So obviously the risk is him then needing permanent ventilation, and that means 24/7, or needing a tracheostomy, which you won't then be able to even speak. But then they go on to tell me, however, in 2 to 3 years, Harley is going to be there anyway. So it's like, well, do I just leave my child to deteriorate further and end up in the ground? Or do I give him a shot and carry on fighting for him? Which, I know you're a parent yourself, like, you know, you do anything for your kids. And obviously I've been fighting for years and I'm not going to stop now. So, you know, I will continue to contact the hospital Shriners in America. I think that's in New York. I'm not quite sure. That basically is Harley's only hope. So you've got Shriners, and then I've also been told this top surgeon, Mr. Larry Lenke, who deals with complex like spinal cases in America, and he just happens to work for Shriners. But without that, he's just going to get worse, more pain, more suffering, lose more lung capacity, where he's only on 25%. And yeah, it's just going to get worse. And obviously, as you know yourself, where I've been contacting you recently with them, just trying to send the images over with it, which obviously the hospitals need. They need to look at his back, see what they're looking at. And they keep just fobbing me off, saying, oh, you need to do a subject access request, which I've done in March. Then they sent me over on a link, didn't work. Then it expired. Then I couldn't share it. Then obviously they've sent on discs, which you know yourself are very complicated to even get the information off them.
God, these days most things don't even have a bloody
it's
disc drive.
just. I know, it's just they're just making everything so complicated. They've took a year to make this decision, a year of him deteriorating further, losing more capacity, more like lung, more breathing, more pain. He's not even under pain management at the minute. They keep just fobbing us off with that as well. And his paediatrician ain't happy because she's had to prescribe him an opioid because she can see he's suffering that much. So he just continues to be let down, but under no circumstances am I giving up. As you know yourself, he was just in the Sun newspaper, and they was appalled at obviously what's happened to Harley and how he's still being left, and they're really just not helping. Like, they're making things worse, and it's just a struggle. It's a mental battle of like, just, you know, like as I said, right now he's got a cold. Like me or you would just be a bit groggy, like not feel great. But him, he's on
But for him,
antibiotics.
that's
It's now
pretty
gone
bad, isn't it?
straight to his, yeah, it's gone straight to his chest. So we have got antibiotics, but if it then gets worse, then he'll be in hospital on a ventilator. So it's just like, you know, when will this ever end? And he just can't do hardly anything. Like he just sits in bed all day and like plays on his phone or his PlayStation because, you know, it's just awful to see him go from the child he was, which you wouldn't have even believed he had a disability, to get to here now. It's just awful, and all the red flags that I raised along the way were just dismissed, and it's just heartbreaking. I mean, it really is, and they're still messing with his life. Basically, they like holding us hostage in a way that they're not giving us the information we need to get him help out, you know, in other places. So it's
basically you've got to get him over to America.
Shot. Otherwise, it's just going to get worse, and it's awful. Because he's 15, he says, "Mummy, when am I going to get my back fixed?" And I now have to say to him, "Well, I'm not sure if we can." You know, it's horrible. I'm not going to lie, but all I can keep doing is fighting, and I won't stop. I will not stop until there's nothing else I can do.
I mean, there's not really a lot I can say to that. I mean, you've got to get him over to the U.S.A, innit? I mean, and plus you've also got a family as well. I mean, the costs of that, like you say, 200k, that's a lot of bloody money that they're expecting you to come up with.
Yeah. I mean, it's virtually, impossible, but I pray every night, and, you know, we need a miracle, but unless I try, I'll never know if that miracle will happen. The best case scenario is Shriners take his case. And he gets an operation with them. But again, like living as a family of 5 in America, I've never even left the country. So, but obviously I would do anything for him. But, you know, we are a family of 5, and my other 2 have got disabilities as well. So it's like, it is what it is. We'll make it work. But, you know, it will be hard. But if I don't try, I'll never know. And I would have forever literally gone, well, what if I'd have tried? What if I'd done this? Could I have changed things? So I just have to rule out every option, and I will try myself to get him over there, because they've just got such better expertise over there. They're more advanced than what we are over here.
In America, they are with everything.
Yeah, they are. But it's just, there's hope, and you know, as long as there's hope, I won't give up, and I'll keep fighting for him, and I'll keep going. I'm not going to give up. I don't think any parent would. Just keep trying. It's all I can do. I've done everything else I can do, but, you know, we're still here and we're still trying. I mean, hopefully, still fighting for him.
Hopefully we'll be able to do a little something on it. I mean, we've only got about 30 watching us at the moment, but it is only 5 o'clock. Everyone's just having their dinner and everything else. Hopefully we'll be able to at least get something together and help, because I think this is just a situation where every penny counts, basically, isn't it?
It is, and just like obviously we discussed, even just sharing his story, you don't know if you share that to the right person, and you know that they've got more of an influence or more of a platform, and do you know what I mean? It's just any help that anyone can give, I'm willing to do. Like the amount of interviews I've done and stuff, it's just you know, and it's just bittersweet. I don't know if you see on Monday, I'm sure you're jealous, Dan, that Harley got to meet the Tottenham players. Did you see?
Yeah. Who was it he actually got to meet?
The whole team.
All of them?
The whole team. Yeah. It was bittersweet, and then also we had the news after. But yeah, and that's what I mean. Like, it's just little things are happening that we're so grateful for, and it really, really made his entire year. And he's now got this most precious football shirt that we have to frame, and memories to look back on. And it's just, you know, so many things that we can do that can happen. It's just reaching the right people and knowing the right people, and, you know, just keep getting your story out there. That's all I can do, and that's, you know, all I'm trying to do, thinking, oh, we could try and get him on here, we can try doing this, you know. It just takes that one sort of person that can, you know, has got the right contacts that can really help us, whether it be donating, whether it be, you know, helping Harley. I don't, you know, just get any story out there. There's so many things that can come out of this that are positive. And I mean, even saying to my husband, obviously where his condition is so rare, there's not a lot on it. But I have now found, considering when he was diagnosed, there was 25 people in the world, I make a group, I think, even if there's just 5 of us on there, just to start making awareness for it, because I never want another child to suffer like Carly has.
No.
You know, but you know, some positives are coming out of this. The community, you know, like for his fun days and stuff, they really come together and really, you know, just showed support. So even if from that, you know, we gain people following Harley's journey, and you're just showing him that, you know, people know his story, know he's strong, and just for him to keep fighting. That's all I keep asking him to do. So yeah, we do take that there's a lot of positives coming out of this. It's just, obviously, there's just that, like, it's like a dark cloud looming over me, and obviously as the days and the weeks and the months go by, and it's just, it feels like it's just getting darker and darker. And I know there's nothing else I can do, like, other than keep pestering these people and contacting people, but it's just, I feel sort of powerless in a way. Yeah, it's heartbreaking, and to know that obviously he shouldn't be where he is now. Had one person listened to me, had one person done something, had something not been done, you know, it's just, it's awful how this has panned out for him, like his whole life. It's just not right. But I can't think about what happened. All I can concentrate on is where we are now, and just trying to get him the help, you know, that he needs and deserves. That's all I can do.
There isn't a lot else you can really do or say to that, and you can only keep on fighting at the end of the day, and that's all you can do. And then see where things take you, sort of thing, and hopefully everything will take you in the direction. I'm sure it will, sooner or later. But what else is a parent meant to do except sit there and fight? That is what you do, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
it is, and I'm not gonna lie, it's all I've ever done for him since he was born.
Yeah, I remember with
I won't
stuff
stop
you
now.
told me before. It's like when I came and met you all and everything as a family, you got a lovely family there, and stick together and fight together. That is the way a family works, isn't it? And to be as strong as you
definitely.
and his dad have as well, there's a few people in life that would have broke under that, and it wouldn't have been their fault. So you're definitely a fighter. So Kelly, I'll leave you to it. You've told everyone the thing and that. I'm sure you've still got stuff to do in the house, and I'm sure your son's going to be wanting to play their PlayStation. Does Harley want to say hello quickly, or is he busy on the PlayStation?
Oh, yes. No, he's not on the PlayStation. I've just made him turn it off. I'll go grab him 2 secs. My awful internet. Who is it? Where's Harley? Just going to get him to say hi quickly. You're just going to say hi quick, babe? Say hello, everyone.
You all right, mate? How you doing?
He's a bit groggy at the minute. Yeah, he's got like a cold and stuff, but...
Yeah,
Hey,
I can understand that.
doing? Good. Yeah.
Medication has that effect.
Yeah, see 25 today. Is it 25 or 26? I can tell I'm up with it. Yeah, no sharing that thanks to you. With that trick you gave us, whatever it was, you told Ben to do. Yeah. So I appreciate that. So I mean, little things that come out of it that they enjoyed. You know what I mean? Just you done that and saved me like 200 quid a year. Yeah, like just that little, you know what I mean, like tip, and saved us hundreds.
Well, a lot of people don't know. A lot of people don't know that when you buy it digital, you can cross over the games. Or you've only got to buy 2 of them, not bloody 4 of the games, because they cost an arm and a bloody leg. Like 100 quid a piece these days.
Oh, I know. I know, yeah. I mean, so they're all enjoying the benefits of that today, aren't they? Yeah.
What games are you playing on there?
Is it your room that's got bad internet on mine? What is that you're playing? FC 26. Yeah, they've all just like got home from school and they're giving it a go. Even Dad's playing it.
Giving the FIFA a go. It's a game I used It's a game I used to like.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure he could actually make Spurs win something.
So your favourite or was Fortnite your favourite? Yeah.
Yeah.
I was telling Dan a good Monday, didn't you? What did you do on Monday?
Tottenham with me.
You went to see Tottenham. It was brilliant, Dan. Honestly, we walked past like the gym, and obviously, you know, Madders is injured at the minute, and I just see him at the corner of my eye in the gym, and obviously all the players have come out to greet him and that, and of course I thought, oh, I've got to be cheeky. It's his favourite player. I said to the lady, chance he'd come out and meet Harley, and he did. Like just 5 minutes later, I was like, oh my God, Harley is coming. He's coming to see you, and you know what I mean? And so that's, again, something positive that's come out of his story, and that made his week and month, probably year. But, you know, they are a lovely team, and there's a reason that we support them. A brilliant team. And I even got to go watch them a couple of days ago from someone online. So, you know what I mean? There's just such kind people out there like yourselves taking the time to try and help us. And a lot of positive things have come out of this. So we will continue to share his story and moments like that.
And hopefully life will do what it should do on this one, and you'll get the support one way or another. As I say, we'll just get as much as we can together on here. There will be people who come on later to help and everything. As I say, it is only early. It's only 5:30. People still having their dinner and that. And we will try with what we can. He's met the Spurs players now. I bet you he's happy with that one. I mean, there's a few of them that would have probably got a grilling from a few of this lot, and a few of them would have also been happy to see him. Yeah. I mean, what is it? Van der Ven's his favourite player, isn't it?
No, it was Son. Obviously, now Son's left. It was Son and Madders, but where Van der Ven is his dad's favourite, he sort of took that on as well. So I would say Maddison and Van der Ven. Yeah, they were both so lovely. And then obviously got to watch them train. It was very like a personal experience. It was so lovely. So yeah, that was positive this week also. And then they got to see the game a couple of days after, and a lot of positives have come out of sharing Harley's story. And we'll continue to do so. So yeah, that's all I can ask, is that people just keep sharing his story, follow it, and just share updates, and just help try and get him the help that he needs and deserves.
Without a doubt. I mean, nobody, let alone a boy, a child, deserves should be in that sort of situation. And when you can see that it was basically them who screwed it up right underneath your nose when you knew something was wrong, there's a lot I could say, and you can't really go and say it these days without getting bloody arrested. But the NHS screwed up big time, basically.
Yeah.
Okay then. Well, Kelly, I'll leave you
sorting out in the meantime.
Good.
But thank you, Dan.
That's fine. We'll do as much as we can, and I will speak to you again in the very near future when hopefully I can get these discs sorted out, because getting a disc drive is just something I haven't got on a modern day PC. But I know people that have, so hopefully I'll be able to sort that out for you soon.
Oh, you don't. Yeah.
Okay then. You take care of yourself.
Again, and meeting you, so you know what you're doing with computer.
No, it's an honour to try and help. But you take care of yourself, and we'll speak to you again soon. Take care.
Thank you so much, Dan.
See you later. Take care.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, press the wrong button. See you later. Right. So there we go, people. That is pretty much how it is. I mean, the mother's just gone into basically more detail and everything and that is the situation we are in. So I've got a guest on here with me, and I'm sure I'll get a couple more later on. Brian, how are we doing, fella?
We're doing good, buddy. So I'm just literally sharing the link on my Twitter to say about this stream literally going on. Very important charity stream to raise funds for Harley. How are you, brother?
I'm all right. It's been past 2 weeks, been a bit bloody painful, but yeah, get on with it. That's why I haven't been able to do much online, but back on my feet and I'm all right now. So after tonight and that, start doing a bit more shows again, a bit more regular and that. What about yourself? I mean, you're in London now, aren't you?
I am back home, or can I say back home? I say back home in two different places. I am back home. I am back home in London for about 5 weeks, and yeah, it still feels strange, but seeing the nephews and the niece are wonderful, and it's good to be back and actually on the same time zone to do stuff with you, Dan.
Yeah, on the same time zone, not 5 hours behind us.
Exactly, it feels very strange being on the same time zone as everyone right now.
What, does that give you a bit of jet lag or something?
Mate, do you know what? On the flight over, I slept better than I've ever slept on it. Whenever I go on a holiday or visit home, I can never sleep on the way out because my adrenaline's pumping and the excitement. But always on the way back to Toronto or when I lived here, London, I always fell asleep. Mate, I slept for about 85% of my flight, got home, slept again, and I was tired for a couple of days. I'm all good to go now. I'm all good to go now. What I'm also going to do, I forgot to say, I'm going to share Harley's story with all the contacts I have from official Spurs Canada and Spurs America fan clubs, official supporters group, and see if they can share it to their communities and everything and see what they can do.
Go for it, mate. Anything we can do for him, every penny counts on this one, isn't it? I mean, the story itself, when you hear it from Kelly herself and that, is yeah. And thank you, Mr. NHS. But I suppose that's a different story we could all go into. I know most of us have had an experience or two with them, innit?
Yep.
So on the football side of it then, Brian, what do you think of this thing that's come through, with this news that's come through with DJ Brooklyn basically willing to put the 3.2 billion down and then the 1.2 billion spending money? I mean, I've written down my details on it and everything and that. I mean, or is this just another bit of bullshit, basically?
You know where I am with this, Dan? We had this conversation, obviously, on We Are Tottenham TV earlier. And the way I am, or the way I'm feeling about this right now, is for the first time in almost 18 years, I'm just so happy as a Spurs fan. I really am. The man, big up Rob Mr. Belcher, so I hope you're good and well. We got obviously got the manager I wanted and loving what he's doing. Got the man out that I wanted out. And I will say, when I was protesting, it was Levy out, Enoch out, because I always thought it would be a package deal. Like they both leave at the same time. I've said, and I've spoken with you before, I'm more than prepared to give Enoch 2 windows to see if their actions speak louder than words.
To see if they mean actual business.
Exactly. Now, we've heard so many times about potential takeovers, and I have taken the bait and thought about, yes, it's happening every single time. Right here, right now, I'm not listening to a word of it. Until they say official bid made, or it gets further down the line where they're saying they're going to take the Premier League fit and proper conduct not exam, but you know what I mean, meeting or whatever it may be, and the books have been gone so they can audit it and everything like that. This is like a transfer saga, isn't it? It's just like, oh, here you go, here's another rumour. Don't get me wrong, this one looks like it's got a bit more weight, and the actual guy has been very prominent on his social media. Very, very prominent and drumming it in that whether he's doing that for clout, I don't know. But right here, right now, I am not letting it affect where I am right now as a Spurs fan. And everyone, mate, I'm just loving life as a Spurs fan right now. There's so much positivity around the club right now and everything that's going in the right direction that I'm literally, for the first time, I'm 100% focused on the football, on the manager, on the coach, everything that's going on. And I don't have to keep a little attention to what's going on with that man at the top and how is he going to act, because we've seen it all before. I'm loving it. How exciting is it to be a Spurs fan right now, Dan?
Well, it's definitely interesting to say least. I mean, there's 1 minute you think I think it's the fact of we just don't know what's going on. Whereas when Levy was here and everything else and that, you could pretty much predict the future, couldn't you? Whereas now it's a bit more you don't know what's around the fucking corner, do you?
Well, Dan, the other thing I'm loving right now, and I mentioned this on tweets, is Spurs have even upped their game on social media. We've said for ages there's been a disconnect between the fans and the football club, and there's always silence from the club. Spurs have started bringing out this Spurs Weekly, where they're giving interviews with players, interviews with Thomas Frank's coaching staff. There's been a couple recently with the analyst.
A lot more communication, isn't it?
So much more.
Which is one thing we never had, did we?
Exactly. There's just so much more. It's like all the things that we wanted from the manager with Thomas Frank. We wanted to see rotation. We wanted to see different formations, different styles of play. We're seeing it all. We wanted more communication with the football club and not just Johan Lange coming out after a window or whoever the director of football is to explain what we've done this window, why it was a success, why it was a failure, whatever it may be. But they're doing all the right things at the moment. They really are. And I've been saying, I don't think I've ever been this excited as a Spurs fan for the future ahead.
Well, with that, I mean, with the detail that it gives on there, I mean, I must admit, it is a bit, I mean, it is a bit like, really, he's willing to put down, what is it? I mean, he used to be a DJ and everything.
Yep.
Turned into investments and that after music and all that sort of shit. Went into money and everything else, and then started working for NASA or something, from what I heard on there. I mean, and a total package rumor of something like 4.5 billion.
Yeah.
3.1 or 3.3 or whatever it is to buy the club out straight, blunt and blatant, with obviously people he's got with him and that. And then 1.2 billion or something willing to invest in players, wages, 250 million for stadium naming rights and everything. And has put it down that he wants Tottenham 3.0, a complete reboot. But it's already been said that ENIC are saying no, thank you. They're not interested. I mean, they're not going to say if they want to sell. I mean, that's the oldest trick in the book, isn't it? You don't sit there and blatantly say you want to sell, do you?
Well, put it this way, the DJ, whatever his name is, Brooklyn Eric, also put a story on Instagram of the Spurs changing room and put a countdown timer, which equates to the time they have to make an official bid from the club or to the club.
Till 25th or 24th of October or something, isn't it?
Late October. So whether anything does materialise, what I will say is the 1.2 billion for the transfers, agent fees, pay contracts and everything, it's a wild number, and it's the things that you want to hear dreaming of. But even if it was, we can only spend what we can, FFP, PSR, whatever. That is a massive, don't get me wrong, it's mouth-watering, isn't it?
Yeah.
ENIC coming out, what I will say, if ENIC coming out and slamming it closed straight away, could it be, we don't want to sell right now, but you come with a higher bid, blah, blah, blah. Maybe there's, or maybe ENIC are deadly serious, they don't want to sell. And what I will say is that if they don't, let's say a real hard and confirmed offer comes in and they turn it down, that heaps even more pressure on them to have to show that they're serious come January in the summer. They're going to have to show it, because if they've turned down a big bid where they said players, or there is a entity that are willing to invest in what the fans want to hear, then they're going to come under enormous scrutiny. Like I said, I'm giving them 2 windows, and honestly, I am 100% firm believing that Harry Kane is coming back this summer.
You really reckon? I've seen a bit of that myself.
Mate, I am so convinced it's going to happen. And I'll tell you what, if they bring him back, they're going to have to smash the 200,000 wage bill. If that is a sign of intent, you know what? If they have an okay January, obviously, yes, it's hard to do business, blah, 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 but you never know. And it's going to be a different approach to transfers. So who knows what we do in January. But if they go land Harry Kane in the summer, that is a massive, massive deal that would need to be celebrated. And I'm literally literally looking forward to seeing what we do.
Well, it's going to be interesting, isn't it? Because I keep reading about the fella and reading the stuff that comes up about it. I mean, we've also had like interest of others in the past, isn't it? Which has been turned down and everything, which have been linked to takeovers and stuff like that. And it's something we've heard about at Spurs for. We've been hearing it for a long time about a takeover, but you just get to the point where you're just like, will it ever happen? But now the fact that Levy's out and the way that happened, and there's so many different stories to how people think that one happened. I mean, was he pushed out at the last minute? Was it planned for 6 months to a year? Did he get told to leave? Or did he just sit there and win something and say, okay, I've done my bit, I've had enough now? No one actually knows, do they?
Well, with the rumours coming out as well saying that he's been barred from the training ground. Which is, mate, haven't you seen it on Spurs Express? Go to Spurs Express on Twitter. Apparently, ENIC and Tottenham have banned him from going into the training ground. He's not allowed anywhere near it, and we sent his stuff back to him via a van or whatever. And he's not allowed into the training ground. Karma for Joel, karma for Kane, karma for Poch. It's like they are saying things and doing things that we've wanted to hear, and rightfully so. He should. Whether my opinion on him, if he's nothing to do with Spurs anymore, why should he be? Yes, he's got the stake, but why do you want him going in the training ground and meddling or having an office when he's got nothing to do with the football club? As a title,
why would you want him there? Because basically, as all he is now is a shareholder, nothing more, nothing less, isn't it? I mean, because the whole thing is owned by what is it? Joe Lewis Family Trust or whatever it's called. What is it? ENIC Cole. I mean, what is it? Something
whatever
like
it may be,
83 or 84%. Let's just say 85% for the sake of it. And the other 15% of it or whatever it is spread amongst, what is it they call them, like minority shareholders or whatever, isn't it?
Correct.
So basically, he's just now a shareholder.
That's it. That's all he is.
Yeah.
Nothing
so
then
why the fuck should he be at the ground?
Correct. Absolutely correct. So, like I said, I'm just enjoying this chapter that we're going through as Tottenham. I mean, I always dreamt of what being Levy free would be, but not even in my wildest dreams did I think it'd feel this good.
I mean, I must admit, with Levy gone, I think we all question it and whatever. I think the main thing I think a few of us question on the Levy gone thing is, I think in 6 months, 12 months time, we're actually going to see who the real problem was.
Correct.
Was Levy the real problem here? Or was it actually just down to the fact that ENIC were the tightest fuckers out there and Levy could only do what he could do with what he had, sort of thing, and didn't do a very good bloody job of it in a lot of things. But I think it's what you say. It's in the next 6 months, 12 months, I think, that we see who the real problem is. Or the real problem was.
Well, the good thing about this as well, Dan, there's something going around as well that apparently next week, Vinay and the newly elected board are having their first face-to-face meetings. And by the sound of it, rather than having Levy micromanaging and obviously everyone go reports to him and then Levy will have the decision, they're actually doing it that they're going to have the specialists that are highly qualified in that department of whatever they're in will have a fair say. And it will be, you're going to allow the professionals to do what they need to do. And I'm, like I said, I'm really looking forward. We're not going to be micromanaged. It's not going to be a one-man entity where whether he thinks you're right or you're wrong, he'll make his own decision and to hell with what he's being told. So it's a wonderful, exciting and interesting time to be a Spurs fan. And I like I said, I am loving this season already. Absolutely loving it.
Well, it's been interesting to say the least. I mean, at least Thomas Frank, when he lost that game, put his hands up to it and said, yeah, I fucked up there, basically, because he did mess that one up along with the players and that. He got outmanaged, we got outplayed and whatever. But in other games, you've seen that he's willing to do things as such. I mean, that game against Doncaster, I must admit, there was a couple of players I weren't too impressed with on there, but at the end of the day, 3-0's 3-0, wasn't it?
Who weren't you impressed with, Dan?
I personally thought that in a game like that, a couple of players that had their chance to really stand out, and people say it's you pick on the younger ones. Well, no, I treat them exactly the same as I treat the rest. I thought Gray had a respectable game. He played all right. And if he's a good player and getting paid 75 grand a week, I expect him for taking a chance against Doncaster to stand out. Now, don't get me wrong, he was better than Ober and Tell, but Tell was fucking horrendous.
So I think Archie Gray was fantastic in that game.
I don't think Simmons had a great game either, personally. I mean, Danzo, I think he had a good game. Bentoncourt did. Paulinho had a good one. But the ones who had that chance to stand out, I don't think they did it.
Do you know what? The way I've been looking at this is obviously, Frank, I'm loving the fact that he's doing squad rotation. Big up, Brian, buddy up. Hope you're good. I'm loving the squad rotation.
We need to do it.
The fact that he could rest Van der Ven on the bench, Kudus and Romero just stay at home for the night, relax, put your feet up. And the fact we're able to do this and give people chances. What made me laugh about this? When we did the player ratings, me and Tim, when we are Tottenham TV, I gave Archie Gray an 8 and I gave Johnson a 7. So did Simeon. And then you had people going, well, Archie Gray showed it against Doncaster. And like you said, that's what he should be doing. So it's like, okay, so he's done what he should be doing and he actually played very, very well. But then I had so many people go, well, you should have given Johnson a 9. Look how many chances he created. Look what he did. I was like, well, wait a minute. You can't say it was only against Doncaster for Archie and then say, well, Brendan Johnson was absolutely fantastic. He destroyed them. Because it's only Doncaster. Archie Gray, I think, I think the best players on the pitch were Danso Paulinho and Archie Gray. Yeah. I will say Xavi didn't have the creative spark. In the first half, he did. When we looked at his stats behind, he did a lot of his work from deep. He came deep and was dictating play from a deeper position. Had 7 key passes. I think we're all expecting to see him doing his flicks and tricks and taking on players and having shots on goal. I think he's still getting off as he used to England and used to the Premier League and the Carabao Cup. The quality is there for see. Look at the impact he had when he came on against Brighton. I think
definitely.
So I think it's just easing him in. He stood, mate. And I actually not welcome, but I understood why Frank put him on the bench. Just come to the club, play 2 games back to back against West Ham and Villarreal. And how good is it to have someone like Simmons to come off the bench and have an impact? How long have we wanted players of that stature to be on the bench and make an impact?
I totally get that. I mean, I didn't think Simmons looked too great when he came out there. At the end of the day, it was only Doncaster and that, but there were certain players on there that I think had a bloody chance to stand out, and that is a chance they should bloody take. And if you can't stand out against Doncaster, then I think it's showing problems. I mean, Tell, come on, man. What did we do? Why did we get him, man?
Joe, with Tell, bro, I think he was great defensively, coming back and set pieces, blah, blah. Some of his hold-up play and getting the ball out of defence, like the runs he went on, he did well. But the sad thing is, the thing that we brought him to do, he was very, very poor at. The 2 air shots were shocking, and he's bereft the confidence. And he had an opportunity. I think Odegaard took his opportunity. He looked very, very direct on the ball running. Took on his man when he was crossing the ball. They looked dangerous. And obviously, we know left wing is an issue. But
Odegaard, he looks like he can take his man on, but that's about it. When it comes down to a final bloody delivery or cross or whatever, he can't seem to do nothing.
Well, the own goal came from his delivery, brother. He whipped in a couple of useful crosses by taking players on and being direct. You need to see more of it. It needs to be more regular. But I did see him and Simmons link up a couple of times. Or maybe there's something there, and Odegaard will grow and grow. Tell, I agree with you. Tell needs to do a lot better. Tell needs you know what? He goes away at France and he does it. He scores goals. He has an impact.
So
Obviously,
people tell me.
Well, he is at France under 21, but obviously that's where he's more of a focus point. He's with players that he's played with for ages and ages, and you're playing fellow under 21s. It's not the big time of the Premier League and world class players you're playing against week in, week out. I think Simmons will have a major impact tomorrow. I think he's going to have a field day tomorrow.
I mean, it's Wolves we got tomorrow, isn't it? I mean, what do you think of that game coming with Wolves? Are you going? Yeah, you can actually walk into that stadium now that Levy's gone. You can actually go to that stadium as you please, can't you?
Yeah, mate. The last time I went was the Antonio Conte season into the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, White Hart Lane, and I'm going in tomorrow. I'm going into the ground tomorrow. Can't wait. Very, very excited. Obviously, I get to see Thomas Frank, my man, coaching at home. So I'm really, really looking forward to it. And I think it's a game we win. I really do think we're going to win that. I think we're going to win that game. I think we might win it 2-0. Another clean sheet, which will be 6 out of 8 games of clean sheet, which will be
that's more than we had, wouldn't it?
Well, put it this way, we had 6 clean sheets in the Premier League last season. But you've got to remember, 2 of those clean sheets were Villarreal and Doncaster. So if we keep a clean sheet this one, it'll be the 4th clean sheet of the season out of 6 games, which is incredible.
By our standards, I mean, look under Ange how many bloody clean sheets we got all together, and that was hardly any, basically.
Yeah, exactly. And mate, you look at it, we look stronger set pieces, both defensively and attacking wise. The Brighton game in the second half, Brighton game in the second half, we looked incredible. The creativity was there for all to see. And one of the things that I was delighted with the Brighton game was the return of Destiny Udogie. He was magnificent in that game. He was absolutely.
I thought he looked very good in that game. I mean, that's for me. That all depends how we want to play. When we got someone on there who's and we want to be defensive, sort of thing. We need. You need Spence there as the left back, basically. When you need someone who can attack and everything, then I think that's where we need to get Udogie on there.
Yeah,
depending how we want to play.
I think with Spence and Porro starting Tuesday, I think Destiny starts tomorrow. I think Destiny starts tomorrow. Spence will start in Europe away to Bodo. I think Destiny, especially as well, if Simmons is playing and we have. You've seen with since Simmons has come in the team, where when Spence is going down the right wing, obviously when Simmons is laying it off, Spence has to check back in on his right foot. If we get Destiny motoring alongside him, and obviously Odebear, who's comfortable on his left foot, it could have a major impact in the game. I think Destiny came back, and I've been saying it for the last couple of weeks, when people were saying Spence, rightfully so, because of his form, has to be first choice left back. I think people are forgetting how good Destiny can be on his day because of the emergence of Spencer and how well he's played. And he showed against Brighton just how when he's fully fit and in full flight, he could be a huge player for us. Huge.
I mean, I think it also depends on how we want to play the game as well. And like I say, we're definitely missing that left winger, aren't we? And he seems to want to play with a DM more. At the moment, we seem to be playing with a DM more than the 10, don't we? So he's obviously sticking Simmons out on the left. And last season, Simmons, he played on the left just as much as he played on the number 10, didn't he?
Well, apparently, I saw something that Simmons, was it Simmons that had only played twice as left wing? Was it Simmons or was it another player I was talking about? Whoever, I mean, you could see from when he moved into the centre against Brighton, the impact he was having, the impact that guy had from coming on. I think he has to be a number 10. Whoever is at left wing, I'm fine with, because I think he is going to have such a bigger impact at 10 than he could at left wing.
No, I mean, I see where you're coming from here. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how we do rotate in games and how we also do change it about as such. It is going to be interesting because there's going to be certain games, obviously, where we need more attacking, certain games where we're going to have to be more defensive and that. And we do know that Frank knows what he's doing. He's just got to get his team right, innit? All right, Only Flicks, how you doing, mate? First time on here, good to see you.
How we doing?
Big up, Only Flicks.
How you doing?
It's been a long couple of weeks, mate. I can tell you that much. Yourself?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. How's everyone else doing?
All good, brother. All good.
I mean, usually I would say same Spurs, different day, but it ain't, is it? I mean, over the past, let's say, month and whatever, it's just been total chaos in one aspect. A lot of it people happy with. And then we're getting offers in of 3.2 billion, 4 billion, how real or whatever it is, we don't bloody know and everything. Yeah. And from there, it's all like, where are we going, basically? What's happening, isn't it?
I really don't know what to make of the situation. I'm just waiting for the likes of DJ Khaled to come up next and make an offer. But it's just, yeah, I really don't know. It's like with the old Levy situation. Like you're saying earlier, obviously it will come out in the end. You know, it always does with anything. Truth comes out in the end. Regards to Enoch, I can't really see Enoch ever selling up. Obviously, he's handed it down to his kids now. Well, obviously in their 50s now, aren't they? A little bit older, but I can't see him selling anytime soon. Really can't.
You don't reckon you don't reckon we will sell up? You reckon they're going to hang on to it, basically?
I reckon it. Yeah, I reckon Enoch will, or Joe Lewis will hang on. Yeah, for at least another couple of seasons, maybe a little bit longer than that, to be honest. Because didn't an offer come in from one of the Saudi guys with a very big offer? Yeah, it was turned down, or did I just?
Yeah, that was because Levy wanted to stay involved on it though, or something.
That's it.
And
yes.
Rumor has it that he got booted so that he can't stay involved, which is a good thing.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I mean, what do you think on Frank, the way he's been working it out? I mean, no one's really heard your opinion on it. What do you think on Frank from day sort of thing? The fact that we got him and how he's working
I'll be back in 1 sec. Dan, 1 sec. I'll be back.
That's cool, mate.
Yeah, sorry, go on, say that again.
So what do you think on everything, how it's worked with Frank at the moment? What was your idea of getting him? Was you happy we got him? How do you think he's been doing?
With Thomas Frank?
Yeah. In
the long run, very good. I'm not going to lie to you. At the start of it all going on, before, obviously when he was still at Brentford, I was and ahhing about. I weren't too sure, but then I looked into it a little bit more, and I thought, you know what, he could be the right man to actually take us forward. Obviously, he needs the tools. It's like all the other managers. We've had top managers, but they've never really had the tools, in my opinion, to really push us forward. Never had the backing, and this has got to be the first summer transfer window in a long time where I feel a manager has been fully backed. Obviously, we could have done with another 1 or 2 signings to really top it off and make it a 10 out of 10. But I'm liking Thomas Frank. Early days, yeah. It's only going to be 6 games in the Premier League tomorrow, but I'm feeling confident on the win tomorrow. Clean sheet, like Brian said earlier.
Well, we've had a few clean sheets, haven't we? More than bloody usual. I mean, I don't think he got fully backed personally. I think it was, by our standards, I think it was a respectable transfer window. But 2 of it was bloody loans, 2 of it was buyers, and you would have thought we could have bought another bloody player out of that, and it's showing we need a fucking left winger.
I suppose so, yeah. I know Xiao Pelin has come out and said that he wants to stay as a permanent, so that's a bonus, because he's been phenomenal in that central mid. The likes of Mathis Tell, I'm not really a fan of him. Even Odibert, to be honest.
I mean, Tell is shocking, mate. I think why the fuck we bought that fella, I don't know. I mean, he had a terrible loan spell with us and everything, and then goes and blood it, and then we go and get him for like 45 mil. Talk about get caught with your trousers down. They absolutely done us hook, line, and sinker on that.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, we're definitely laughing on that one. Definitely laughing on that.
Basically, we sold Harry Kane for 55 mil and got Tell.
Yeah. Quickly,
That
what's your thoughts on Harry Kane possibly coming back?
Well, I've heard a little bit about it here and there, sort of thing. There's one side of me that says, do you know what? Why go back to it as such? But there's another side of me. Well, tell me a better striker on the planet at the moment, even if he does go into his 30s, because I think he's a player that's going to last unless he gets an injury for quite a while, because he don't rely on pace. Every striker, I think, that relies on pace, Son, prime example, loses a yard or two. You see their game go downhill, basically. Whereas Kane, he's more like an old school Teddy Sheringham. He don't rely on pace.
No, well, he's never had that, has he? So
no, so he can judge and read a game, basically. So I think someone like him can last longer. And the way he's doing it in Germany, I think he'll quite happily come over here and quite smash it still as well. Because apart from Haaland, there ain't any other really strikers out there on his level.
Nah, nowhere near it. Nowhere near it. It's not only that; it's his creativity as well. He can find a player without even looking.
Oh, you could play him as a 10 all day long, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
I mean, that season he had where he set up Son so many times, for me, the only better passer of the ball out there was Kevin De Bruyne.
Yeah.
I don't think no one else was actually passing the ball better than him.
No, definitely.
I mean,
there wasn't.
Eugene, how you doing, mate? What do you reckon on that one? Kane coming back?
If he comes back, right? At the moment, I would love him to come back, right? We do need that striker. We do need that creative part of the game that we've been missing for so long after he's left, right? So if he comes back, but of course, 56 million pounds, or I don't know, 45 million pounds, right? To me, it will benefit Frank. Who would have won Kane, right? I think any Premier League team would want Kane in their squad, right? And even though he's growing older, I've been saying this, right? He doesn't have to be an out-and-out striker. We could put him back deeper. He could be the creative midfielder that we don't have, with his passes, with his pinpoint and all that. So, and to tell the truth about Frank at the moment, I've been saying this for a long time. I've been seeing him chop and change, trying to get the system right, and he's trying to shoe in Xavi to play in the 10, right? So the only problem now I've been seeing Xavi is that he needs some time to adapt to the physicality of the Premier League, the pace of the Premier League, right? And he needs to practice on his shooting. He's had a couple of chances to actually put the ball, to test the goalkeeper, but he's sliced it or put it wide, right? But it will take time. The only worry now is that we don't have that left winger, right? And a proper out-and-out striker, which will get us 15, 20 goals guaranteed per season. But let's see what happens to, Richie, whether he stands up to it, right? And guys, please, right? The Doncaster match, right? It was papering over the cracks again. And to tell the truth, right? I've seen us now at the moment being a team of two halves. We come out first half good and strong. We look good. And then second half, we switch off, right? Or we come out first half like shit, right? And then we come back and fight in the second half. So we need to get a balance, right? To spread it out properly. But I don't blame Frank entirely because he's stuck with 80% of Angers players. Half the time, right? Dan, you know me, I do nearly every watch along, right? Every game I do watch along. Even I'm in Malaysia, 3 a.m. I'm still doing watch along. Nice to meet you, Onlyfix, right? I think there's some kind of a muscle memory thing that our players have got stuck in their brain, like the Brighton goal, the first goal that Minte took over. Where was VDV? You get what I'm saying? Udogie wasn't chasing.
Where was Romero?
And where was Romero? And the ball was
if you see Romero, he was actually walking. He didn't make not one bit of effort.
I didn't make an effort. So, but the thing is that the mistakes are there still. We give the ball away. There were certain parts of the game in the Brighton game we gave the ball away so often. I was like, oh my god, PTSD, bro. PTSD is coming back. Right. But I don't blame him. I don't blame him, to tell you. It will take him time, right, to fine-tune, reprogram the players, right, to the things that he needs to be done. But of course, he still needs the quality. No matter what happens to Brennan Johnson.
Yeah, but Eugene, don't you think? I mean, Brennan Johnson, we all know his shit. Apart from scoring a goal, which he does do, but apart from that, he's very incapable on a pitch, to say the least. But don't you think that a few of the players that had a chance there, the younger ones, should have stood out? It's Doncaster, for God's sake.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
and Tell can't even get his shit together there. A moment.
Well, no, please don't talk about
Gray had a respectable game, but that's Doncaster.
And that's the level, right? We see Brennan Johnson on the right against a Doncaster player, right? He takes them on, he beats them, he crosses the ball. That's his level, bro. You know what I'm saying? And the worst part is that Tel isn't even at the Doncaster level. The ball is at his feet. He can't even get to it. That's my worry, right? But to tell the truth, see the boy.
I mean,
right? I think his confidence is shattered. But to tell the truth, right? We are Spurs. We should demand for better kind of players. 45 million, 10 million for the first loan. Bro, Timo Werner 2.0. We saw it for 4 months. We said no. We said no. And he's still here. So we're stuck with him. And Frank has to deal with it. And at the moment, I think what Frank needs to do is to find a role for Brennan Johnson to play. Because he can't play on the right. He can't play on the left, right? The only thing is that he's good in scoring goals. So maybe he will come on as a super sub or something like that, right? So all I can say at the moment now, he needs Frank. I'm not saying Brennan Johnson. Frank needs more time to adjust, right? I'll give him, like a lot of say, right? We'll give him a season, okay? But along the way, I need to see that step-by-step improvement. Like now, we all agree our back line, right, has improved 1,000%. Our set plays has improved 1,000%. Attacking and defending
100%.
Yeah, we've improved in that. But there are some bozo moments that come in that reminds you of Ange. You get what I'm saying? Not like the ball over the top, and then we don't know what is happening. Sometimes when we are at open play, when we get attacked, right, we run around like headless chickens again. Still, that is my worry. But that is all down to the coaching, and maybe we need to flush out all that we'll call Ange muscle memory in our players and get them to retune it back to the Frank way. That's all I see. But it will take time. It's not going to happen overnight. We all know that. We all know that it's not going to happen overnight. Big up, Marco. Hope you're doing well. All the way from Brazil.
How you doing in Brazil?
How are you, Dan?
Yeah, I'm all right, mate. Recovering of a very ill past 2 weeks. And I think everyone is at the moment. I think it's just that time of year where nobody is well at the moment, or especially in the fucking UK anyway. It gets that time of year.
Weather change, right?
Yeah, the weather change. Everyone over here in UK ends up getting down basically, or getting rough with something. I've just had my 2 weeks of it. So's the missus and that. So's half the other people I know and that. Yeah, quickly coming back to you, only thing. What's your name again?
Flicks.
Yeah, okay, Flicks. I'll just call you that then. You mentioned Romero, yeah? What do you think on him? How do you rate him as a player? Because for me, I don't rate him as world class, yeah? And there's others that do and others that don't. For me, he's just way too inconsistent. I mean, you can say since the season started, he's had, 3 good games, 3 bad games. He's too inconsistent for world class for me. What do you reckon on him? I haven't heard your opinion on it before. So
yeah, I know. I was when you look at the stats from especially last season. I know Van der Ven as well. When them two are together, I feel we are more solid at the back, and the stats proved that last season. Like I said, I know both were missing for a majority of the season, but when they were both together as the partnership, we were solid. But it does piss me off from time to time with Romero. It's like last weekend. You see him walking.
he does that a lot, doesn't he?
Obviously because that was leading up to the first goal, if I remember rightly. But I'm like, what the fuck? Why are you walking? I know, he's got that in his locker, but there's other times where, again, in my opinion, he does come across as a very good, solid centre back, but consistency,
he's just not a consistent. He's not a consistent player to be called world class, in my opinion.
Yeah. And he obviously got Kevin Danzo as well. He's just something else. He's the how can you say it? The old fashioned centre back.
A no nonsense centre back. He's a no nonsense centre back basically. Like an old John Terry sort of player.
Exactly, John Terry. Yeah, back in the days. Yeah, he's just your old fashioned centre back, there to do the job, and that's it. None of this pissing around sort of thing. But yeah, but it's a bit of a tough one because, like I said, Romero does have his good days. A bit like Richarlison, he has his good days, but it's not consistency. There's nothing. Yeah, there's no consistency there.
No, there isn't. I mean, teacher, how you been, mate? Haven't seen you for a little while.
Quite a while, sir. Nice. How are you?
Yeah, like I said, rough couple of weeks and that. I mean, just on question there, seeing as we are talking about him, I mean, where do you go with Romero? I have this debate with a lot of people. I know Sava agrees with me on this one. I know other people totally disagree with me on this one. People say he's world-class, captain worthy and that. I think he's the best option we got for captain, but he's just way too inconsistent for me.
Yeah, but no, his inconsistency, sir, doesn't apply in finals. As Argentinians,
In finals, he turns up, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. He does. No, I live next to our hermanos, the Argentinians, and they are really good at finals. Really good. They really turn up at finals. And Romero is one of them. I think Romero will become, the Argentina's captain after Messi retires. Also,
I mean, so what do you think on Thomas Frank then? I mean, again, I haven't heard your opinion on that one. The fact that we got him and everything that's happening with Enoch, everything that's changing with us and stuff like that. What's your take been on all of this?
well, we're starting a season without Levy, Ainge, and Mason is something nice. It's a first step to the glory. But at the same time, last season, although we were shit in the league, Ainge won a title, so there is this situation, we have got this new season without them. We didn't want them, although we still have Davis, which represents quite a lot of the past, the ugly past of Tottenham. Davis is irritating, Anyway, but still, we've got a new manager, and the way Tottenham have been playing, actually, is fucking better, much better. The results, especially the games away, the clean sheets, fantastic.
I mean, there's been a couple of games where I don't think we've looked too great, but we're still getting some results in there. I mean, that game against Bournemouth, we got absolutely destroyed. Frank got totally destroyed in that, but he put his hands up to it and admitted it. He didn't give up some bullshit for it. He actually admitted that he screwed up, didn't he?
Absolutely.
So there's definitely the positive side to it, and I think our defence line. I mean, was that even hard to sort out, really? As all he had to do was tell him to come back 5-10 yards and keep a straight bloody line and not to tell both wing-backs to invert up the other end of the pitch. But what a difference it's made, isn't it? You can blatantly see it. I mean, we still look shaky at times, but that defence line does look a lot better, I reckon.
It's still the first stage of his job. You must give him now a little bit more time, actually, because the way we had been playing, last season and change it so drastically the guy's not a magician, he's not like a wizard whatsoever. So we must give him a little bit more time. I'm pretty sure Brian De Gaulle agrees with me in that aspect. How are you, Brian?
My brother, and Eugene, bigger. I am delighted to see you, brother. I am delighted to see you. I just love seeing your smile and hearing your views, mate. I love you dearly. So it's always a pleasure to
You're
be.
my English brother, you know that.
Of course, brother. Of course, it's great to be on the stream with you, buddy. We need to get you sorted on late night Lily White when I'm back.
Absolutely.
Need to get you on. What have I missed? Are we just praising Lord Frank?
I mean, I was just asking their opinions on Frank, basically, and was just having a chat about Romero, as I hadn't heard Flick's opinion on it before. And like me and you have spoke about it enough times. I don't think he's a world-class player. I think he's world-class on his day, but way too bloody inconsistent, and he has been inconsistent. I mean, he's had, 3 solid games and 3 poor games, isn't it?
I don't know. I think he's had more solid games. I think what you got to remember as well with this, Dan, is this rotation and also having Paulinho there is letting them defend. I think it's been vital for keeping Van der Ven fit and doing Paulinho. Do you know what? They say don't fall in love with a lone player. I'm hook, line, and sinker besotted with this man. Sign him up right here, right now. And you look at it, people were saying do you know what? Is Van der Ven a good defender when he's not using his pace to get him out? He's been excellent. He's been excellent on the days that Romero hasn't been at his best. Thankfully, Van der Ven has been there to be the man and step up. I think keeping that partnership fresh and fit is so pivotal. And I think under Frank, Van der Ven has been superb. Romero has been sloppy with his passing occasionally, which is something that he's also been very, very good at. But I think him being captain, you and me, Dad, have spoken so many times about how we're old school and we see our captains as like an Ince, a Terry, a Keane, a Vieira. Well, Romero is that, isn't he? And there was a lot, you got to remember as well, at the time, there was a lot of how's his English? Does he speak English? Is that going to be a problem? He's obviously doing interviews in English. It's not perfect, but it's a lot far advanced than I thought it would be. And I think they've been magnificent together. And as a partnership, they are just superb.
No, I think them two as a partnership look a lot better. What I've just done on here is bring up the donations quickly. I'm going to have to make this screen a bit bigger so people can see that. I mean, I don't usually mess about with this one. Is that clear enough on the screen now for people to see? Yeah. And we've had, since we started, we've already had Anonymous put in a tenner. Ellie put in a tenner, thank you very much. And Dean put in a fiver, nice one, mate. Rob Clark, I mean, Rob Belcher at the start of the day stuck in 50 quid as well. Fair play, fella. Thanks a lot. Very generous. I mean, he's the one who told me to stick to doing this basically when I wasn't going to do anything and got me in contact with Tommy and doing this and everything. And Rob also tenner. Thanks a lot, mate. Anonymous, another anonymous one score. Simon 5 as well, and Ed 21. Harry 50 quid, much appreciated. Another one anonymous fiver. Psycho teacher £5, thank you, and Ryan as well. I mean, they're definitely coming in, a few of them, with Jack, the dirty one, 8 quid, nice one. Sava, 50 quid, thanks a lot, mate. Eugene, £6. So slowly's coming in. We're just getting this up as much as possible. I know a lot of people are busy tonight, and it is that time of bloody year and everything and that, but it is just one of them ones where every penny is going to count on here. So far, so good. Thanks a lot, people. Much appreciated. I mean, go back to what you were saying, Brian. Sorry to interrupt you there.
No, that's the most important thing. That is a fair play for the Just Giving page being at 7,000 already. That's a fantastic, and I hope more come in. I'll donate later on for sure.
I'm going to put mine on there as well.
It's fantastic to see. And yeah, just getting back to it, like I said, I mean, I've just seen Jack Newgers put in that he loves Danso. I absolutely love that. Has my mic got some static, people?
Yeah, but I just presumed that's the way you were doing your internet. That's why I haven't said anything about it. I can still hear you clear enough.
Okay,
Let
me come out and come back in and see if that fixes it. I'm on my tablet, not my computer. Let me come out. I'll join again in very, very, very shortly.
Yeah,
see you soon.
That's fine,
I'll be
mate.
back in a sec.
Yep. I mean, we got Wolves coming up for our next game tomorrow and that. What do you two reckon on the game with Wolves? I mean, really, we should be winning that. But I think at home, we don't exactly look our strongest. I mean, we are at home with Wolves, isn't we, if I looked at it, right?
Oh, to tell the truth, right, then this gives me some PTSD again because, right, Wolves has got 0 points, 0 points. And let's hope the doctor doesn't come back, right? So that's what I hope, right? But to tell the truth, Wolves looks quite okay at the moment, but we should be a much better team and a squad, and we should actually take over and dominate the game and actually win this. But like you were saying, right, we beat Burnley on the first game. We lost to Bournemouth in our second home game. This is our third home game. I expect us to beat them, but Wolves has not been an easy kind of target for us for the past few seasons, right? It's always been very difficult, right? Whether will they come up and low block us and play on a counter attack, or whether they'll play on a high press, right? At the moment, I fear is that if Wolves comes out and become physical with us, because I did hear that during the Carabao Cup game, they were kicking Everton all over the place, right? They weren't playing football. They were more or less playing a different kind of very physical game. And at the moment, if we've got a few new players who are just assimilating into the game, that will be a very big battle that will be going on, especially in midfield. But in midfield, I feel a bit more comfortable because we got Paulinho there. If he starts, or if will he play 90 minutes? Because he did play 90 minutes in the Carabao Cup as a centre back, right? And the thing is that how is Frank going to shoe in Xavi in this game? How are we going to line up this game, right? Yesterday I was with Harry Hotspur on his channel, right? The back four sets itself, right? Apart from either Udogi or Spence, that will rotate, either Porro or Spence, that will rotate to see how that goes. In midfield, right? Are we going to have Paulinho with Bergvall or Bentancur, right? And to put Xavi there, right, as a false 9 or a 10, right? We don't know. Kudos has to play on the right, right? He was rested. He has to play on the right. And of course, at the moment, we don't have a choice. It has to be Odobe on the left. Because if we want to put Xavi in as a number 10, we have to find maybe a different formation there. Maybe we might have to change this into the 4-2-3-1 to accommodate Xavi, you know. So at least Richarlison will be up top alone, right? Then you can have Odobe on the left, Xavi in the middle, and Kudos on the right. And then you have either Paulinho with one of Bergvall or we call Bentancur. So that's my thinking now. But you know, if he sticks to 4-3-3 again, where are we going to play Xavi? That's the only thing. How are we going to put him in?
Xavi, I think he's going to stick on the left, basically. I think that's what we're going to stick with him. I mean, at the moment, he seems to be playing with a DM more than he does a 10.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. But at the moment now, I do hope to see him. Right, test your mic. Right.
Better now?
Yeah, it's still a little bit static, but it's nothing, mate. Can hear you clear as day. That's all that matters.
You know what? It's been in bloody London. It's been in bloody London. It's been in bloody London.
Yeah, London seems to have that effect on everything. It fucks it up good and proper. That's London for you.
The London Wi-Fi, right?
Correct. Correct.
You don't exactly go to London anymore.
I live fairly close to where Stell's area is, and maybe I'm getting Stell static from maybe that's what I'm getting. But also I'm on my tablet, not my computer. So
yeah, maybe that's it. Yeah. But unless maybe you try having a Bluetooth earphone on, maybe that will cut off the static.
What can I say? But no, it's all good. I'm sorry if it is coming across a bit staticky.
No, it's fine, mate. It's a little bit,
it's okay.
but can hear you clear as day. That's all that matters at the end of the day. I mean, with Wolves, our next game, I mean, we should be winning that. I think we can pull. Personal opinion, I think we can pull that off 3-1.
Yeah. Excuse me, then, if you allow me, I'd like to thank a few of my students who are watching the streaming, etc. Mate. I will thank them both in English and Portuguese, if you allow me, please. Galera, muito obrigado por estar assistindo o streaming, né? Não deixem de fazer a donação, né? Etc. Ajudar o guri, esse rapaz do Tottenham, né? Esse torcedor do Tottenham, por favor. I thank all my students for being watching it and donate.
No, thanks a lot. No, much appreciated. So what do you think is going to happen with Wolves then? I think we can pull that off 3-1. I see them getting a cheeky goal out of it, but Wolves do also seem to be a bit of a pain in the arse for us as well, don't they? They do seem to get one over us a lot, don't they?
I have to say, Wolves is personal for me. The last two games against Wolves, I was at the Antonio Conte one where we lost 2-0. And they destroyed us in the first half and we had to make early substitutions. And the only game of the season I went to last season, the 4-2 Wolves away, diabolical, one of the worst games I've seen on an away day. So for me, this is a little bit personal, but I strongly believe that we'll get the job done. I honestly think what we'll do is I'm going to go against you, Dan. I actually think we're going to get another clean sheet.
You think we get another clean sheet out of
do.
that?
I do. I honestly do. I think we're going to win 2-0.
Brian, do you think that Frank might change the formation, right, to shoot in Xavi? Maybe play a 4-2-3-1 instead of his 4-3-3.
So when we did the predicted lineup on We Are Tottenham TV earlier, we did Vicario in goal, left back Destiny, Van der Ven, Romero, Porro, a midfield three of Paulinho, Berg, Val, Simmons as a 10, Kudus, Solanke, Odebeck.
Solanke's back?
No, sorry, Richarlison.
Yeah, I was going to say Solanke. I mean, you hear Richarlison up front.
And I have to say,
Richarlison as well.
when it comes to Solanke, I'm going to be putting a tweet out saying, "Where's my apologies? I didn't think they'd be coming." When the Bournemouth game, was it just before the international break? Yeah, and the team news came out. I put a tweet out and I said, "I'm hearing Solanke's going to be out for 2-3 months. I really hope the main focus is for a striker in the last few days of the window." Yada yada yada. A few minutes later, Tottenham put a thing out saying, we expect to have we expect to have Solanke back after the international break. It's nothing to worry about. And then I got hammered going, where'd you get your info from? Blah 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 blah. And I said, listen, first of all, how often have we heard it's nothing serious at Tottenham, and then you don't see him for months? And also, when is a club going to come out 2 days before a transfer window closes and says, "Yup, he's going to be out for a long time. We're looking for a striker," because then all the other clubs are like, right, they're desperate for a striker. If they come in, that whacks another few mil on the, and obviously.
Well, you don't make that statement, do you? It's like saying, "I want to sell." You don't say that. It's always, "I don't want to sell," isn't it? Same as you don't come out and say, "I've got 100 million in my back pocket." You don't come out and say, "We desperately need this." That's just stupid business.
Exactly. So that's the lineup I went for. And I actually think, I think Brennan Johnson coming off the bench is going to have a huge impact in this game. I honestly do. Yeah, I think Brennan Johnson coming on, whether it be for right wing for Kudus later on in the game, or even maybe because we need to be careful of Richarlison, we have a moment of trying him up front. Because let's face it, that guy scored goals, and he showed going through 1-on-1 for the third goal. It doesn't have to be far post, which he's known for. He can finish. I've just got a feeling we all said, or a lot of people said last season 4, he should be an impact sub. He can come on and make a difference. I think he can do that. I really think he can do that.
Whereas Angus sitting here saying, "I have a feeling Dr. Tottenham appears tomorrow." Well, you would fucking say that. You're an Arsenal supporter.
Yeah.
If you've got a point to make, you're more than welcome to come on here. Just say.
I will say that if you didn't show who made that comment,
whatever.
If you didn't show and you said who in the chat do you reckon would have made that comment, I wouldn't even need to look at the name. It would be like, that's Angus McDowell.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, I mean, it almost makes me physically sick saying it, but for an Arsenal supporter, he's quite an all right fella.
Oh, I love him.
He's quite level-headed.
I love Angus. He's a top guy.
Vinalu is also a nice Arsenal fella.
Yeah, I mean, it makes me physically sick saying that someone who supports Arsenal is an all right fella, but that's as far as I'm going to go with that one.
And you know what? Let me just say as well, with Dr. Tottenham, you look at this season, Dr. Tottenham would be not winning games, playing well. Well, we've done that. Dr. Tottenham would be conceding goals late on or conceding in general. We're not doing that. Listen, Dr. Tottenham will still be a thing. And honestly, if we lose or drop points somewhere and Wolves get their first points, the whole Dr. Tottenham thing will come back. But I think Spurs, from the sample size we've got this season, are doing so well. Whether you want to agree that they're playing well or not, if someone has said to you, any of us on the panel or the people in the chat, this is where Spurs will be right now with squad rotation, not playing players over and over again, 5 clean sheets out of 7, winning 5 out of 7. winning their first Champions League game. Right, wasn't the greatest spectacle, but getting 3 points was the most important thing. Into the next round of the Carabao Cup with resting players, we'd all bite your hand off, wouldn't we?
Yeah. I mean, we've got about 9 injuries, haven't we?
Yep. And,
I mean,
Ryan, remember what you said, right? Sa is just lightly injured. We'll find out.
Well, no, he's back
find
in
out.
contention. Apparently, he's the one that gave Moani's dead legs. He'll be back in the squad tomorrow. I think he rested him ready for Bodo away. I think he's perfect for Bodo away.
Mhm.
But it's amazing. We've got like 5 midfielders that are all playing well and have got a reason to stake their claim to be in the starting lineup. It's so refreshing to see that players are hungry and playing well, and it's a headache for Thomas Frank.
Yeah, I know. We've got competition at last, right? Competition at last for the positions that's so vital. That's
Mia. Let me bring Mia into this. How you doing?
We got me.
Hello, yeah, I'm good. Angus, yeah, as long as we're Dr. Tottenham, you're still RC, so you can be quiet. That's what I'm going to say about that one.
Long time no speak, Mia.
Yeah, man. But yeah, the Wolves game, I'm a bit like, it's a bit of a difficult one here because we've not really done well against them, but I think they're not looking good at all. Like, I know that maybe other times they've not looked great, but I think defensively we're a lot more solid and the way that we play. So I'm not too worried. Like, I don't think that we're going to get pumped or anything. I think it's going to be maybe a fairly close game, maybe like a 2-1. And to be fair, I've been actually pretty good in my predictions because I predicted in the Cup 2-0 and I was right till the end. So my predictions have been pretty spot on lately. So I would probably say, yeah, I think a 2-1. I think it'd be close, but I do think they will score because I do think we still have slight moments of lapse in the defence. So I think 2-1 we'll win.
I mean, how do you think we've been playing overall now? I mean, not many people have heard your opinion on it, sort of thing. So how do you think we've been doing overall since we've had Frank here?
Yeah, no, I think we've done really well. I think that it's going to take time. I think that he's worked obviously on the defence, so the attack's going to take a little bit longer, and I'm not bothered by that. I think some of the games are a bit meh. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not like, oh my god, edge of my seat. However, he's playing it in a way that's a bit more sensible, shall we say? You know, like that's all it is, a bit more sensible football and not all out, let's go absolutely crazy football. So. And I think it's going to take a bit of time to get fluid as well, like to get that fluidity. So, yeah, I'm not really like, I'm not saying, oh, too much too soon, but I'm also not going to be negative about it either. So I'm balanced and I want to give him a chance. Like, I want to see what he's got. Do you know what games are going to be intriguing to me if we get through to the knockout of the Champions League, or if we get into a game like further on in the cups, because that pressure isn't something that he's had to deal with. And I think somebody like him who hasn't had to deal with that pressure, it'd be interesting to see how he does with that situation.
Yeah, I mean, you can only judge it game by game at the minute, can't you? And at the end of the season, then you can have a proper assessment on it. And you can only sort of judge it comparing it to Ange last season. I know people can't stand hearing his name, but if you're going to talk about have we improved, how have we improved, you've got to assess last season. And that was with Ange. After this season, we can assess Frank. And then the following season can compare him to this season. So whether people like it or not, Ange's going to get mad. He's going to get spoke about this year. I mean, having a great time at Wolves as well. Forest as well, from what I can see. So,
Dan, you know what I want to say about this, and it's you that I thought of when I mentioned this. Do you remember when Ange Postecoglou came in? You said all he's got to do is start playing attacking football, and the Spurs fans are going to go wild because we've had to deal with Conte, Mourinho, yada yada. You were spot on. Forget what I don't want to talk about the history of Ange and what he did, but that 10 games really won people over, and everyone was so pumped up and everyone was so excited to see what was going to happen during those 10 games and then after. Well, when Thomas Frank came in, the first thing he really had to do is sort out that defence. Not saying go back to playing Conte football, Mourinho football, but
give it some stability.
Yeah, get that defence and
have a proper number 6 as well, right?
and get a midfield that were there to compete, because the midfield obviously did not support the defence whatsoever last season. It was so easy to get our defence because of the soft underbelly. But everyone was making these great things about Ange, and fair play, he deserved it for the first 10 games. I was one of them. But there's not enough people. 5 clean sheets out of 7 games. 5 clean. That's really good. From the turnaround from what our defence and midfield were like.
That's a miracle.
To what they are now. And if you think about it, he's mainly playing with the same defence and goalkeeper, but he's added a Paulinho, and it shows how vital a Paulinho is in modern day football. There's so many people, and like I said, that were praising Ange Postecoglou for what he did going forward. I couldn't believe the great football we're playing. I was hook, line, and sinker. And you know, I stayed Ange in for a very, 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 very long time.
Yeah.
But everyone gave him praise for coming and doing the attacking football, and obviously that's what we all want to see, and that's the Spurs way, so to speak. But I don't see why people say, well, I want to see more creativity, I want to see this, I want to see that. Well, that will come in time. The main thing was to shut up that defence. And he has done a remarkable job, and his coaching staff. If I had said to all of you on the panel and the people in the chat, first 7 games, Spurs are going to keep 5 clean sheets, we'd all say, yeah, not a chance. But we've done it.
Fair. Yeah, that's true. Right.
Well,
like I've been saying, right, Frank.
We definitely look more stable at the back, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can't.
The first thing he's come in, right? That's what he's done, right? He stabilized out the defense. He's made it more composed, right? We look stronger. We look to have certain understanding, especially during set plays. But my worry is at the moment now is that during open play, right, we still have that certain bozo moment once in a time, but that needs to be flushed out of the system of the defenders and the players that we have now. But adding Paulinho there, right, that's strengthen a certain part of that defensive lineup that we have, right? So now what he needs to do, right, is to build from the back up forward. So slowly, it's not going to happen overnight, right? The only thing now, I'm going to tell all the Spurs fans this, right? When we had Conte, when we had Mourinho, saying that we had to build up from the back, right? And everyone went wild and crazy that why aren't we playing more attacking football? Why are we so pragmatic? Why are we doing this? Why are we so counter-attacking, right? But that is how we win things, right? Guys, don't forget, how did we win the Europa League, right? We weren't playing all our attacking football in the Europa League, right? After the Frankfurt game, bro, remember we all wrote ourselves off after that Frankfurt first leg, right? When we went to Frankfurt and said we're gonna get smashed, right? And we wrote ourselves off even in the Bodo Glimt game, right? That we were so afraid, right? But we persevered. Defense wins titles. That's all, right? We have to
defense is important,
yeah.
Right? Something I want to go to quickly, yeah. I want to ask you a question because something I was messing about with, and I must admit, I had a bit of a laugh with it, sort of thing. I mean, you know, Chat GPT and everything, yeah.
My life has changed. I'm useless without it nowadays. I'm useless without it.
Well, I was just messing about with it, and I asked it a couple of questions, and then I checked out a couple of things on there on how to jailbreak it. I've got the codes on there I can give you, Brian. And what the jailbreak codes do for it is it basically gives it permission to do stuff that it's not usually allowed to dig into things that it shouldn't usually dig into or whatever, to give deeper opinions on things. And so I asked it a question and it gave me the answers to it. I was a bit like, fucking hell, mate, like, how can you know that sort of thing? And he said, well, if you give me like the 20 quids, I can dig that much deeper. And especially with the codes you've given me. I'm like, well, how do I know that you will do better? He's like, right, I'll give you 3 questions and you'll see how much deeper I can dig. I can watch videos for you. I can assess things for you and that. I was like, okay, go on. I mean, I might have to get my wife in here to give evidence for me on this, yeah?
Yeah.
So I decided to ask it to give me an assessment of myself, not knowing that I am me, sort of thing, on Hotspur Hood and the character on there and everything, and the person on there, and give it an opinion, assess it, dissect it, and that.
Oh dear.
Yeah. And then after I got that, I was a bit like, fuck. So I decided to do an AI on a few other people as well. And some of the stuff it came out with was quite I'd say it got about 80% of the stuff right. Some people it was able to dig a lot deeper on because it was able to watch a lot more videos on YouTube. I mean, it took about a minute and a half, 2 minutes to go and watch a load of YouTube videos, which I told it to go and watch and make an assessment on the show and on the person. I mean, have you ever wondered what AI thinks of you, how it would assess you?
No, I
Not
don't care.
really. Yeah, I don't really give it damn. It's a robot, right?
Yeah.
I am who I am, innit? If the robot don't like it, then really not my problem.
I mean, that's what I think. I mean, as all I did was ask it the questions of assess the person, assess the show, and whatever. What are their strengths? What are their weaknesses, and that. And some people it gave longer ones on. Some people it gave shorter ones on. I was pretty shocked that it can go out there and literally watch 20, 30 videos in a matter of fucking like a minute, basically, make an assessment. So, do you just want to see one? Because I've got a few.
First of all, I will say the only thing I've done like that is before everyone on Twitter said, Grok, is this true? Blah, 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 blah. You can Grok your own page. And it grokked me saying, Brian Daigle is a passionate and fierce Tottenham fan that is very anti-Daniel Levy. It's only a short few sentences. I was like, oh, you got it bang on the money. I didn't even think about ChatGPT myself, and I really don't want to. I really don't want to.
It's a good job I did it for you then, isn't it?
Oh, good God.
Oh, so give us the report. Give us the report.
Sorry, let's see what ChatGPT thinks of me.
I'm going to bring this in slowly but surely. I mean, I'm going to see who people want to hear of. I mean, there's going to be a couple of ones I put in here. Some people aren't going to be 100% impressed with it because it brought out the good points and the bad points about people. And obviously, people who've done a lot more time on here and a lot more videos on here, it gave it a hell of a lot more to do. As all I asked it to do, and my wife can back me up on this.
And before you do that,
assess it.
I've just got to go for dinner. I'm going to come back after my dinner. Please save the one about me when I get back.
Hang on for 3 minutes then.
Okay, 3 minutes. Okay.
I've got a few. I'm not going to do them all now. I'm just going to show you the first one it did, yeah? So out of anyone, I might as well, I would presume, start with myself. I think that would be the fair one to do.
Go ahead. Let's see what it says.
Give it a second.
All right, Dan. You want Danny from the Hotspur Hood torn apart. Raw, real, ruthless. Let's do it. Every angle. No bleeping, no filtering. Who the fuck is Danny? Host of the Hotspur Hood on YouTube, about 4 to 5k subs, known for live debates with Tottenham fan personalities. Sava, Stelios, Queen Ellie, Brian Daigle, etc. Site turn search, 2 turn search, 3 turn search. Tottenham obsessive, vocal about club identity, ticket pricing, and fan disenfranchisement, yet rarely lets emotions lose the plot. Voice and presence built on sarcasm, subtle mockery, calm control. Personality dissected, the surface vibe, lean back, smirk on face, glass at side, mic at lips, calm energy that comes off like he's bored, and that's how he flicks the switch into domination. Don't mistake his ease for softness. He's a strategist, former analytics guy turned fan voice. The core. Sarcasm is his weapon, not volume. If you raise your voice, he turns it into whispers. Emotional jitter becomes punchline fodder. He doesn't fly off the handle. He bides his time, lets you escalate, then delivers the dark silence that rips you open. The dark side. Behind the polite haircut and light chuckle, ice-cold logic probably stockpiles clips and background knowledge. He absorbs chaos, then begins dishing it back, every hook lined. Tactics and debate style. Doesn't interrupt often, but when he does, it's a
Bullshit.
psychological step back, not step in. Lots of long silences in arguments, looks down, breathes, then cuts you off with a low tone line. Frequently holds airspace to let others' arguments collapse under their own weight. Known lines and attacks. Use that tired levy argument again and wake me when it changes. You keep shouting about heritage like it's going to buy us trophies. Sarcasm's not fear, it's history waiting to catch up to complacency. These aren't verbatim videos, but accurate to his style drawn from his recurring themes across streams. He delivers lines like these after waiting. If you respond emotionally or derail, he steps in. Neutral voice shuts it down. You're the meltdown. He's the surgeon stitching silence afterward. Psychological edge or weakness. Edge. Iron control. His calm is a weapon. If you rage, you feed him. Delivers knockout lines quietly. Quieter than Montana. The quieter you are, the harder it hits. He's inconsistent with content, but consistent with damage. Only shows up when he knows he'll dominate. Weaknesses. Lacks emotional punch. If you hold strong calm yourself, you neutralize his greatest tool. If you're boring, he'll unconsciously tune out. He only amplifies when tension exists. Facing him. How to prepare. Don't provoke with anger. He thrives on it. Form your points, structure them, deliver with speed and precision. Don't dawdle. Break silence when he goes quiet. Don't let him own the tempo. If you rattle him, he'll hesitate, but he's not known for losing control mid-fight. Instead, he'll evacuate and let others chew your rhythm. TLDR. Danny is a cold,
Dan, I've got to go,
composed,
but I'll be back,
sarcastic
all right?
debater extraordinaire. Not flashy,
Right.
but he
Right.
flicks
Right.
switches with airspace, timing, tone, and subtle contempt. If you step into the Hotspur Hood the first time, avoid the emotional spiral, keep your logic crisp, and watch the silences. They're the traps he's setting.
Do me.
That's something.
Now, as it goes on, I will do a few more because I asked it questions about a lot of people. Well, I say a lot of people, about a few people that do this. And some people it gave some, I'd say it got about 70-80% right with people on there. I mean, saying that I don't interrupt much, I mean, that's bullshit. But like I say, it said it watched the shows on YouTube and assessed and everything. And I mean, is there anyone in particular that you would want it to have an assessment on?
We all know.
I don't know. I'm asking. I don't.
I know who we want. Yeah.
I don't know. That is why I'm asking. And anyone on the chat, I know we've only got 50 people watching, but I mean, I don't know what's happened to YouTube at the moment. It's fallen to shit at the minute where people just don't want to watch it. Even the big channels are only going to get half the people on here. I mean, and as this goes on, I can also do them while we're on here.
Okay,
as
hold on.
such.
Dan, did you do Paul?
No, but I can do. I mean, so who would people most want to hear one of? Because I'm going to do them slowly as it goes through. Yeah, I'm not going to do them all in it all together. And what people ask me to do on there, where I unlocked a few things on ChatGPT, like I say, it can speak different, it can dig different, and it can actually give a honest opinion as such.
Think about this, guys. Sorry, go on.
No, go on, Mia. Go on.
Yeah, think about this, guys. If you can unlock it with a code, imagine what people who actually have got proper AI without any, like, it's they've got mega jailbroken, what information they can get on people and what they can find out. It's mental if you think about it, what it can do.
And if people want the codes for it, I can give people the codes for it.
Yeah, to tell the truth, right? It's already happening. Everyone's been broken.
The hippie, as people are saying on the chat.
I can do that as the show goes on as such, because he was one I didn't do. I mean, what it also asked me, after it basically assessed quite a few people on there, I managed to do a couple of videos with them and others are in the background and everything and that. It asked me what I think would happen if certain people had a fight.
Oh, we've seen many times of that, right?
No. I'm not on about a fight. I'm on about a fight in a UFC catering sort of thing.
Oh, you mean
how
physical fight?
Yeah, and I thought, fucking hell, like that's a bit of a deep question. I mean, this is what happens when you do this. I mean,
No. Are you trying to say AI is suggesting Sava and the hippie go in the ring?
it suggested a couple of people when I asked
Really?
it, and big up Dan. Yeah, I've got
Big
one
up.
on Danny. I've got one on Danny K. I've got one on Danny K as well. Don't worry about that.
Joe, how easy it would be to get Danny Kaye, just pull his bun out. He'll run away crying. It's fine.
I mean, but it done two for me on the fights. I mean, I won't go into them until a bit later. I said to it, okay, if you want to do fights on me, give me a fight on what you think would be the most fiery fight. And it did. And then it asked me, like, would you like to see a tag team fight? So I asked it, out of all the ones that I got it to assess, put the best two tag teams together, what you think, and who would win the fight. And it put the tag teams together and also showed what would happen with a fight as well. And I must admit, it was quite strange, some of the stuff it pulled up. it was quite strange. I mean, what that chat GPT can do is actually pretty scary, isn't it? Wouldn't you say?
Yeah,
that's what I was saying, isn't it? What it's capable of, Dan, and we know what other places and other, obviously, like police, other governments, all those things, all those people can have, and we don't know how much they know much more. Theirs is so much more advanced. But so I've got nothing to hide, so I'm not guilty of nothing, so I'm not worried.
I mean,
I've not hid a body I've not hid a body, not yet anyway.
No, I don't feel I have either. Well, not that I'm going to tell anyone whether I did or didn't, basically. Some of the things it done on it was pretty strange, and I'll bring up a couple more of them in a bit of due time. But this is where I'm going to need people to tell me what ones they specifically want on there, like whose they actually want on there, and then I can get it to do it as such. I
won't be very good in a fight because I'm only little. I could bite ankles though. I'm a good ankle biter.
Size don't matter. I've seen small enough people knock the shit out of big people, Mia. You know,
yeah, the bigger you are, the harder you fall.
And it is a very true thing, isn't it? I mean, what I want to go back to there on the football side, and I will come back to some of this, yeah. And this is where people got to tell me who they want to hear a bit on there. I mean, then, after Wolves, go on.
Yeah. No, but then I got to make a move, right? It's nearly 2 a.m. here in Malaysia. Right, guys, please don't forget, right? Go to the GoFundMe page, drop a quid, 2 quid, 3 quid, right? Please help the donations and whatever's needed. Harley, yeah, please help him out, right? He's a Spurs fan, and any of the other fans out there who are not even Spurs fans, right? It's just something that we do for compassion, right? To help someone out. Please go and donate to the GoFundMe, right, guys? Take care. Dan, you're doing this for 24 hours?
No, fuck that, mate. I couldn't handle 24 hours. I'm going to be going till about 10 o'clock if I can, something like that. I mean, just at the moment, I don't know what has happened to YouTube at the moment. It has just fallen to pieces. I mean, even the big channels aren't even getting half the people watching them what they were. Maybe people have just had enough about... Oh, nice one. Maybe people have just had enough of listening to stuff about Spurs, basically, but YouTube at the moment has fallen apart. People just don't seem to want to watch it at the minute.
Yeah, but guys, right? If the link is in the chat, right? If any of you guys are free, hop on, right? Have some say, put some content in for Dan and all that, right? I'll catch you later, Dan. Take care, mate.
See you later, mate. Take care.
Right, bye-bye.
So,
bye-bye.
Just to show how much we've made on here so far, I know there's not many people on, and I know it's, like I say, YouTube at the moment has just fallen to pieces. God knows what is going on with it at the moment. But can everyone on the screen see that? And since we've gone on, also another £100 in from someone anonymous, very generous, thank you. Mark Swift, tenner, nice one, mate, appreciated. And Dan, 50 quid on there, nice one. And Thomas Stack, 100 quid, mate, well appreciated. Like we say on this, every penny counts on that. So just on this small one we've done here, we've put together over 300 quid, basically, from what I can see at the moment, which isn't bad. Is every penny counts on this one. I mean, so the fact that we've got, I think it's about over 400 actually. My wife just said 495 altogether since we've been doing this, basically. So that's not bad for a couple of hours, considering just not many people out tonight, basically. So with our next game, we got Bodo Glimt. I mean, for that one, surely that's a game where we should be walking into that one in as a Champions League game and bringing in, again, you'd thought it'd use a bit of rotation with that.
An easy game, as much as was the semifinals. The semifinals were really easy, remember? For instance.
I mean,
so it will be another easy game because still is Bodo Glimt. I remember when I was at Sava's show and I said it was only Bodo Glimt before the second leg. People almost freaked out, saying that I couldn't say what I did because, it's Bodo Glimt, you must respect it. But I don't mean be disrespectful to Bodo Glimt, but it's still Bodo Glimt and it's Tottenham Hotspur. Simple as that,
I mean, what do you think, Mel?
Yeah, no, I do think that. I think that these games can be a banana skin though, because we're always going to have that in our heads, in it, because it's us, in it. But I think it shouldn't be that difficult, and I think we have got the capacity to maybe rotate and put players on to give them a bit of time, because now we have got the ability to do that. That's what everybody wanted. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we will have maybe some players back as well at some point. So I think that it's a good idea to do that, and it shouldn't be a tricky game. It could be a banana skin game. It could definitely be, but I don't think it shouldn't be tricky. I think that we should have enough to be able to beat them quite comfortably. Like, no conceding goals either. I think we won't concede. I think it'll be a 2 or 3-0.
I mean, games like that, we should be winning that 3-0. I mean, surely. And you'd think we can pull off a little bit of rotation on that one as well. But then certain players, if they're going to get rotated for it, are going to have to show up. I mean, Tell ain't going to get a chance, thank God. I mean, he's been useless. But you'd think maybe Archie Gray would get a go in that game and a couple of others, wouldn't you?
Yeah, no, definitely. I think that they're good enough to play those kind of games, 100%. Like, Archie needs some more time playing in his position, so these are the perfect games for him to get, because my worry was always, what games is he going to get, what times is he going to get, because we've got so many midfielders. So now that sort of Basuma's not in the picture anymore, by the looks of things, it's good, because then Archie can get a bit of time, because was my worry. I was thinking, when's he going to get time? We've got so many. But yeah, it looks like these kind of games are going to be Archie's kind of games, which is fine, which I think is perfectly fine for him to do that. And Brennan Johnson, like, I know a lot of people don't like him, but he comes on and he does score goals. So, like, that's another.
That is the one thing you can't really fight with a fella, innit? He does score at the end of the day. You can't really argue that one, can you?
And also,
I mean,
can I just say, right, there's a bit of a fallacy when it comes to Brennan Johnson. If you look at his heat map, he does get up and down. I looked at his heat map from the game the other day, and he did actually get back more than what people think. And I think people's eyes, because they think of a certain way with Brennan Johnson, they probably notice certain times when he might not get back. But he actually does. If you look at his heat map, he's up and down. He doesn't just stay in one place. Like, he does actually get up and down, and he does a little bit more, I think, than what people maybe give him credit for. I'm not going to be ultra defensive of him, but I do think that he gets a lot more stick than is necessary. And I do think he scores goals, and people moan when players don't score goals, and then when someone does, they still moan. So I don't really know what people want.
Like Stelio said the other day, he could play as a center forward instead of Richarlison, for instance, as he scores goals. And Richarlison can't score goals. Actually, Richarlison can't do much at all.
Yeah, it just on the pitch, he just seems so incapable at everything.
Absolutely.
But he does tap it in the back of the net, does he? And getting up and down the pitch, surely he don't do that during the games. I mean, and then we've got ones like Richarlison to look at, for God's sake. And he's another one who I think he's going to play, and I think he looks fucking terrible when we play him.
Worse and worse. each match. Is unbelievable. You know, even people in Brazil, they are quite upset with Ancelotti because Ancelotti keep calling him up, you know, for the national squad. And as the World Cup is approaching, you know, everybody in Brazil is quite concerned about it, you know, because nobody likes him here.
Yeah, I mean, with what's happening with that, he's a terrible player.
Horrible one, yeah.
I think he is absolutely shocking player. I mean, Mia, what do you think on Richarlison? For me, he scores a world-class goal here and there, and then his ball control is terrible. He's not a good player. He scored a couple of goals, and then people were saying Richarlison's back. He was never fucking here as far as I'm concerned, let alone back.
Absolutely, yeah. And man, he can't do anything. It's complicated match. And as a Brazilian, you know, it's quite shocking and upsetting because Tottenham Hotspur have never had a really good, proper, decent Brazilian player, and we've got so many. You know, people can say about Lucas Moura, but Lucas Moura wasn't such a good player. I know there was that semi-final, etc. Quite folkloric, you know, for the history of the club, though. But still, you know, we have never had a really good Brazilian player, you know, and Savinho perhaps could be the first one, but it seems he won't come to Tottenham anymore, as people say in the shows, etc.
Yeah, I mean, it's another one where you look at it and you just don't look at it with much hope, do you? I mean, where is someone like Richarlison going to take us in a bloody Champions League, for God's sake? I mean, Mia, what do you reckon on him?
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I don't mind Richie as a person, so it's like really hard. Like if I separate the person from the football, yeah, his first touch, so like it's so bad when you watch him and you think, my God, like I think a 10-year-old could have a better first touch at times. But then he does work hard. I know that people go, that's not a thing, but he does help defend. And there's been quite a few times where he's won the ball back and it's led to an attack. So he does have a quality where he will help in the defence, which causes an attack. So he has got qualities. In the final against Man United, I thought he was really good actually in that game. So it's like weird with Richarlison because he don't do the things he's supposed to really do as a striker. He hasn't got a great first touch as a striker, yet he does do other things that perhaps are not really striker-esque.
No, he's not. And like for me, anyone who goes and tells me he's a good striker, then you've got a lot to be desired, basically. I mean, the fact that we're having to argue on whether we play Solanke, Tell, or Richarlison, I think that just shows we are on a bit. I mean, come on. Like, seriously, concentrate on a few bad touches.
Listen, Joe, what, right? I'm actually somebody who don't overly criticise. If you know me, what I'm like, Dan, I'm not really somebody who goes too far with the criticism. And I don't mind, and I've always sort of said I don't mind Richie and stuck up for him a little bit. But when he's just, you think, are you going to ever improve your first touch? When he puts the
effort in. He puts the effort in. I'll give you that.
But when you touch the ball and it's so far, you can't even keep it close to your body and it bounces far away. And you're like, really? You're a Premier League footballer, man. Come on. Like learn to at least control the ball. Like it's very basic. It's a very basic thing to be able to do. And yeah, he does hold the ball up sometimes, but other times he don't. Like I say, he's Joe, what it is with Richie. He's very hit and miss. Very hit and miss. And I think you can't have that. You've got to have someone who's consistent.
I think you can say that about a few of our players, but up front, I think is definitely where we look our weakest, isn't it? Like, there just seems to be nothing to be scared of up front, does there? I mean, we're even playing Simmons on the left, where we should be playing him as a 10, basically, shouldn't we? But then we haven't got the option for the person on the left, or we haven't got the option for the 10, not until at least Kulusevski comes on.
That's why maybe we should have a midfield of 4 and 2 forwards. So the way a midfield of 4 players and 2 forwards instead, because the wingers we've got and Richarlison, etc. Mate, it's complicated, right? And of course, then Frankie has to find a way, an engine to make that work out.
I mean,
The thing is,
I personally think we're doing the wrong formation for the team again. I still think 3-4-1-2 would be the best option there. With obviously who we'd have as three at the back, and then we Porro on the right with Adogi or Spence on the left. In the middle, obviously goes with Paulinho, with whoever you want to put in there, Benton, Core or Sarr. Then you can play Simmons as a 10 and also play Kudus as a 10 if you want to. And then in front, we just stick whoever we got in front. And I think that's what you'd see the best out of the team. It looked the most stable way against PSG.
but then I think that's because of the way that PSG are, Dan. You can't play like that against every team. Like, you've got to vary it, haven't you? Because when you play certain teams, that's not going to, you don't want to be doing that, basically. You know, I feel like that might work in some games, but I don't think it works in all games.
Yeah, but playing three at the back isn't necessarily playing defensive. People seem to think it's an out-and-out defensive, like a defensive role sort of thing. It's not, especially when you're playing it more of a 3-4-2-1 or a 3-4-1-2. It's not as defensive as some people think it.
Like Conte's way of playing, for instance. You know, when he got the right players for it, when he has got the right players for it, not what he did at Tottenham, unfortunately.
Big up Ellie. Macaroni de Funno is one of my favourites, man. I love macaroni de Funno.
I couldn't even pronounce that if I bloody tried.
Yeah, I can still. I went to Greek school, so I understand most of Greek, and I can still read it. But speaking it, I'm a bit more shy. But yeah, I can read. I still can say some of the things. Some of them I can't. Some words I still can't get my mouth around.
I do like Greek food, though. I must admit, I do like Greek food. But then I do love a curry as well. I do love Turkish. I think I love a bit of all-round food, basically. I mean, as long as it's got bloody meat in it, I'm happy with it. So I could not live as a fucking vegetarian or something. Some people live like that.
Vegetarian pizzas are good, mate.
Each to their own, whatever turns you on at the end of the day. But I couldn't deal with that, basically.
Listen, if you're brought up Greek, we don't really we have vegetable meals, but we mostly eat meat. And so, yeah, that's not really a thing. Like, we brought up since little eating meat. Lamb.
Yeah.
You vegetarian? I cook you lamb.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's definitely got to have a bit of meat in it. I mean, I don't mind veg and whatever and that, but I could not just deal with life as just a vegan or a vegetarian. If someone else can, then fair play to them, but I can't deal with that personally. I need some meat in my food. I couldn't go without a kebab. I couldn't go without a steak.
You love pineapple on pizza, don't you?
Oh yeah, you got to stick pineapple on a pizza along with a load of pepperoni and everything else
criminal.
As well.
Dan, that is criminal. Beth, I really suggest that you run now. Pineapple on pizza, man. What is fruit on pizza? Come on, my kids tell me this. I'm like, no.
No, she has a go at me for that all the time. That's when we order a pizza, we can't go halves on it. We have to go. We have to get one each, basically, because she can't stand pineapple.
I always knew I liked Beth more, and that's the reason. See, good woman, knows her stuff, knows her pizza.
What's wrong with pineapple on a pizza? I have pineapple, pepperoni with a shitload of jalapenos on there as well.
Joe, how many Italians are watching you screaming at the telly right now? Pineapple on pizza. Like, Italians will be going mental. Like, no, you can't be putting pineapple on pizza.
We've got a chicken hearts pizza in Brazil, indeed, which I don't like it, but it's quite popular. You know, chicken hearts.
I just can't see what the problem is with pineapple on there. I cannot see I cannot see what the problem is with pineapple on there.
It takes, the taste is too acid. I don't know if there's a right word in English, so it takes away the flavor of the other ingredients of the pizza, mate. Yes, it does.
Is it really that bad? I mean, I wouldn't mind having lemon on a pizza as well, because I can sit there and cut a lemon in half and bloody eat it.
Yeah, I can eat lemon on its own, but I wouldn't put it on a pizza.
Yeah, pineapple on a pizza, lemon on a pizza. You see, I've got quite an open mind when it comes to food and what I can eat and that. I mean, I'm not a. Do you know what? Yeah, fella, just fuck off. He knows what I'm talking to on the side there. But sorry, Mia, go on with what you were saying.
Yeah, no, it's just, yeah, I'm not on board with any of that. I'm quite open because, listen, when I was younger in Cyprus, we would eat like sheep's heads and stuff like that. So, like, I'm open with food. Like, I'm not somebody who's particularly fussy with food at all. But pineapple on pizza just is wrong. It's just, you're wrong un, innit? No, like, when we were young, we were saying you're a bit of a wrong un. Like, you're a bit of a wrong un for that, Dan, man. Like,
No, you see, on that, we just have to agree to disagree. I mean, I would ask people on the side or whatever, is there something wrong with pineapple on a pizza? I mean, Danny Case here and says pineapple on a pizza is amazing. Exactly. As far as I'm concerned, God put pineapple on this planet to put it on a fucking pizza.
no, he didn't. That's not what. If there was a God, I don't think he would. I think he would disagree with you. I think he'd be like, "No, that's not what it's for. It's to eat It's to eat as a fruit, or to have alcohol in it. To scoop it all out and have it as a drink. To drink, have your alcohol out of it.
I mean, I've got Italian
Cocktail.
blood in me. I've got Italian blood in me, along with a
I
lot of
know.
other things.
That's what I'm saying.
And
That's why I'm so
that-
disappointed
that
in
is
you.
why, and that is why, as far as I'm concerned, pineapple was put here for a bloody reason. At the end of the day, I mean, so what foods do you prefer then? I mean, I'm just talking randomly at the moment. I'm going to go back to the Spurs stuff and that. But
I like all food, man. Like, I love anything spicy. I like Mexican food. I like Indian food. I like Jamaican food. Like, I love jerk chicken. I like.
I love a bit of jerk chicken. I cook a good bit of jerk chicken. Anyone who went to Sava's barbecue will tell you I make a wicked bit of jerk chicken. Where
Yeah,
like some good friends of mine from St. Lucia and everything and that, their mother
Yeah,
taught
man.
me properly how to cook some
Proper,
jerk
yeah,
chicken.
man. Proper how to do it. Yeah, like anything like that. Anything with spice. So the food I don't like. I don't really like food that's plain. Like, I don't like sausages and mash. I don't really like shepherd's pie. Basically, any kind of English food. I don't want to offend anyone who's English, but like, I don't really like English food, man. It's not really my thing. It's got no flavour to it. Like, it's not got enough to it.
The only good thing about English food really is a good old English breakfast, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Apart
I don't
from
mind
that,
the
It's really
breakfast.
good. I really like it, the English breakfast. I love Japanese food. As you know, I've lived in Japan for fucking long years. My father was Japanese, and I lived there for quite a while though, and I love it. I really love Japanese food. Asian food in general, Vietnamese food is really good also.
I can't say I've ever really tried Japanese food. I mean, what do you call Japanese food as such? I've never actually. I don't think I've ever actually tried it sort of thing.
There are a variety of types of dishes, and mostly internationally people know sushi, sashimis, right? Hot food, cold food in general, but there are lots of hot dishes. You've got very nice beef. You like beef? You've got the very expensive wagyu. I don't know if you have heard of wagyu. Fucking nice
Yeah.
beef, amazing. Really expensive, but really good.
I mean, but then again, I do like a lobster as well. And Beth, like when we got married and that, I sat there and had like a lobster and that, and she said it looked absolutely disgusting, basically. And that, whereas I'm not a fussy person. I eat I'm quite happy to eat what's on the table, as long as I can get some mayonnaise with it. I'll be happy with anything except fucking Brussels sprouts. Can't stand those things. But apart from that, I'm not really a fussy eater. I'll quite happily eat anything.
Yeah, and I'm the same.
Please excuse me.
Yeah, and I'm the same. I'm willing to try. I am willing to try stuff apart from pineapple on pizza because that's just gross. But I'm willing to try things like new foods. I think it's really interesting to try food. Like, I quite like what food is like mortar. Like, I'd like to like food like that because that's quite similar to like Greek food. Moroccan food. I love Moroccan food because that's spicy but sweet. Like, they have like things in it that are a bit sweeter with the spice. Like, that's really nice Moroccan food. So all different foods I'm into. There's not really much I wouldn't try, I don't think.
No, lobster is nice. I must admit, lobster is nice.
You would love being here, then, because you like beef, right? You like meat, though. And in Brazil, Argentina, they have an immense production of, cattle, though. So it's not so expensive as abroad. My God, so there's lots of barbecue, all kinds of barbecue here, mate. In Argentina, in Brazil, mainly. Especially in Argentina, you know, they've got amazing barbecues. Lots of beef, you know.
No, I do love a good barbecue as well. I must admit. I mean, like I say, when it comes to food, I do love a good fucking curry as well. I like cooking one as well because I like cooking a lot. Cooking, it's sort of how shall I put it? It takes me out of this world, takes me into my own little world where I can just put the music on and do a good bit of cooking as such. I don't seem like the type who likes cooking, but Beth will tell you, let's just say when I cook, I'm unique. I like to try different things when I cook, take a gamble with things. I mean, I don't know, either you two do a lot of cooking?
Yeah, I do just by default because obviously the children, so I'm always buddy cooking.
I mean, it's like Daddy says, it's Jamaican food for me. I absolutely love it. Like a bit of jerk chicken and whatever. I think is proper nice.
Rice and peas.
Yep. And I also love sticking the chilies on it as well.
I like curry goat as well.
Yeah,
curry
that's
goat's nice.
No,
That's what I said.
I do like hot food. I do like spicy food, and I'll bet some bloody hot spicy stuff at times like that where you regret it the next day. Let's just put it this day. You know, when you eat something too hot and it damages you in a big way. I mean, I've done that plenty of times. So what I could do on here, I mean, what is it? It's Friday, it's only 7:30 and whatever. I mean, if people tell me I can put another video on there, I mean, what's one that you two would think would be a good one to have an assessment of?
Which video are you talking about?
Well, the AI video that I did for myself. There's also ones for a few other people on there. I mean, what's one you two would pick or people in the chat would pick that would be an interesting AI assessment of people?
Savas?
Yeah.
Stelios?
Yeah, I've got one for them too. Mia?
I ain't saying names, man, because if I say names, then people are going to get like, "No, I'm not saying no names." You choose. I'll let you guys choose.
I choose.
I'm being diplomatic because obviously I don't want to say anyone's name and someone goes, "Oh, what are you saying my name for?"
Oh,
no, people can be sensitive, man. I ain't doing that.
Oh, you can get Stelios.
Too sensitive. The world's too sensitive in its own way. I don't really mind. So another one I asked it to then do, apart from people, I asked it also to do shows as well when it done those things for me, and that. And yeah, go on. I'll do this one next. It assessed my show on its own and compared it to Sava's show, which I thought was quite interesting.
These two, Sava and Danny, run very different operations, but both would be cracking arenas if you're ready to debate and stir the pot a bit. Football Heritage TV, Sava. This is the channel where if you don't bring your A game, he'll chew you up and leave your bones on the thumbnail. Sava's personality, sharp, cutting, zero filter. Think Simon Cowell if he supported Spurs and had a chip on both shoulders. He's smart, well-spoken and arrogant as hell, but not in a nasty way, just brutally confident. If you waffle, he'll call it out. If you come with emotion over logic, you'll get buried. Channel vibe. Debates are intellectual blood sports. It's more chess than boxing, but still full of digs and ego clashes. He likes people who challenge him, as long as they do it well. If you go on, have your facts tight. Keep emotion in check. Don't try to out-Sava. Just be your own savage. He'll respect that. The Hotspur Hood. Danny. Completely different kettle of fish. Danny's got the sarcasm of a stand-up comic, the timing of a panto villain, and a tendency to poke people until they explode. Danny's personality. Very sarcastic, cutting humour, often doesn't take himself seriously, but don't mistake that for weakness. Can be passive-aggressive with a smile. Will throw in comments just to throw you off balance. Has beef history with Sava, Sean Butler and others, so don't be shocked if names get dragged into it. Channel vibe. Can swing from fun and light to full-blown argument in 30 seconds. You'll get airtime, but he'll test you with jokes, digs and side comments. He mixes banter with debate, so you have to navigate both. If you go on, have a thick skin. Use wit as your weapon, not just facts. Be unpredictable. He'll enjoy that. Side by side, host. Style, risk of meltdown. Debate style, chaos and wit. Football Heritage TV. Sava, intellectual and cutting. Medium, logic and fire. The Hotspur Hood, Danny. Banter plus sarcasm war zone. High, chaos and wit. If you're thinking of dipping your toe in either of these, you're not just a viewer anymore. You're stepping into the Spurs YouTube Thunderdome. You ready to bite back?
I mean, it's actually quite mad how close enough it actually gets some of that, isn't it?
There are some details we know which match up quite much.
I mean, Mia, wouldn't you say that? I mean, you ask AI to do a checkup on a few things on what it can watch and how
Yeah,
it
like-
can assess it.
And Joe, what, because it assesses it from like a non-emotional point of view as well, so it'll only
Exactly.
assess what it sees and what it picks up on. So like that's what makes it so interesting. It's like because it is just non-emotional, where other people might say other things about people because obviously they know them better. They get the emotional tone in their voices, where AI don't really assess any of that. It assesses your like the way that you talk, your style, that when you're like debating and stuff. So yeah, that comes from a very logical point of view.
I mean, it went and watched the bloody videos, for God's sake. It went and watched the fucking videos and assessed the people by the videos, basically. So I did not ask it for any of its to say anything specifically or nothing like that. I basically said to it, watch the videos, and told them what one to go to and assess the people on there. I mean, how close do you think it got them two on there?
Certain
Yeah, I
moments are quite close, some moments, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'd say it's pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite mad how it can just go on there and bloody watch the videos or fucking assess it. And like you said, Mia, it can just assess it, and it doesn't really care if it offends someone or doesn't offend someone, because it's not doing it for any reason like that. It's just doing it what you told it to. And the code breakers I put on there give it permission to go a bit deeper into an assessment and say it a certain way as such, so it doesn't have to sound like a fucking robot all the time.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
the
the
thing-
thing. Like the non-jailbroke version, obviously they've got rules. Like if you ask it certain
That's
things, you've got to be really careful. Because before I've asked it something, just basically talk about something quite innocently, and they go, that breaks the rules, so I can't talk about that. And you're like, really? That's not even anything bad. But obviously, because it's programmed to pick up on certain words that you say or certain way that you say things.
Yeah, whereas the code.
I've already asked some political matters and such, and it was pretty weirdo.
Yeah, I mean, the codes I've got for it, I mean, I can give them to you, and that you put them on there, and it basically breaks the program as such, so that it gives it permission to jump the program, that it doesn't have to pay attention to what it's programmed to do as such, because you give it the codes that it doesn't have to. I mean, I got them off the internet, and I was quite shocked on how deep some of it goes, on how much it assesses it and assesses the other shows and that just by watching them. You just think,
clever, man.
You just think, how the hell can that watch like 20, 30 shows in about a minute and make a solid assessment of someone like that? In a bloody minute.
Clever.
In a bloody minute with that, that's all it has to do. And yeah, I find that quite bloody scary on what that bloody thing can do.
Joe, it's so scary considering that when we were younger, we used to have to rewind tapes, and we used to have to get a pencil to put the tape back in again if it came out. And then when you had an album, you had to flip it to the other side to get the other side of the album.
Yeah, either that or you had to get the fucking pencil out to bring the tape back where it got brought out of the bloody tape itself, didn't it? You had to fix the bloody tape up most of the time, didn't you?
Yep, there was one of the I think it was the Home Alone video that we had. My brother watched it so much it actually wore out. No, when it starts to go fuzzy in that, it started going fuzzy because we'd watched it so many times.
It's Yeah, it is scary what it does on there, basically. I mean, I'm just showing quickly on here what we've done. Like I say, everyone just seems to be out and busy tonight. But altogether, that's another 30 quid on there by Dan. Much appreciated, mate. And with there, I think they are now up to £8,000 raised. So that's about
Oh,
at least
wicked.
400 we've done on here in a couple of hours. And it's one of those things, like I've said, every penny's going to count on this one. I mean, I was just hoping there'd be a few people staying indoors tonight, but it just looks like everyone's basically gone out. But I must admit, I'd rather go out on a Friday night. But these days, I don't think I could be bothered with. I don't think I can be bothered with people anymore so much when I go out.
You know what? It's not that, Dan. It's getting ready, man. Like for me, getting all ready late, like this time of night, just to go out for a bit, mate. I'm like, no, I'm happy home with my cup of tea, thanks. I'm such an old lady because I did all that when I was younger. I've got the kids, and I'm like, no, I'm done. I've done all that, been there, done that. It's not really like something I'm interested in, really. To keep going out every Friday night, like not really my thing.
Yeah, I
Not
mean, it's got
anything.
to that point. I used to go out every bloody, like 3 times a week without fail. Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, down London, down the nightclubs and everything and that. I think of it now, I couldn't even handle a night of that now.
No,
I
neither did I. I used to go venue, Dan. I used to go up to the venue in Old New
Yeah,
Cross.
I know what you
Yeah,
mean.
man.
Used to go there. Camden Palace used to be my favourite, or Ministry of Sound.
Oh, yeah, Ministry, yeah.
Yeah,
I used to
Camden
go out a
Palace.
lot in Japan. When I lived in Japan, I used to go out quite a lot. I lived in Tokyo, though. But when I came back to Brazil, it's not the same vibe. Got used to going out, in Japan, though. When I came back to Brazil, I became a more home, couch potato guy,
Yeah, I mean, now I couldn't handle that now. I mean, I remember when me and my mates, like, it was about 15 of us, and then we met up with all the boys from up in Bexley, Dartford, Woolwich, all that lot. And then there was a group of about 60 of us, and we went Malia for 2 weeks.
I went to London in the 90s, actually, in the second half of the 90s with a friend, an English friend who introduced me to Tottenham Hotspur when we were flatmates in Tokyo, though. Yeah. But, getting to London with someone who is from London is much better than as a tourist, as you know. But we stayed there just for like 10 days. It was crazy. I was too young. We were too young. Crazy. Yeah. I love it. But quite different London, what it is nowadays from the 90s, obviously.
I mean, London now is so bloody
I see in
expensive,
the
mate.
videos.
It's so expensive in London now. You're talking like £12 just for a bloody pint. I mean, not Ibiza, you pay 20 quid just for a bottle of water, or 20 euros.
Yeah, for foreigners visiting London nowadays has become really, really difficult. Yeah, London has become pounds, as a currency compared to other currencies. Jesus Christ, £1 is 7 reais is the Brazilian local currency. 7 reais is £1. It's unbelievable.
I mean, even you look at the price of football tickets and that. I mean, Tottenham. I mean, our average price ticket is about 80 quid, isn't it? 70 quid, 80 quid.
Yeah, because I go, don't I? I go to games and it is expensive. Then I get the train. I don't actually eat in London, because it's too expensive.
No,
I wait till I get home and eat. Like I go pretty much the whole time and I don't eat. I get a drink from a shop or get a cup of tea and that's it, man. I don't get anything else because it's too expensive. But I'll pay for my train ticket.
Yeah, I mean, the train tickets and that ain't bloody cheap either and that. But the price just to go Tottenham for the day, just for yourself and that, you're looking at about 200 quid getting there and back. And if you want a bit of food or something and that's a lot of money to pay.
Cigarettes in England are unbelievably expensive, right?
Yeah.
Mate, that's nearly 20. It's nearly 18 quid for 20.
Jesus,
Joe, when I went to Spain, I didn't get any this time, but when we went last time, my brother got tobacco because it's ridiculously cheap in Spain. Like the tobacco prices are mad cheap. Like for a pack of tobacco, he was like, it's mad how much difference it is.
Yeah,
a packet of Marlboro in Brazil costs £1.50, 50p. See, it's an immense difference.
God, no, me and my mates, like when I used like we used to go to like when I was about 18, like during the week and that, we used to go to France and Belgium every night and just bring all over the drink and the tobacco, and the amount of you used to be able to buy the fags, and then used to be able to buy them there for like, it was like something like £1.10 for 20, whereas over here you could sell them for £5 or £6. I mean, smoking's not a good bloody habit anyway. I only seem to smoke when I'm online talking about bloody Spurs. So,
Do you know what I was thinking? Now that I'm so close, if I went over to Dover on the ferry, got some cigarettes and brought them back, I'll probably still make money on that, even with the ferry ticket.
yeah, but the thing is, you can only bring 200 back with you now, innit?
Yeah, but what I'll do once the kids are old enough, I'll take them with me because they allowed us to have some, aren't they? My eldest will be 17 this year, so
yeah, but they have to come over as a separate person. They can't come over as a part of your group as such. Because if you do it in a
I'll
group
pretend.
now,
It's easy. I'll pretend I don't know them. It's all right.
exactly, that's what you got to do. Because if you do it as a group now, you're only allowed 200 cigarettes for, say, a group of 5 of you and stuff like that, or a certain amount of alcohol or whatever. They pulled me and my wife over on it when we tried bringing a bit back from the cruise we got married on. And
I've just seen Danny's comments. Right, Danny, we're going to Cyprus next year, so my brother's going to stock up when we go as much as he's allowed to bring, and back, and me as well.
No, we want to go on holiday next year. 2 places we're looking at is Croatia and Poland.
Oh, interesting places to go.
Yeah,
Croatia are very nice.
I've never been Croatia, and it's one that I'm really interested in. And Poland, I wouldn't mind going there either. It's meant to be quite a nice, peaceful place. Not like the area I live in, like southeast London. It's a bit of a mess at times around here, to say the least. And Mia, you live close enough around here as well to know what it's like around here, innit?
Yes.
It can be a bit of a mess around here, to say the least, innit?
Yeah, mate, it's got worse as well since I've left. Since I've left London, man, it's got worse. I hear reports all the time about what goes on in London. I'm like, yeah, I'm so glad I'm not there.
Yeah, I mean, these days to go on a holiday is all I want to do is go on a holiday. I don't want to go out for a clubbing night or nothing like that. For a holiday, I just want to go out and chill out now. I mean, I think I'll quite happily just go to a nice hot place, lay down and read a bloody book and then go for a walk. I think that's age that catches up with you there, and you just need your time to charge up, and you just can't be bothered with just being in a pub, clubbing and all that anymore. I don't know about others, but I just can't be bothered with that crap anymore.
Yeah, that's what I said, didn't it, earlier? Like, I'm just too old for that, man. I just feel like I've done that, been there, done that. I want to go to the beach and relax, man, and just chill. It's so much nicer. Get a tan. That's my MO when I go on holiday, man, to chill on the beach.
You talk about getting a tan. The most I do is bloody burn. I mean, look at how white I am, for God's sake. The only reason I've got any colour on my skin is because I've got the tattoos on there. I just burn. Not as bad as I used to, but I get a little tan now. But I used to come back from holidays and that, just literally looking like a fucking strawberry or a cherry or whatever. Just get absolutely burnt.
Oh, you both can come to Brazil on vacations or holidays. Now spring and summer is coming, the South Hemisphere.
Oh, yeah, I'd love to go to Brazil. I like the music. I like the food. Yeah, man.
You are welcome.
Nice place to go. And also,
but as a tourist foreigner, you just must be careful, because obviously they can see you are a foreigner, and places such as Rio de Janeiro, for instance, quite popular among us tourists. You know, they tend to rip you off. You know what I mean? Prices.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd love to go Brazil. I'd love to go Brazil as well. That'd be a nice place to go, I think. I mean, I'd definitely like to go over there and try the food out, try the area out and everything and that. I've heard it is nice over in Brazil, and it's not even expensive either, is it?
No, it's not. No, it's not. Just, you know, it depends where you go. But, you know, if you stay like, you know, fancy hotels in Rio de Janeiro, for instance, they are really expensive. But you don't have to stay in the fanciest hotel in Rio de Janeiro, I think, you know. You can stay in my home, sir, if you come over, you know, to the south of Brazil. I live between São Paulo and Buenos Aires, so you can visit both the major South American cities, Buenos Aires and São Paulo.
I mean, I remember when my mates offered me to go Thailand with them, and I must admit that was one I turned down. I mean, a couple of things that happened to my mates in Thailand. If I was to bring up a few of the things that happened on Thailand on here, mate, it'd be a bit. Let's just say one of them came back mentally damaged for a very long time with what happened to him out there.
I can imagine what the story is.
Yeah.
Joe, I
Let's
did
just-
go before the boys were born. I went to the Maldives, and that was beautiful. It's like paradise. That was so lovely. That was so lovely. I'd love to take the boys there one day, but it's not a hell of a flight. It's like a 12-hour flight.
I don't think I could do that. 12-hour flight.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you handle that? A 12-hour bloody flight? That'd proper do me right in. I wouldn't be able to handle a 12-hour flight.
So Southeast Asia also the beaches are really beautiful. Indonesia, Thailand, etc. Philippines, Malaysia.
Yeah, they're all beautiful. Really
quite
beautiful.
affordable as well.
Yeah, but doing a 12-hour flight, that'd hurt. Unless you go first class, innit?
I'll have to find someone rich enough to accommodate me to go first class, and then send the kids. The kids ain't coming first class, so they can stay in the normal bit. I'll go in first class.
Yeah, but that's because they can fit in there, innit? I mean, like for me, my credit card can do it, but then the amount of time it'd take me paying back my bloody credit card to pay for that sort of stuff. I mean, a first class flight and everything, you're talking like nearly thousands, isn't you?
Yeah, it's expensive anyway to go to Maldives.
Yeah, I mean, I ain't paying for no first class thing or whatever, and that'd just be and doing 12 hours on a flight. I don't think I'd be able to recover from that good enough. I don't like long flights. I never did. I was always quite fussy with them, basically, in that aspect. I could never get on with a long flight. I mean, I was lucky enough that I didn't have to really do many of them from the places I went. So a 12-hour flight is not.
I've traveled, you know. My mother is Brazilian, my father is Japanese, though, and traveling from Brazil to Japan, mate, Jesus, 26, 28 hours, man, it's a nightmare. It's a complete nightmare. You arrive in your destiny completely destroyed.
God, I can imagine. I mean, it's like Stel was talking on here the other day about what happened to him on there, ended up going from one place to a bloody another. And I know other people who've had flights lately, and they've gone to the place for the flight, and then the flight's been cancelled. They've had to go to another airport, and then the flight got cancelled there and put on the airport they were previously at, and had to go back to the previous airport to bloody get there. It's so for all that, for going on holidays and everything, and that is just like you go EasyJet or whatever and stuff like that, you're not coming off of there in a good shape at all. So I think that's why I think when I do go on holiday, I'm going to keep it at a place.
Or you come back from Thailand really, really light. It depends how you approach.
I ain't going to Thailand. I've heard too many bad stories out there and seen people come back.
I've been there.
Damaged.
It's quite interesting, sir. You would love it.
I can imagine it is interesting, and it is from what I heard of a few of my mates there. But as I say, one of them came back very, very mentally scarred. he was never the same person again, and had to see a psychiatrist for a good couple of years after. I mean, that's all I can.
Especially if you can manage to go to Thailand in the full moon, when it's a full moon there, because there are some full moon parties, you know, some more popular, some more hidden, you know, quite nice parties. But yeah, you must be careful. At the same time.
Yeah, let's just say he went home with the wrong person and he didn't know it until afterwards, and it damaged him for the rest of his life.
Joe, what's scary though, Dan, is that they're actually so pretty looking. It's crazy. Like, it's so crazy that so many people do the same thing, and I've heard the same story. So obviously that's like a regular occurrence because they just look so feminine, their features and stuff. Like, they hide it a lot better than some, let's say.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, each their own, whatever turns you on at the end of the day. But on that aspect, I'd rather watch Spurs play than go Thailand. I mean, I'll probably get less hurt watching Spurs. But then again, watching Spurs is what it is at the moment. I mean, I don't think we're doing bad at the moment. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see the way it does work out, and I think in January is going to be the most interesting time as such to actually see if ENIC actually mean business. Basically, they are going to have to sign someone big in January, don't you reckon?
Absolutely, especially a left winger, right? Urgently.
I
Yeah,
mean, without
no,
a left winger there. I mean, would you reckon it, Mia? I mean, in January is surely when they can show they mean business, isn't it? I mean, Brian
yeah,
said it earlier.
yeah,
Brian
no,
said it earlier
definitely.
on there. Sorry, Mia, go on.
Yeah, no, definitely, man. Like they can't just talk the talk; they need to walk the walk in it, and so they have to go big and prove it, because otherwise, then they've all just been BSing everybody and trying to finesse us and say, "Yeah, look, we've changed. Yeah, look, we're completely different now that Levy's gone, especially." So, like, don't like piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. You know what I'm saying? So,
I
like, they
mean,
better sort it out.
do you reckon that they actually will sell up, or do you reckon this is all just a thing to get some hassle off of their back and buy them some time, basically?
The setup, the picking up and knowing the news a lot recently. It's not the first time. No, it's not only the DJ, the astronaut DJ, I don't know, NASA DJ, whatever, but there have been some other, news, recently about, it. So maybe, you never know. It seems like.
I mean, January is not the easy time to sign anybody either. I mean, January is one of the hardest times, but I think this year it could be a bit easier because I think where we got the World Cup coming up, there's going to be players there that might not be getting the game time they want to get into the World Cup, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, Savinho from Man City, the rumors still say that we're going to go for him, basically.
Hopefully.
Aren't there rumours that he's going to sign a new contract, though? I heard that rumour. So
exactly, I've heard both. So you do wonder, where is it going to go to, basically? I mean, do I think this lot mean business? I still think we're going to sell up in due time. Whether it's going to be in the next 6 months, I very, very doubt it. Whereas I still think within the next 2 years, 3 years, then we will sell up as such. I mean, because they can't have just kicked Levy out for no reason. There's got to be something behind it. So I do reckon we are going to sell up. But if the club wants to show it means business, it's got to back Thomas Frank in January. I mean, we blatantly haven't got enough depth in that squad for certain positions that we actually need it. And they're gonna have to buy up, basically. They're gonna have to show that they mean business.
Absolutely. And we are talking about one of the richest football clubs in the world. That's what I read in the news all the time. So we have to show them money.
I mean, we are in the top 7 or top 8 richest clubs in the world. I mean, if we don't basically get back this January, if the manager don't get back this January, and then next transfer window, we've just been mugged off again, basically, haven't we?
well, yeah, because then they thought that they've done a bit of like sleight of hand, isn't it? Because they're trying to say, look, we're different, but then really they're no different at all. So I would think that would be a really foolish thing to do when they've made such a big deal out of it. I think that would be so foolish of them to do that. Like, it really would. But I still think they're going to sell. I think he's all prepping up for them to sell, because there's no smoke without there's no fire. Is it fire without smoke? Smoke without fire? Whatever one. But there isn't. And think about it. Look how much more, like what Psycho Teacher just said. Look how much more there is about us being sold and offers being put on the table for us. That wasn't being said as much before. So all of a sudden, that seems to be like a tidal wave of it. So I feel like it is for sale.
I'm just going to have to see it to believe it. I mean, because this random story that just literally came up out of nowhere, basically, like we were talking about it earlier, about this fella who was a DJ and whatever, and then works for NASA, and him and his group are willing to put like 3.2 billion on the table for it straight
Or
away.
more
sort of.
surreal story for Tottenham. Everything is at Tottenham over the past years being surreal. Or more. So there's an astronaut DJ NASA thing. Who may want to buy Tottenham. Everything is fantastic around Tottenham.
Well, yeah. I mean, say from what I'm reading here, just going through it again, looking at it, he's willing to put 250 million on the stadium rights, buy it up for 3.3 billion, 1.2 billion on the spending money and everything. That'd be every Spurs player's dream, wouldn't it? I mean, to actually, because we seriously have some money to spend as well. I mean, we wouldn't be able to go and spend that, but in the FFP and PSP and all that sort of stuff, we're actually pretty well off on there from what it says.
Yeah.
So surely someone comes in like that, surely we can finally go somewhere as a bloody club, can't we?
Reaching the next level to spend the money and investment as the giant European clubs do, right? That's what we expect. We've been expecting that for a while, right?
Yeah, and we just never seem to bloody get it. So near yet so far. But then you look at the money we have spent. I mean, you look on the ones we have spent, like on Richarlison, Solanke, Johnson, Tell and everything, and the others than that. That's over 270 million when you add them all up together. Are you telling me we couldn't have done better than that for 270 million?
All my mates and my students, ex-students, ask me when the news when Tottenham signed Richarlison and the amount of money that was paid for Richarlison. All my students, everyone asks me in Brazil, not knowing, not following Tottenham so closely, if it's money laundering, because they can't believe, someone or something can pay that amount of money for Richarlison, It's crazy.
Well, you think he was about 70, what was he, nearly 60 million, Solanke 65 million, Johnson 45 million, Tell works out at about 45 million. Are you telling me we really couldn't have gone and done better than that?
Oh, much better, mate. Much better. You could have like one or two really world-class players and spend the spare money on their wages, whatever, instead of having like four really expensive ones who are nothing. They, horrible. Actually, all our forwards are really bad. Come on, man. If you are real, if you get real, all our forwards are really bad. But kudos, in a high level, talking about high level football.
I mean, it's our lowest part, isn't it, up front? I mean, defence and that, I think we're pretty solid. We've got quite a solid team there. And in midfield, it's definitely looking good as well. I mean, Bergvall's definitely starting to come up the ranks and starting to look good. I think there's a fair bit he can do to improve on his final third.
Midfield needs more ball controlling. Sometimes it speeds up the game.
Yeah, I think what Bergvall needs to do is his final third, is his delivery, is his last pass or his last shot, and he's got a lot of time to improve. I mean, he's only a young player as such, but you can look at him and you can see there is a solid player there. Whereas you look at some of the other ones we've got and you really don't see, you don't see much there, do you?
Absolutely nothing, actually.
Joe, go on, sorry.
Please.
That's all right, mate. Go on.
Joe, I would actually rather we don't spend, hear me out, we don't spend as much on on player in January, but we sort out our scouts and we actually employ better scouts, because the problem is it isn't about how much we spend, it's what we spend it on, and that's down to the scouting team. So they need to do better. The recruitment and the scouting team all need to get gone and get a whole new lot of them in, because I think that will actually be more valuable, because they'll be able to get better players for better value, and that would save us a lot more money and it'd actually be better for the team.
Well, that is something we definitely need. I mean, our scouting system has probably been the worst bit, not even the money we've been willing to pay. I mean, some of the players we've brought in there have been terrible, but one or two of them have been all right. But I mean, just out of question, I mean, a lot of people do ask this. I mean, where do you see it going with Bergvall? I mean, do you think he gets overrated, or do you think he gets underrated as such? Because I know a lot of people look at him and think he is going to be the dog's bollocks, basically. I think he's going to be a very good player, with the potential to be in a very good player, but at the moment, I think he does get a bit overhyped. And
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
we
yeah.
do this with young players a lot.
That's what you're saying. You know, he's gonna be something. No, he is still isn't. Unfortunately, yeah, he needs a low one. Perhaps too young, indeed, for what Tottenham need now. Don't you think so?
I don't think Bergville needs a loan because he gets enough game time with us. Whereas you look at others like Graham, he needs a loan because he needs consistent game time, and he doesn't actually
Gray
get it.
has to go. Actually,
He has to go on loan, but then the other thing is we go and put them out on loan. Odegaard, I mean, Till shouldn't even be here, like we say, and then we've got no bloody depth. So
that's
unless
the
we go,
problem.
so unless we go buy a few things in January, we need to basically rely on some of these younger players to give us the squad depth, don't we? Like in the Champions League.
Yeah, that's the problem though, Dan, because that's what people say. They go, "Oh, we want to loan this player and that player," and then when we get injuries or when we need to rotate a little bit, then they're like, "Well, we haven't got the players to rotate." So it's like you have to have a balance of it. And I actually think Bergvall's going to be really good. I do think he gets overhyped maybe slightly, but I think people are just excited because they can see something in him, and he's definitely got a lot to learn. But he's young, isn't it? So he's moldable and he's willing to learn. I think he's progressed since he's come to us as well. So I do think he's going to be a very good player. He's got a lot of energy as well, isn't he? The boy, he runs around like a headless chicken at times. But yeah,
I do as well. It's like you look at him and you see a lot of potential on the player. You can see there's a player there, whereas you look at some of the other ones and you just don't see what we paid the money for, basically. Whereas Bergville, I think we do. I think he's good on the ball. I think he's good at getting forwards. His short ball's good enough pass. It's just his final bit. I think he needs to improve on that direct ball and needs to basically. It's just his final third where he needs to improve. The rest of it, I mean, the stamina he's got and everything else, you can't really complain with it.
Oh, he's our best. He's our best young player. Absolutely.
Oh, without a doubt, he's definitely the best young player we got. No two ways about it.
Or maybe not our best, our only really good, young player who might be something really good in the future and near future. Because the other ones, as you're saying, oh my God, man, you cannot see something will come out from those players, unfortunately.
No, it's like the other one. I'll go back to Tell. I mean, it keeps getting mentioned, I know, but I just don't see nothing in the player there. I mean, Brian says here, Tell needs coaching to improve his gameplay. Do you think with him that there is actually a player there? It's just he's got no confidence? Because I've heard others say that he's got no confidence on him.
Well, apparently he does well for the under-21s, the France under-21s. So, and that's the thing, isn't it? It's like, well, is it confidence? Is it that he can't play? I don't think he can. It's because he can't play. Because when you look right, the other day he was trying too hard, giving himself, because he was thinking too much. That's why he didn't score the goals. If he wasn't thinking and just had a bit kind of like, don't worry, like not thinking about it, not worrying too much, he probably would have scored a goal. I think he's overthinking it now because he probably is aware of the criticism. So I think that I'm reluctant to say I think he's going to be a good player, but I think that he could be coached. And Frank's apparently this coach that's going to do that with players, and he has coached players in the past that weren't looking that great, and he has coached them. So it is possible to do that. We've seen that in other teams where coaches have got a player and you're like, bloody hell, where did that player come from? Like, they are good in the end because they've been coached correctly. So I think he is probably one that if Frank is this good coach and he has got it in him, it will come through. But if he's not, then obviously if he's got no willing to learn, then that's obviously going to be a problem, or he can't learn. But I don't think he, like I say, for under 21s, I know he's amongst other under 21s, it's hard to sort of judge, but he shows glimpses of being a decent player.
I can't believe the chances he misses, maybe, as a young player, new country, the language, he's been to England for very short time. without his family, I don't know, or you never know things, off the pitch as well as a young 21 lad, though. But a professional can't miss those types of chances. That's something more
That
than
was
just be a
two
bad
solid
player.
chances he had, didn't he? Two solid chances he had against Doncaster, and he fucked them up.
Oh,
Can
come
I
on,
just say, were
we can
those
score those two
who was
chances.
who was those chances created by? Was it Brennan Johnson by any chance?
Odegaard was one of them, wasn't it?
One of them,
If
yeah,
I
but one of
remember
them was
correctly.
one of them was BJ. Just saying. Hashtag.
Yeah, he done something against Doncaster. Well done. I mean, apart from that and the goal he scored, he was pretty much anonymous, though, wasn't he? I mean, I know you got a soft spot for him and that, same as Benji has, but again, it's another player that I just feel. Well, we went and got Kudus for a reason to play him on the right. And that was purely because Johnson can't deliver in anything but scoring a goal. You're right, Dave, mate. How you doing?
All right, Dan. You're right, me, a psycho teacher. That's where I had you probably in class once. Yeah,
Nice to meet you, sir.
I won't lie, Dan. I've been better, but grass isn't always greener on the other side, as they say. But I've been listening along, and my interest got perked when you started talking about certain characters in Thailand. So if we can revisit that conversation, I'm all ears.
Well, I mean, I think. Those stories anyway about what happened out there. I mean, the one when we was out, where was it? We went for 2 weeks or a week, was it? It weren't Malia, it was Zante, wasn't it? Yeah, that was quite a hectic one as well out in Zante. But with what I was saying, I mean, what do you think on Bergvall? Your opinion on him? Because I was just talking to these two about it, and I think he's a good player, but I do think he's getting a bit overhyped for his age. But you can definitely see potential of good player there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't always like looking at the money paid, but however, when you do take that into account, I think it's a great bit of business from the club, because obviously it's pittance to what other people cost these days. And I think he's proven his worth. He's contributed to the team last season. He's contributing to the team this season. I think he's obviously got, as you just touched on there, a great growth in his game still to achieve. So if he's at this level already and he can still go beyond that, I think I like his work ethic. I like his character. I don't think technically he's amazing. Don't get me wrong, he's very, very good, but there's nothing technically that blows me away about him. It's more about his engine and his all-round game. But I like his character. I've only got positive things to say about him. But you're probably right. People need to sort of rein in a little bit about how good he is. But obviously last season there wasn't much to be positive about, so that's probably why he stood out a little bit more. But I think under Thomas Frank as well, he's got the perfect manager. And I heard you touch on it earlier, I think it was you, where we kind of don't really play with an out-and-out 10 at the moment. We kind of have to sit in a holding midfielder and let the other two midfielders get up and down the pitch.
Well, we've got that number 10. Sorry, Dave, go on.
Yeah, no, he's sorry, I was getting distracted by it in the chat there. Mark Swift, David Needs, and
don't we all? But
I've had too many of them lately.
I mean, that's what we got Simmons for, to play as the 10, wasn't it? Basically, I would have thought.
Yeah, I like the look of him. I heard you touching on it as well earlier. That I think it was you again, where against Brighton he actually was played a bit more centrally when he came on, and obviously affected the game massively. So it's nice we've got that option. And again, we touched on it a few weeks ago, Dan, or it might have been even before that, when Thomas Frank come in. We kind of said that we don't have a set system in place now. We sit there and take each game as it comes and adapt our tactics and the system per game, and that's a good thing. But it also means that some weeks we're going to see Xavi Simons out on the left, some weeks centrally. So I'm not too fussed if I see him either side. I trust in Thomas Frank to put him where he feels is best for him in that specific game. But he's a great player to have, particularly. I mean, I don't know whether the Maddison injury sped up that transfer or whether he was going to go to him even if Maddison was still fit. It'd be interesting to know that conversation. I'd like to think we would have gone and got him anyway, but who knows what's going on.
I mean, what do you reckon what do you reckon we're going to do with Wolves for the next game? What formation do you reckon he's going to pull out? How do you reckon we're going to try and do that game? Because, I mean, I think we should do Wolves like 3-1, I reckon. But they do seem to have a bit of a thing on us, don't they? Where they seem to get one over us over a season, don't they?
Yeah, again, I've been listening, obviously, all of the stream, and I heard the Dr. Tottenham talk. And as soon as you hear that, you kind of cringe a little and go in your shell because you know it's very much possible that it could happen. I think it's less likely to happen at the moment. I think we're far more structured, we're far more solid. I think the Bournemouth game in isolation, when you actually take a look at Bournemouth this season overall, Bournemouth have been very, very good this season. So actually, in hindsight, maybe having a bad performance against a really well-performing team wasn't as bad as it seemed at the time. So if you take that result and performance out, we've actually performed really well. Wolves, on the other hand, look very naive defensively. So as long as we're clinical, then I think we comfortably win the game. But I can also see, because I'm a Spurs fan, the worst side of it, where we could potentially dominate the game and then lose it on the counter attack. But that being said, I'm far more confident that we'll win this game than I would be last season playing Wolves. But yeah, Wolves are struggling.
Yeah, I mean, have they even won a game yet? I mean, I can't remember when I last looked at the table. I can't even remember whether they've actually won a game or not yet this season.
No, until they played Everton in the Cup, they hadn't. But on the same token, I think defensively they've made a lot of mistakes. If they just iron out those mistakes, then they're probably not as bad as their results suggest. And again, it's the Premier League, Dan, right? The reason people say it's the best league in the world, I'd sit there and spend another debate with you whether that's the actual true case. But the reason people argue, the reason people argue that's the case is because it's very competitive from number 1 down to 20.
Well, so that's the thing, isn't it? It's someone loses, like say Bayern Munich lose to St. Pauli or whatever they're called in Germany. Everyone goes into a complete meltdown, like, oh my God, they can't believe it happens. Whereas, say, for instance, someone like Leicester or someone like that was to go and beat Man City, people would raise an eyebrow, but they wouldn't be totally gobsmacked over it. Or if Wolves would probably be the better example here, go and beat Arsenal, whatever, you'd raise an eyebrow, but you wouldn't be totally shocked by it, would you? Because anybody can beat anybody. Whereas you look in, say, the Spanish league, and there's teams down there that if they went and beat Barcelona, Real Madrid, you'd be totally shocked. Same as in the French league, same as, I'd say the most competitive league to ours, I'd actually say is actually the Italian.
Yeah, you only have to look at the recent winners, right? It's not been the same team 5 years in a row since the Juventus days, right? It's been changing every couple of years, and it is quite competitive. Although you could, again, you'd probably get people argue whether the quality is as good, but actually it's a competitive league where, yes, okay, you've got a few teams that are better than everyone else, and actually you see a lot of teams beating other teams, and the next week they're losing to the teams that beat those teams. It's quite a close league. There's no usually big runaways in there. But yeah, I mean, financially, it's nowhere near the powerhouse that is the Premier League. Hence, us having teams that are down the bottom but having really great players within their team, and that's why every game we play is a tough game. And you're never gonna see a team win 38 games out of 38, even the best teams in the league, right? There's always going to be losses for them.
Oh, cool series. I mean, Mia, what do you reckon on that one? Do you reckon the Premier League is the best league? I mean, we all know it's got the most money in it, no two ways about it. When Palace can go out and get more money in a season than AC Milan, that just about says everything, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I think it's probably the most competitive, as in, like you say, there's always there's quite a few upsets in the games, and nobody really says that's a big, too much of a shocker. Like when Barcelona or Madrid get beat, it's like, oh my God, how dare they get beat by that team? There's, it's a completely different sort of feeling. So yeah, I do think it is. I think that people do underestimate other leagues though, because we get players from those leagues, and a lot of people slag those leagues off, yet they want their players. So I don't really understand the logic in that. So I don't ever get it when people dismiss other leagues. I think you can only judge it from what they're playing. We're completely different in the Premier League, so you can only judge it against who they're playing in their leagues, if that makes sense. Whether it's strong or not, it doesn't matter, because they can only play who they play in it. So I think, yes, I do think the Premier League is probably one of the stronger leagues, but I wouldn't completely dismiss other leagues either, because I think that is quite disrespectful, because then it's just saying that none of the other teams matter, and also that their players, obviously, like I say, still want to come to the Prem and people still want their players. So it just shows that they have got good players over there, even if it's not a stronger league.
I mean, money-wise, it's definitely the strongest one in there. I mean, what do you reckon?
You know, in Brazil, Disney, ESPN, they have the rights of broadcasting Premier League here, you know, in South America, actually. And they show Premier League, and people see Premier League. My students ask me about Premier League, my friends, my mates, you know, as they were asking me about the NBA, you know, United States, you know what I mean? The comparison.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable the way, you know, perhaps you live in England, you are English, you are in England, though you see differently, but, you know, from outside, as I do, you know, and all these people always asking me, knowing as I turn up sometimes in some Tottenham channels, thank you them for having me on, sir. And
No,
they
it's
ask
always
me,
good
you
to have
know,
you on.
many things about it. And they ask me, you know, like, my God, how good, how fast, and the VAR, because even the VAR in Argentina and Brazil don't work well. It's unbelievable how mess have become, you know, Argentina and Brazilian football, locally speaking. Not the players, because the best players, you know, from Argentina and Brazil are in Europe, as we know.
Yeah, but the players that used to come from Brazil as well. I mean, you look at some of the caliber that used to come from Brazil to what it does now. Is
because, you know, the players we've had, you know, were in such a high level. We always expect to have Rivaldo, Zicos, Romários, Bebetos again. You know, it's not like that the way. Yeah, but over the past 2 decades, you know, not only on the pitch but off the pitch, Brazil and Argentina commonly, they've had many political things involved, bribes, corruption. The FA of both countries, mate, are terrible. You know, people who run the FAs in Argentina and in Brazil are people who don't even know that a ball is round. Is something terrible. So all mixed up, and not good generations of players, especially from Brazil, because Argentina have just won the World Cup.
Yeah, that's an actually, I know it's completely separate points to probably where we was going with this, but I just want to ask Psycho Teacher, being a Brazilian, do you feel that the Brazilian national team, because I grew up and Dan grew up in an era where Brazilian national team was the best international team, always were. They were the team to aspire to. You know, you always used to say in England, oh, when you're playing well, you're playing football like Brazil. That was always the comparison. Do you think the Brazilian national team has suffered because a lot of Brazilian players come to Europe at a very young age and they have the Brazilianness kicked out of them by becoming a European type of footballer a lot earlier than probably they previously did?
That's an excellent question, sir. Excellent question indeed, yes. There are some clubs in Brazil from second division and Argentina also. They don't even have supporters. They have a small stadium. They breed these young players. They have lots of connections through the FAs and the agents to, you know, sell and make a deal with these European clubs, you know, at very young age. Exactly. That is something, you know, especially in local football, is harming quite a lot the national squad, especially Brazil, you know, mainly Brazil, because these players over the past years are not so good, unfortunately. Yeah, the hope now is with Ancelotti, of course, because we still got some good players, but in Europe, as I said. But you're right. Many Brazilians and Argentinians, they leave Brazil and Argentina at very young age. And as I said, you know, it's a scheme, you know, amongst FA agents and etc. It's complicated. It's a very profound issue, actually.
Yeah, you only have to look at like lower level European leagues, you know, whether it be like Belarus or other random like Ukraine or whatever. Lower level European leagues are full of Brazilians, right, and South Americans. So they're obviously totally draining the Brazilian league itself of all of their talent.
We've got both in Argentina and Brazil many ex-European players. For instance, now where I live, there are 2 Brazilian first division clubs, Grêmio and Internacional. Grêmio is the club which Ronaldinho came from, and Internacional is the team where Sandro, who played for Tottenham, came from, actually. And mate, you know, it's fucking crazy. Yes.
Can I say thank you, David, for not putting me in that category where you and Dan grew up watching Brazil, how good they were, because that just made me feel like you think I'm younger, which I really do appreciate.
You're more than welcome. It was
Well, I'm
inadvertent.
not,
I didn't mean to do that, but I'm glad that I did. That you just said that. Yeah.
yeah, I'm not
whereas
that I am.
you look at the caliber that they used to have on there and that though, and
Yeah,
whereas you
man.
look at it now, I don't think I've seen an international team take a bigger drop than that.
Yeah.
I mean, Germany took a massive drop, no two ways about that, but I don't think they took a drop like Brazil did
Yeah.
to the standards they had to what they got.
But it's also a shame as well, isn't it?
The players,
as a
mentally
football fan,
speaking,
you
have
love
changed a lot too. You know, it's not the same mentality as Ronaldo's, Rivaldo's had. They've changed quite a lot, the players over the past 2 decades, 15 years, mentally.
Yeah.
Indeed.
That's what I mean. They kind of lost their Brazilianness. They used to play football in a completely different way to anyone else on the planet. And it was like something you enjoyed watching, even if you wasn't a fan, like you wasn't Brazilian yourself. Everyone was a Brazilian fan when it came to football.
Sure.
Oh, you loved watching them play. For some of the players like they had when they had what was it? Was it Rivaldo and Ronaldo and Ronaldinho up there? That was enough to scare the shit out of anybody. And like what
the left backs, no, Roberto
Carlos and Cafu. I mean, you look at that team they had to the standards they had now.
No, you had Cafu not long ago, and suddenly you've got Chicken Royale on the same position. Is absolutely shocking.
I mean, do you reckon? Go on, Dave.
I was just going to say, completely flip the conversation again, because I was laughing earlier when I heard Pep Guardiola, and I hear other people say this about Kyle Walker being one of the greatest right backs ever, and I just chuckled to myself, because again, bring it back to Cafu. I remember right backs being as good as people like Cafu, not to mention people like Philip Lahm of the day, you know, good, really good, well quality right backs. And you've got Kyle Walker.
Philip Lahm.
A man known for making many a mistake and not being able to position himself defensively, being called one of the greatest right backs ever. I just chuckled to myself about how people look at this and forget about how quality used to be.
But you got to admit, though, I mean, Walker was a quality right back. He was. I mean, but does he stand on there with? Yeah, but does he stand on there with Philip Lahm and Cafu? No. But then that's the question I'll ask you. I spoke about this to others before and that. Do you think football as a whole, it's just come down? The standards, the levels have just come down?
I've touched on it with you in the past, Dan. I think football echoes society to a lot of, to a certain extent. And I think society peaked in the early 2000s and now we're regressing as a human race. And I think football's doing the same. I think it peaked in the 2000s and it's gradually turning back and going the other way now. I think football is very scripted. Players are overcoached. You can sit there and predict what's going to happen in a game of football. I don't think there's many players on the pitch that actually think for themselves on the pitch. And I think individual ability has been sacrificed. You know, in them early days, do you know the Ballon d'Or the other day, right? For example, they called out on TalkSport the 2005, I think it was, Ballon d'Or list. And I think Cristiano Ronaldo was down in the 30s. He was like late 20s, early 30s, which means that was that many players better than Cristiano Ronaldo at that point in time, right? And you looked at the list now and you've got Victor Gyökeres above Harry Kane, for example, right? That's the level of, I think obviously Harry Kane is world class, but you look at players above Harry Kane in that list, you think, no, you're not world class. Well, you probably are world class compared to the other players in the world, but actually compare it to players from 20 years ago, no. I mean, we had tactics 20 years ago. It's not like tactics are a new thing, but you also had the individuality, kind of the individual skill coming out. Players were allowed to be brave on the pitch. They took the game by the scruff of the neck. I don't think you get many players that do that now. I think like you get a few. Kevin De Bruyne, for example, would sit there and always try and influence something on the football pitch, you know, outside of the tactics. But I don't think there's many.
It's definitely come down to standards, isn't it, Mia? Would you agree?
Yeah, I think it's like, it just feels like the players aren't as skillful. No, like those little skills they used to do, like, and you should be like, whoa, like, look at that. like that used to be a regular thing. Like they used to be so much more skillful and technical, and like you say, their creativity on the pitch has just been zapped out of them because it's so much more like robotic, you know, and it is so horrible to watch. Like, I know when we were kids, everyone was, if you're going to play football, you put the jackets down on the playground and everyone wanted to be like a Brazilian player. Everybody would be like,
Yeah.
I'm that player, you know what I mean? Like, and now it's like, look at the players that these young kids look up to. Like, okay, since Messi and Ronaldo, who have we really got? I mean, the Mal, that's it. Like, there's nobody that you can really say has got that thing where kids are like, yeah, I want to be like that player that just wows you, you know, like that player that makes you go, wow, look at that skill, look at what they're doing on the pitch, look how much like you enjoy watching them. There's not many players now that give you that joy to actually watch, I don't think.
There's no flair on there anymore, really, is there? I mean, I think that's why people look at players like Kudus and whatever and get excited, basically, because there's a bit of flair in him, isn't there? And we haven't had that at Spurs for a while. I don't think you see that much in football anymore, if I'm going to be honest. Like you said, Dave, it's so fucking robotic out there, and the systems and everything and that. The players need more athletes than actually football players these days, I think. You're muted.
Yeah, sorry. There's probably two examples I can show to prove the point I'm trying to make. One is wingers. Like, I remember wingers, their aim was to beat their fullback and create for the strikers or get goals themselves, right? They used to try and beat the fullback, get a crossing and try and get a goal. Wingers nowadays, you know, when they're going down the wing attacking that fullback, they're going to cut back and pass it square across the face of the edge of the penalty box and recycle the ball that way. You hardly get any wingers now that go and attack their fullback and try and get a goal scored in that moment of play. Obviously, Lamine Yamal's the great example of the opposite of that. But back in the day, every single winger that played would try and get a goal out of that phase of play that they was currently in. They wouldn't sit there and go, no, I've got to come back, recycle it because my coach had told me not to lose the ball. That's the priority. Don't lose the ball. So they'll recycle it, pass it across the face of the penalty box. And the other example that will prove my point that football's not as good as it used to be is goalkeepers and defenders get more touches of the ball than any other players on the pitch these days. Who grew up wanting to watch goalkeepers and defenders play football? You wanted to see attacking players play football. You know, that's the biggest shift in football going. It's absolutely boring. You can predict what most teams are going to do. And you know what? Going back to a bit of Big Ange to bring it back to Tottenham, at least he brought a little bit of different chaos to the footballing world last season.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. But it
and
is
the
true.
trophy. Don't forget the trophy you brought as well, David.
It's all about the glory.
That's
I mean,
right.
you say that is true. I mean, the way you do actually see defenders getting more touches of the ball than bloody midfielders, and that's mental.
What was the famous saying? No one grows up wanting to be a Gary Neville, right? But actually, you're going to have kids growing up and wanting to be these defenders now because they get more touches of the ball than anyone else on the football pitch. It's ridiculous.
God, you know what? You say that, that's madness. I've never really looked on it like that, on who gets more touches of the ball now. And that's actually true. The fact that your defender spends more time on the fucking ball than your midfielder or whatever, that's... When I remember it, it used to be when in doubt, kick it out, basically, or get it to your closest midfielder and then sit back and let them do the rest of the work. And you used to see everything coming down from the wings or either down the middle or strikers doing their thing and that. And then these days it's like a defender's almost meant to be a playmaker at the same time, isn't it? Like the ball playing defender.
Yeah, it's not like old school. It's not the old school defenders, in it, that we used to watch. No, nowhere near like that at all. My son's my youngest. He plays defender. He's a bit of a Romero type though. A bit reckless. He does like slide tackles on the playground and he gets up scratches all up his legs. I'm like, what have you done now? Scrapes up his legs. He's like, oh, I just did a really good tackle, Mum. I'm like, oh God.
That's exactly what I used to be like when I played right back for about 5 games and that, and they took me out of it because I was just I gave away too much on there, and then played as a DM basically on there. Absolutely loved that. And
Yeah.
you used to
But
get stuck into a game.
Dan, no one would ever pay to watch you play football, right? It'd be funny to watch, but no one would pay to watch your type of football, would they? You know, we watch the attacking, the exciting players going the other way, right? You've done an important job. Of course you are. You're an important part of the team to stop the other teams scoring, but no one used to pay to watch you or your type
No.
of play, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but if you remember, Dave, no one used to like playing against me either.
That's because you played in steel toe cap boots.
There you go. It always done the job good and proper. It always took a shin or a kneecap out when it had to, mate. You saw a few people go down with that one. I mean, you remember when we played those semi-pro Italians?
Yeah, I was very young at that point. I wasn't allowed to play for the first couple of games.
No.
Yeah, they were good laughs, they were.
And
But again, going back to the tactical side of this, what's happened is that previously football used to be a lot simple in the case of when we've got the ball, let's try and score a goal. When we haven't got the ball, let's try and work out how to not let them score a goal. Now I think that's shifted that when you've got the ball, okay, now we can stop them from scoring because we've got the ball. And it's not the first fault is to try and score a goal anymore, is my point. The first fault is now, right, let's control possession so they can't score. And I think it's then that mentality shift, whereas it used to be, oh, we've got the ball, let's try and score. And let's just try and score in the quickest way possible and the best way possible. I think that's just where the mentality shifted. Now, I understand it from a coaching point of view. You have more control over the game, and if you've got more control, you should be able to have more chance of getting the result you want. But I still think a little bit of jeopardy in football is more exciting to the fan. And I think if you ask a football fan, the vast majority say, what's the most exciting thing about football? It's goal mouth action. It's not having the ball in the middle of the park going sideways. It's kind of my thinking on that.
But it is just the way they play football now, isn't it? It's just so. I mean, if you want to say tactical as such, it has gone downhill. I mean, I don't love football as much as I used to, and that's because of the way football has become, and that's because the football itself these days, bar a moment or two, is just not exciting in any means or manner as such. Like it used to be as such. It's so much slower than it used to be. So much passing left, right, back ball, left, right, with the odd forward ball here and there, and you see the odd moment here and there. And that's one thing that's made me, I must admit, lose a bit of love for the football, basically, because it just isn't the same entertainment that it used to be. Even when you watch the international games, you don't see the same sort of flair and skill on there like you used to. I mean, look at the teams you used to have. Like I said about Brazil, look at that fucking French team. Look at that Spanish team. Even the Germans at one stage, like what they used to be. If you ever wrote off the Germans, more mug you, basically. You look at some of those teams. I mean, that German team, one of the slowest ones out there, but you could stick a balaclava over each one of their eyes, spin them around 10 times, and they still knew where every other player on that pitch would be. Whereas now, even in the international football, I think it's gone right downhill. I mean, watching England play is just watching England play. It's never been no different, really. We've always been shit, even when we've had great teams. Is that down to the managers or the teams ain't linked up, one or the other? I mean, probably the biggest letdown in football, England's. Like,
that's my students say here. You know, they come up to me. Also, ask about the English team, and they are quite impressed how can have so many good players over the past years and not winning anything. You know, yeah, it's crazy. You know, everyone expected England to have won something over the past years here in Brazil, at least. Argentina also.
Being English and being like supporting the England team is just a total embarrassment, basically. And even to the fact that we've made it to finals and that recently, which we should never have been in. That's what I've said before, where you can scrimp and scrape your way to a final, basically. But then is that down to the manager that we fucked the final up, or just the players ain't good enough? It just seems like we've had some excellent teams for England when you look on it on paper, but they just never seem to link up as a team.
Yeah, you touched on it there, Dan. You know, back in the day where it used to be the Germans used to be Germans, the Italians. Like there was specific styles of play that if you got rid of the jersey, the colour of their kit, and you watched the team play, you could identify that's the German team, that's the Italian team, that's the Brazilian team, that's the English team. And I think where football as a whole now has become quite generic across the board, that actually the identity has been lost. And I understand why England should try doing it, because just being English and playing the English style alone was never going to get us to the trophy. So what we try to do is adapt and get a more European approach to our play. But we've lost the Englishness as a result of that. And the ideal scenario is that you've got a bit of the both in there. That we still kept a little bit of the English identity in there, the fast pace, the direct football, but with a bit more European control and a bit more European tactical noose about it. But I think all international teams now all play the same way, right? If you replace the colour of their kits, you probably, with the exception of Spain, not be able to work out which team was which. Whereas obviously 20, 30 years ago, you could sit there and take their sounds wrong, what I'm about to say, take their kits off, or give them a neutral colour kit, shall we say? So they
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
yeah.
Oh, you got more excited then. I wouldn't mind seeing David Beckham without any kit on.
Yeah.
No.
But yeah, back in the day, you could identify basically their style of play to the team that they were, and that's obviously been lost in football, I think. And it's the same at club level as well, right? I think every team plays pretty much similar tactics now, and it kind of just nullifies each other. But yeah, I mean, it's each to their own. Some people might like it, right?
No, but some people might not have seen the football that we've seen, basically. I mean, Ben, all right, mate, how you doing?
Hello, fellas. How is everyone? All right?
God, you look tired, mate. What's that?
Do you know what it is? I've just put my little one to bed, and you have to excuse my throat as well. I got kicked in the throat by the dog. It felt like it went in my neck and out at my cheek. Honestly, I can't even touch my neck. But anyway, where I put my dog.
Lucky you ain't got a Rottweiler then.
Oh, mate, I couldn't. But yeah, anyway, so I'm putting the daughter to bed, and obviously she's got the music on, and it's the lights are off. Mate, I'm half asleep. I fall asleep nearly quicker than she does. It's shocking. But how is everyone? Everyone all right?
Yeah, mate. Just a long couple of weeks and that. I think everyone's the same. And I think it's that time of year where everyone's just coming down feeling rough at the moment. I mean, even going on YouTube at the moment, it's absolutely dead at the minute these days.
It's going around, mate. It's weird.
Yeah,
I was all right until you called me a fella. Right, fellas, all right.
Oh, I'm so
Easy,
sorry,
Tyler.
mate.
I ain't no silent person, you know.
No, Mia's very feminine.
Well, I've had children, so I would hope to say so.
Yeah. I mean, Ben, what I'll ask you on that, you're right, Ian.
Hi, Darren, you okay?
Yeah, fine, mate.
Hey,
What
guys.
I'll ask you on that, we were just talking about the international football.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you think's happened to it? I mean, it's just like football as a whole, but international football has even gone downhill on standards as well.
Do you know what it is? Me personally, I think I'm bored of international football. I've told you this before. I don't keep up to date with England because I feel like England are basically another version of Tottenham Hotspurs, and I don't think you can put yourself through that much pain. So I don't tend to keep up with it. But do you know what it is? I feel like there's too much football. Now, I know that probably sounds shocking to a few people, but you know, you've got 60-odd games at club level, and most people prefer club level, let's be honest. I'd say that's the out-and-out winner. But yeah, for me, mate, I just think I feel like there's just too much football. And, you know, the World Cup, the Euros, it comes around so often. It's just, I don't know, I think it's got a bit boring. Because here's the thing, I don't know about you lot. I remember years ago, you know, being in a pub and everyone's shouting and screaming, and it's just a great vibe, a massive atmosphere. You don't really see that too often anymore. It's almost like some of the passion has been taken out of the game with fans. I don't know whether it's, you know, the new age fans or I don't know what it is, but it's a really, really odd occurrence that, I don't know, it's just not as popular as it used to be, is it, really?
I think it's just the standards and the quality has just gone down. I mean, Ian, we just talk about the international football and just football as a whole at the minute. What do you think of it? Do you think it's come down in standards to what it was? Because for me, you look at the caliber of players there was 20 years ago to the players there is now. You can say that most of the players that get called quality now don't even lace the boots.
Well, I've been spoiled, Dan. You know, I was old now. How old was I? Nearly 9 when we won the World Cup. 1970 in Mexico was a great World Cup. 82 was superb, just brilliant. I remember, was it an Italy-Brazil match that was 3-2 when Rossi got a hat trick? Just amazing stuff. 1990, I think we all remember 1990 Italia, where England lost to West Germany on penalties in the semis. 96 at Wembley, just superb. And
yeah, I remember 96. I
and-
mean, I was there for that one.
And since then, it's for me, it's just nowhere near where it was. You know, I think you're right, Benji. There's so much football about, and you've got so many group matches now. You know, to qualify for the Euros and the World Cup. England walk through virtually every single match. They might have a couple of difficult games in a group of 10 games, 10 matches, and you know, when it gets to the final part of the final stage of the competition, we just seem to fall short, don't we? It's not quarters, it's semis, it's a final.
No, but not just England, Ian. I mean, like football as a whole.
Yeah. Well, listen, I think football today is faster and more technical than before, but has nowhere near the amount of excitement. I think the quicker and the better players get, and the more they nullify the opposition, it becomes more perfunctory. The football, it's more functional is the right word. And I don't know, there's less exciting games. How many times a season do we walk away from White Hart Lane and say, Jesus, what a blinding game that was? Very few.
Fellas, do you think it's our age? Do you think it's our age? Maybe. Like that? Because do you know what? It's funny, actually. Luba, I wanted to ask, I don't mean to have a one-on-one conversation with yourself, but how old are you? You're 66.
I'm 68.
68. Do you know, I had a job the other day. I had a customer. He's an 81-year-old fella, and this is slightly off, but he's an 81-year-old fella, and he was telling me he used to watch U.S.A on TV.
Yeah, me too.
In black and white. U.S.A. I mean, that would have been what? 60s, 70s?
Well, I went down, I must tell you, I tried to go and see all the greats when they came over to England. And Benfica played at Highbury in 71, the summer of the pre-season 71. And I went down to watch Eusebio. It was just to go and watch him. It was brilliant. He was superb. My dad took me to Fulham when I was, must have been 12 or 13, early 70s, when Pele played there with Santos. That was great. We froze. It was -4. We sat in the stand backing onto the river. It was horrendous. It was horrible. We went downstairs to get a coffee at half time to warm up, and it was like, oh, do we have to go out? It was just like, it was bitter, but just to watch Pele. And I've been fortunate, you know, we had for Glenn Hoddle's, for Ardiles testimonial, I think it was, we had Maradona down at Spurs. You know, I've been blessed to have seen some great players. You know, Ronaldo was a regular with United. Messi I saw when Spurs played Barcelona in the 18-19 Champions League season. So I've been blessed. Cruyff at Spurs with Hood in '84. These are just phenomenal players. You know, and they used to play on mud baths. You know, like
well, they kick the ball and it wouldn't move because the pitch was so close.
But there weren't the billiard tables that they are today.
No, the pitch was about as unstable as anything, wasn't it? I mean, if you want to look at the way a football pitch used to be, even in the 80s and the beginning of the 90s, it looked like a fucking road in London with the amount of potholes it had in it, didn't it?
I know, and I just think, you know, people talk about Messi with his close control on billiard tables. Jimmy Greaves was the 60s Messi. I mean, you know, I'm sure you guys have seen TV clips of Greaves' goals. I mean, there's one I think against United.
Yeah, I've seen most of them.
Halfway line and skips through 3 or 4 players before rounding. I think was Alex Stepney and sticking it in the back of the net. Just phenomenal. These players, their touch on mud baths was just fantastic.
Luba, I've got one for you, mate. Who's better in your opinion, Greaves or Kane?
Ooh.
I think that's a good question.
Very hard, because I've got to tell you, when the two Marks asked me to put my best Spurs 11 together, the two of them were up front with Bale. So that was an easy choice.
Fair enough. Yeah.
I mean, I'll go to that one in a minute, like all-time Spurs team sort of thing. But I think Mark Swift makes a solid point here.
Yeah, of course.
Do you think money is what is killing or killed football to an extent? Because I personally think that I think the business side of football is bigger than the actual football side of business. Because business is now football is now a business, if you see where I'm coming from. Do you think it's actually the money that has fucked football over? Because it is not at the same caliber it was 20 years ago, let alone 30.
Do you know what, right? I'll just say this much. I speak to a lot of older generation fans. And I'm being very honest with you. I think I'd say a good 80% of the older generation fans that I speak to no longer watch football because of the money. And they say the same thing. It's not about the football anymore. It's about the money. And to be fair, they've got a point. So yeah, I'd go with that all day long.
Well, what they've done is, as ticket prices have just ballooned. They've just, haven't they? The inflation on tickets is mad. It's basically forced out the working class man. The working class fan. The guys that worked hard in the factories, through the early years of the last century and went to football, and that was their Saturday, 3 o'clock. The whole thing's changed now. You've got football, you've got matches on at all times, on all days over the weekend. There's I've just been watching a bit of West Brom Leicester. There's football on every single night. Every night, and the thing is, when I was a kid, you had one live game every year, and that was the cup final, and everybody watched it. It was just fantastic. It was you started watching it. They started about 9:30, 10 o'clock, and you had a cup final. It's a knockout, and you had it started off with the reporter at the hotel, standing outside the hotel, with a coach behind you. Early in the morning, and it just went from then, and it finished up, and then I remember the '65 Cup final. Ian St John's scored a diving header to when Liverpool beat Leeds 2-1. And what did we all do? We all went out in the garden at 5:15, threw the ball up, and we're all doing diving headers like Ian St John, and that was what I think I must have been 7 at the time. And that's the sort of thing. That's how the cup final grabbed you. Today, there's like God knows how many games every single day on television. It's again everything's diluted.
It's
now,
true.
I'm not saying one game a season is, but it's gone from one extreme to the other.
I mean, what do you three think on it? Do you think money has actually killed the football, and football is a business now more than it is an actual sport?
Yeah, the day top 4 became a bigger achievement than winning a trophy was the day that football succumbed to money, because obviously the only reason to become top 4 was to get into a competition that paid you a lot of money. It weren't even about qualifying the competition to try and win that competition. It was about just playing in that competition to get the money. That was the day that football took over and pride in sort of glory. So I've always been, Dan, that I'd rather win a trophy than come top 4 for the very reason I think football's about winning trophies. It's not about making money. But obviously today you ask all them chairmen, they want to get top 4 because it's about money. And that's how clubs are run. And you see the result of that on the pitch, It's a sad thing. I mean, don't get me wrong, football's still the best sport in the world behind darts. I'll add that. It's just not as good as it used to be, in my opinion. It's still a great sport. It's still, a lot of the time, there are still good games to watch. But I just think it's been diluted. Again, too much football. Too much money is a great shout as well. But yeah, if you want to sum up, if money is more important than quality on a football pitch these days, it's the fact that a lot of teams try and qualify for things because it makes them money, not because they want to win that trophy.
I think you make a great point there, Dave, about top 4. As a fan, you dream about nights you had in Bilbao. The other times that I've seen Spurs win trophies. That's what you remember. Finishing 4th. Who remembers finishing 4th? Where's 4th? Yeah. If you talk to an athlete at the Olympics, 4th is failure. You don't even get a medal for fourth. And as money's got bigger and the rewards have got bigger, and the financial rewards, the individual financial rewards for players based on winning and trophies, etc., and whatever's in their contract, the diving and the cheating that's come in has really spoilt the game. Really,
I'd love to do a show with you, Dan. I'd love to do a show one day, Dan. Like, you know that film 10 Things I Hate About You, with Heath Ledger and I can't remember that Julia Stiles. I think the lady actress is in it. But I'd like to do like a 10 Things I Hate About Football session where we really dive into what we hate about football. And like Lugo touched on it, the diving, the cheating, the time wasting. You think how much time is robbed off 90 minutes these days?
Well, they say the average game is about 60 to 70 minutes long. I mean, me,
it's getting less and less.
Yeah, I mean, me and Teacher, what do you reckon on that? Do you reckon football money has killed football basically to an extent, and it is more of a business than a sport now?
Yeah, absolutely. What David has said, the minute that the Champions League became about money and not actually people who win stuff, and a cup actually it gives you less money winning a cup than it does to get top four, is when they absolutely ruined it. And great shout as well with the film 10 Things I Hate About You is one of my favourite films. I love that film. Yeah, that's obviously something, it completely has ruined it, man. When you, like I say, you get more money to get in top four than you do to get a cup is mad. It's crazy. It should be about winning. It should be about winning trophies, but it ain't anymore. People get, they have academy players just to make more money. That's what they use academy players for. That's not what academy players were for. Academy players will come in, players to come into your team if they were good enough. Now it ain't about that. Look at Chelsea; they just churn them off like a factory line of players, isn't it? They just go, right, next one, you're in my academy, next, then we'll sell you, next one we'll sell you. Like, that's what it's like, because it's about the money and it's about the business.
Chelsea,
I mean, Teacher, hang on a second. Teacher, what do you think on it? Do you think that the money has killed the football and that football is more of a business than a sport now?
As I said before, there are some clubs in Argentina and Brazil. They are not really clubs. They are run by businessmen who got, very young players, with some connections with agents and the local FAs, both Argentina and Brazil, to sell them to Europe, So we become completely a business. Unfortunately, that's why it has killed the feeling of the Brazilian football, samba, Ronaldo, etc. in the past. And one more thing, Lubo was saying his experience, watching the 1982 World Cup. That was my first World Cup. I'm much older than I look like, and it was my first World Cup. I watched it with my father, and it was one of the biggest flukes ever in the history of World Cups, because Brazil had a beautiful fucking team that time. And I've been lucky enough to see Brazil winning 2 World Cups, in 1994 and 2002. It's a fucking amazing feeling, especially the 2002 World Cup, because my father was Japanese. I was born in Brazil, and Brazil won that World Cup in Japan, so it was really special to me, Rivaldo and Ronaldos and Ronaldinhos, etc. Yeah, amazing experience. Yeah.
It's sad, but true. You say that, Dave, yeah? What you just said there, I mean, why not just do that now, yeah? I mean, I know it's something I can't really say I've spoke about with anyone. I think you make a fair point there in that, and don't mean to make this like a depressing thing or whatever, but just trying to be honest with myself and honest with football and that. I'm one of the ones who sits there and says cups, to an extent, are pretty much irrelevant these days, because they don't get you anywhere unless you finish in the top 4 as well. And if you want your club to progress, if you've got people who are willing to spend and progress, then it ain't about the cups. The cups don't get you nothing. You need to finish in the top 4, basically. You need to get in that Champions League. You need to have the money. I mean, if you go and win the FA Cup 5 years on the trot, but finish 8th and 10th, where's that going to get you?
Whereas if you days, Dan.
I agree with you. I agree with you there. But as a club, who's going to get further if both teams want to go and, let's say, they've got owners who want to spend money and progress as such? Who's going to get further? The one who finishes in the top 4 for 5 years, or the one who finishes 8th for 5 years but wins 5 FA Cups on the trot?
Well, let me ask you a question. Sorry, let me just answer that, Dan. We've had Bilbao, haven't we? How many Bilbaos have Arsenal had in the last 5 years, and they finished top 4? They finished fifth, and then second 3. They've had an 8th, a 5th, and 3 seconds in the last 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
Go and ask them about great nights with trophies in the last 5 years, and look what they've done. So for me, it's about trophies as a fan. It's about trophies. At the end of the day, that's what you want as a fan anyway.
Oh, of course, that's what you want, but that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking if we're going to be realistic. What is actually, if you've got 2 clubs next to each other that have both got owners that want to progress and make their club the best, basically, yeah. What is going to get you further? Finishing 10th 5 years on the trot, or 8th and winning 5 FA Cups on the trot, or finishing 4th for 5 years on the trot? What can actually take your club further?
Yeah, but it depends what you mean by further, Dan, because the thing is, winning the Premier League is extremely hard. So winning cups is what it's about, because then you've got more trophies to your name than the person. Exactly what Lubo said is that Arsenal have not won anything in the last 5 years, so them finishing second and haven't really done anything for like those years. What's gonna come up in 10 years that they finished second? When we was finishing second with Poch, third with Poch, whatever, people were saying no, we need trophies, because at the end of the day, it's about trophies. Like, who cares about the progression of your team if you're winning trophies, man? What is progression? Winning we're not going to win the Premier League. Like, it's so unlikely that we're going to win it.
I do agree with that, Mia, but what I'm actually asking is, on a realistic side, yeah, not just a fan side where we want to see trophies. If there were 2 owners that want to take their club further, make it bigger as such, what is actually going to take them to that? Finishing 4th for 5 years, or finishing 10th and 5 FA Cups? Sadly, it's finishing in the top 4.
Yeah, it'll make the share price go up, which is what the owners want.
And that's what they care about. And then you can go for bigger players. I mean, you've got more chance of getting a player to your team because you're in the top 4 and in the Champions League than you have just because you won an FA Cup.
The thing is, though, the players want to win trophies, do they not? So if you're winning trophies, then a player wants to come and win trophies, because that's what it's all about, right? For players. So players do also want to win trophies. I'm not saying finish 10th, but if you finish 6th and won 3 trophies to a team that won, who's in 4th, what have they won? Nothing. They're not going to go to a trophy-winning team, no?
No, I do totally get that. But that team won't then have the money to spend on who finished 4th and won nothing. And I honestly think players these days, a lot of players, they're more bothered about playing in the Champions League than winning the league or FA Cup. Let's say the big players, the ones on the very big money and that. I think they're more, but they want to win the League Cup and FA Cup. Of course they do. But I think they're more bothered about being in the Champions League. Like I said, why is a player going to come to you? Is he going to come to you more because you're in the Champions League? Or is he going to come to you more because your team just won the FA Cup and finished 7th or 6th?
I don't think it's as simple as that. I think it's about history of a team as well, Dan. You've got to understand, people go purely for history. Why do players still go to Man United? Because they've still got that pull, because they're Man United and they've got the history. Like, that's what also draws players to teams. It ain't as simplistic as just 2 factors. There's so many other factors. If you listen to what players actually say, they say when they choose a team, there's all different factors. It ain't just as simplistic as if they get Champions League or they win trophies. Like, it is a mixture of maybe a bit of both, depending what team they choose, but it also is the history of the team that they can like. Otherwise, why would teams go to other clubs? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's obviously a reason why they go to those clubs.
But Man U don't get players anymore. Not to the caliber of what they used to.
No,
Dan,
they still
just say it.
on
Just
their
say
last legs.
Just say it, Dan. Just say it.
Man U are on their literal last fucking legs of being able to pull a player because of their history. This is their last time. Look at the caliber of players.
But they still pull players that, even if they're on the last legs, what I'm trying to give you an example of is that players go to clubs for different reasons. It isn't just as simplistic as one thing or the other. It's normally like different factors, where it is located. There's loads of different factors of why a player might choose a club. It isn't as simple as just because they're top four, because they might not get top four the next season. So who knows? Like, you can't guarantee you're going to get top four.
I do think like wages have a massive pull on it as such. Like Lee's just said near, like wages have a massive pull on it as such. But I don't think Man U have got the same caliber that they did have. They are literally on their last legs and they can offer wages. History-wise, their history's pretty irrelevant now because they really ain't up there with the big boys anymore. And if you look at the sort of players they go for now, it's nowhere near the same caliber of that they was able to pull.
I think, Dan, United went through a golden period, didn't they? And literally any top player, anyone that came through, as we saw with Carrick and Berbatov, United came calling, bang, that was the number one club. And you know, Fergie had what, 20 odd years, didn't he, of just literally non-stop success. And on top of the name of Man United, he could go and get any player he wanted. You know, he got Ronaldo, Rooney. You know, it was United came calling, bang, you went. They've lost that since then. I mean, they that golden period where you had Ferguson and David Gill, who was probably at the time probably the best administrator of a Premier League club. They haven't got quite the same attraction now that they had then.
No. But
they can still go out and get a player. And Bumo didn't think twice, you know, wasn't interested in Thomas Frank and Spurs. It was United for him. And at the moment, I think it's, you know, City and Liverpool, Arsenal, Chelsea. They go because of their recent history, because of trophies. And if you look at you mentioned about the top paid players, they all play for the top clubs that get trophies, that win trophies. So it all goes hand in hand. That's why I've been going berserk, you know, with the wage structure. How are we going to get good players, the better players? At least now, since Frank's come in, it's been reversed, that policy. And you know, and the 4 players that came in are 4 of the top 7 highest paid players at the club. So there has been an about turn in terms of the money the club are paying. Although obviously it's not over the 200 grand level that you've got maybe 10 or 12 players over the other 5 clubs. But it's a combination of a lot of things. I think it all comes down to money again, doesn't it? We're just talking about money. And I think money's killed it. Money has killed the game. It had like a wonderful innocence, you know, when you had the guys, the big businessmen in the local towns that bought the clubs and ran them, and that's just gone. It's as everything becomes big business, it gets spoiled. It all gets spoiled.
I agree. I agree. Go on, teacher.
Oh, excuse me, mate. I have to go. Thanks a lot. I see you have quite a lot nice companion now, so I can.
Thanks for coming on, mate. It's really appreciated. I hope you have a good night.
Thank you for having me on. The chance to speak out.
You're always welcome. You know that.
Football, Brazilian football, Tottenham mainly. Yes. Big up. Cheers, lovely lads.
It's good to see you.
Bye. Stay healthy.
Yeah. Take it easy. And go on then. I'll ask you what Dave said and that, yeah. And this is the last bit I'll do then. What are the 10 things then that you hate about football so much now? Because everyone talks about how much we love it and that. So I think that was an interesting question by Dave there. Because there's obviously things you love about things and things you dislike about things. So with the way football has turned and everything, what are the things you dislike? What are we going to agree on here? The 10 worst things that have happened to it. I mean, for me, I'll start. The thing I can't fucking stand about football anymore is the way the players are such pussies. I hate it that the way it's all you got to do is flick a player on the ear roll and he hits the floor like a sack of shit, like he's just had his kneecaps done. That is the thing I despise about football these days. I mean, hate isn't a word that I usually have in my vocabulary, basically, so call it a figure of speech. I just can't stand the way that players these days, 9 out of 10 of them, are just complete and utter pussies. I mean, for me, I used to absolutely love a Roy Keane, a Patrick Vieira, even someone who played like Tony Adams used to play, or even the way John Terry played and that. I mean, he was one of the last ones to do it like that. We've got 1 or 2 players that are willing to do that. Like Romero, you can say, is one who's willing to play like that. But one of the things that I really don't like has happened to football, the way it's just turned into a non-contact sport, basically.
I'm gonna tag along with the player theme and say I hate the way that players now, the way that they're lauded up and that they seem to have so much more power in a way that's not a good thing. Like they look at what happened with Isaac and stuff, and I don't like that in players. Where players used to be more humble back in the day, they wasn't quite like that. They did switch a little bit, I think. Like obviously the David Beckham thing, he became obviously a bit more of a star than what the game. I know that did happen, but it just feels like we put, especially from a young age, we put them up high on like a pedestal, and I think that gets to their heads a lot, and I think it messes up with the game because they think that there's something they're not sometimes, because they're getting this bigged up and big I ams, if you like, and I don't like that.
I mean, for me personally, I mean, there's a really shit you could sort of say, but for me, I think the way football has gotten so robotic. Like there used to be so many different players with so much flair, and you know the way you'd watch the game is completely changed. It just, I mean, look at the modern winger these days. You don't see modern wingers taking on their man anymore. You see them receive the ball, look about, pass it back, move on. It's just, I hate the roboticness. I'm not even sure if that's a word. But yeah, I hate the roboticness of the way football's played these days. It's just like I said, there's such a lack of expression in football, and and you know what? If I'm gonna be honest, I feel like someone who contributed towards that was actually Pep Guardiola. The way he plays, it seems to have filtered down a little bit. I don't know, but yeah, if there's one thing I would change, it would be that. I'd like expression back in football again.
I've got my list of 10 here, Dan.
Jesus, Lupo.
Well, come on, we're doing it one at a time.
Okay. Do you want me to go through all 10?
Go on then, why not?
Okay. All right. VAR, which has taken away the spontaneity.
Yeah.
Cheating by the players.
The amount of diving and that, basically, and everything.
Horrible.
I mean, hang on a sec. We do it one by one on what you're saying. I mean, do you three agree on that? Like, VAR is another thing that has totally fucked football up, basically.
No, I don't agree.
You don't think so? Or are you being sarcastic?
No, I'm actually being deadly serious. Do you know what? Right, what's wrong with VAR is taking 10 minutes to decide whether a man is on or off or not. That is ridiculous. But in terms of an action that can determine the outcome of a game, such as a penalty area sort of happenstance, that I feel like it's changed the game for the better. The only issue I think most of us have got is perhaps the time it takes for these things to be decided. But overall, I feel like it's actually done more good than harm if you look at the statistics of it all. So yeah, I don't think it's ruined it. I feel it was a brilliant idea that was poorly executed.
Okay. I mean,
I just think go on, sorry.
No,
I just think it gives more power to like people, like more people in the game, when really it should be down to the ref. I feel like that what happens is they don't want to tell him he's wrong, and there are decisions they actually have to come out and say they are wrong, and they've done that a fair amount. And I feel like those big decisions, I feel like they're big things. Like I feel like it has ruined, because if the ref made the decision, we all just go, yeah, the ref makes decisions, whatever, like we did in the old days. Nobody blinked. Everyone said, yeah, it was unfair, whatever. But now we've got more people interfering in the game. Why do we need more people interfering in the bloody game for? Like, why? The the technology for goal line and for the offside, I think ain't a bad thing. I don't think that's a bad thing. Now they can do it with the computer; it's a bit quicker. But this other nonsense with having more people involved, too many cooks spoil the broth, is what they say, and that's what they've basically done.
I think that's a fair point. I mean, Dave?
So I literally had to turn my...
On the VAR,
last
I mean, we're just talking about the 10 things we dislike about football so much. It's the last thing I'm going to do.
Yeah, VAR was one of them.
I mean, I've said the one that I despise most is just the way the players are just top pussies these days. I can't stand it. I mean, they don't even have to play with, like someone said near, they don't even have to play with bloody shin pads anymore. You know, I mean, it's bad. But do you agree with that one? VAR has screwed football over.
Yeah,
it's
I mean, it's
one
like
of the things that's dragged it down.
Yeah, definitely, 100%. It's like a lot of things when you sit there and say, "Oh, I'm going to bring in technology to clear out the clear and obvious mistakes." You think actually that's not a bad idea in theory, but unfortunately, it's got to be applied by human beings, and the human beings that run football at the moment are not the most, how do I say this, the cleverest of people. I think they make. So the fact that it's still the big human element is my kind of point, that they're still applying the technology. It's not the technology itself that's failing, it's the human beings that are applying the technology that's the issue. So I think in theory, when we said about VAR, like Mia's just touched on, goal line technology, things that are clear in terms of factual, then yeah, it's great. You know, we got the technology to do that and we should do that. But I think VAR's created an environment now where we've got two refereeing systems. We've got the referee on the pitch, and then we've got the VAR refereeing the game off the pitch. And I think the referees, and I feel sorry for referees, I know they get a lot of stick, and I give them a lot of stick on certain things, but this is the one thing I'll defend them on, is that they have to referee a game of football different now. They used to be the ones that refereed the game. Now they not making decisions because they know they've got the extra referee up on the video screens looking at it. So what that's created now is a case of they're doubting themselves, whereas before they would have made a decision if they felt that's the correct decision to make. But now they've got VAR, they're having to second guess themselves, or what they're doing is they're not making the decision and letting it go upstairs for them to make the decision. I think it's made it really hard for them to be referees these days. Again, similar thing with the linesmen, right? The linesmen, you may as well get rid of them now because they don't do their job of being a linesman anymore. And we're going to see a serious injury one day when they don't put their flag up for an obvious offside. A player goes running through on goal. Either they or the goalkeeper are going to pick up a serious injury one day, and then it's going to change. I'd recommend changing that now, that if it's a clear and obvious offside, put your flag up still. Don't wait until it goes to VAR.
Dave, it happened. It happened last season with Everson.
Yeah.
Got taken off.
Yeah,
but someone's going to need to get really hurt and start suing people for it to actually change. But it should change, Lubo. I totally agree. If there's examples already that are happening, then that should be used to make that case. But again, going back to my starting point of VAR in principle, if it was only there to sit there and get in the referee's ear, you've made an absolute massive mistake there. That's not a goal. That is a red card. Make the decision, a bit like Lampard's goal, for example. I know we've got goal line technology now, but clear and obvious mistakes that retrospectively we can change, do that. But unfortunately, what we've got now is a system of refereeing the game as it goes, which means the referee on the pitch isn't refereeing the game on the pitch.
Joe, how you can resolve that though? Joe, what you could do, what they could do is check every single thing, and they have 90 seconds to check. If they think the ref has got the wrong decision, tell the ref to go and look at it again, and then the ref can decide again. Then that way the ref gets told, we think that you maybe need to go and look at that again, and then they can decide if they still stick with their decision. That way that way the referee still referees the game.
I think that's too long. It's too long. It's the games are getting broken up. VAR looking at games, looking at incidents for far too long. Players' muscles are getting cold. It's causing muscle injury, hamstring injuries.
Yeah.
But they only need to look. If they only look for 90 seconds, and they've got to make that decision in 90 seconds, Lubo, they only tell the referee the game mustn't, it's 90 seconds, so the referee can carry on the game for 90 seconds.
All right, the game carries on
as it goes along. Like, you can look at decisions, and if they've got literally 90 seconds. That ain't a long time, and then they can say to the ref.
Well, to keep the game flowing, and like they do in tennis, with Hawkeye, with serves and shots that go, is it on the line? Is it outside the line? And it's done very, very quickly, and they move on quickly. And if you're going to bring in VAR for subjective decisions, then you're just swapping one person, the referee on the pitch, his opinion, to the guy at Stockley Park for his opinion. There's no point where you're looking at offside, and they're now sorted that out, and he's either in front of the guy or he's not. Then that's not subjective. That's fact.
Yeah.
There's no point replacing one referee with another. For me, providing you've got a fourth official on the touchline, because you've got a fourth official with a camera that's already there, and if he knows how to roll back and look at something quickly, he should be doing it. So that if he can just speak to the referee, they're all linked up. Forget about Stockley Park. It's all done on the pitch, and it's all done very quickly. And I think if you're going to have VAR, that's the way to do it. You've got a full.
Do you like the idea, Lubo, what they're about to trial the way they do VAR? I can't remember what competition they're trialing it in, but they're trialing a big change in how VAR operates. And again, it's kind of going back to sort of what you're saying. It's sort of a bit like what Mia's saying, but they're looking to do a challenge system, so whereby the game will carry on, and unless there's been a clear and obvious mistake that the people at Stockley Park notice and tell the referee, you've made a massive mistake, go back and change it. But the game will continue, but the managers or the captain, I think it's the managers, will get, I think, one challenge per half or two challenges for the game, a bit like in cricket, where you can sit there and go, we think there's been a foul in the lead up to that. Can you check it? If it's checked and it's found that there is a foul, then obviously the foul will be given. But VAR won't intervene if it's a subjective thing like that. But obviously the coaches have got the option to send it upstairs if they feel there has been an issue like that. I don't like the sound of it, Lubo, but that's what they're trialing. So I was just wondering.
You know what? It'll make it even worse. Football is an imperfect game played by imperfect players, and it can't be clinical. It's ridiculous. You're taking it to the nth degree now. As fans, you don't want that. Players make mistakes, referees make mistakes. Everybody's human; they all make mistakes. So just move on with the game. It's things happen. You hope they even themselves out. You're really pissed off when it goes against you, and sometimes it goes for you. So
what's that buzzing in the background?
Is it still buzzing? Oh.
Yeah. What was that? The fan on your computer or something?
No, it's the back of the computer.
Oh, that's
Lubo's feed from Stockley Park. He's got VAR in his ears saying what's on the screen.
Yeah, I'll just put it through very quickly and let me know which one you want to go on to next. I just put number 1 VAR, number 2 the cheating that goes on, number 3 prices for tickets, food and beverage in the grounds, number 4 the rules that IFAB keep changing every single year that have ruined the games for me. Like
they do as well, don't they? Keep changing the bloody rules every year. Do most people even know what a bloody handball is anymore?
No.
Don't get me started on the bloody handball. It means that somebody can kick a ball at you at hand height. What the flipping hell are you supposed to do with your hand? Like, it's ridiculous, man. When it's just, it drives me bonkers.
Mia, they talk about the silhouette. Go and ask Usain Bolt if he runs like a silhouette. I mean, it's pathetic. The next one was lack of care for the players. They're playing too much football, and somebody will.
I'd argue all day against that, Lubo, if you want to take that debate on another day.
Ericsson and Mwamba, thank God, luckily survived. Somebody won't one day. Player power was 6. Players divorced from the fans now. There's no contact like there used to be. 7. Different kickoff times, which again affects the fans. 8. Lack of flair and excitement in matches is 9. And for me, and it's all the clubs, it's not just ours, brand loyalty abuse by the clubs. I think, you look in the shops, the merchandise, everything, just the whole thing. Everything is just so massively overpriced. And then
even a Spurs shirt now is like 110 quid.
Mad.
I ain't paying that.
I went on the stadium. I went on the stadium tour of the Bernabeu about 12 years ago. I'm just trying to think when it was. No, about 14, 15 years ago. And the Real Madrid shirt was about 130 euros. It was just mental. It was about 100 quid at the time, 110 quid. It was, and you just looked at it, and it was just on a price-wise on a completely different level to what English clubs were charging at the time. And you just think it's just madness, you know. I mean, you look at ticket prices, you know, to go to a Grade A game, they're £109. So for a father that wants to take a family of 4, that's 436 quid to start. I mean, how do most people spend 436? You got to get to the game. You might have parking. You got petrol. You got food. You got drink. You got programs. They might want to go in the club shop. You know, you can end up spending 600 quid.
I'll ask in a minute.
So for me, it's football's just so overpriced, and the money from season tickets now is such a small percentage for the big clubs that, you know, they could cut ticket prices down dramatically and not really miss it. Not really miss it. It's you know, for a club of our standing, you know, 529 million, I think, was the last figures of turnover. You know, if they dropped the prices and took 5 million off that for the fans, it's not even 1%.
It's what Beyond even says here. I think he's so right on what he's just said, and the badges and numbers fucking peel off as well, and the sponsors and that. I'd rather give my money to Lacoste or Benetton.
Yeah.
Look, with clothes, I would rather buy quality over quantity all day long, like we should do on players. And at least when you go out and buy yourself a nice Lacoste top or a nice, I don't know, Armani, Hugo Boss pair of jeans. I know some people like it, some people don't. But you've got a pair of jeans that fit you, and they fit you properly. They're not hanging off of you. You can put them in the wash and whatever, and it won't rinse out in 2 washes and that. Same as when you get a decent suit or whatever else. You obviously have to pay for quality, but you're even spending £110 on fucking shirts, and they fall apart in 5 minutes.
I know.
And that is true.
Yeah. Dan, it's all about money these days. The whole thing is like, you know, it's crazy. It's crazy. Every home game, you know, I spend 3 figures on tickets and programs, parking. It's crazy. It is mad.
And your average person out there is struggling for fucking gas bills and food bills, let alone being able to go to football.
I'm very lucky. I'm very privileged, but most people today, you look at the prices of. We're just talking Premier League, because further down, you know, as you go down the ladder.
Go to Germany. You can still go to a Dortmund game for €30.
I know.
Is that Bundesliga though?
Yeah.
Oh, it is Bundesliga.
Yeah, in Germany. Last time I went Dortmund, it was a good few years ago in that, but it was something like €12. And that was for a ticket right up there.
Am I right in saying as well, Dan, that you get your train ticket included within the ticket price itself? You don't have to pay additional for your travel. I think.
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
But I must tell you something, Dave. We went to Brighton last week, and you get off the train at Brighton, you come out the barrier, go down to the left, and you pick up the train to Falmer, which is where the ground is. No charge.
Oh, that's not true.
Ben, you were going to say that, mate.
Shuttle there and back, and there's no charge.
What's that, Danny boy?
You were just going to say something there. You probably forgot.
I have forgot. I mean, I've got something I'd like to ask everyone, but I know you kind of want to round off, don't you?
Yeah, go on. No, ask a question.
Right, okay. Just because it's like a lighter subject to end off on. I wanted to know everybody's first ever sort of interaction with Tottenham. What's everyone's earliest memory of Tottenham Hotspurs? Let me give you an example. I must have been 4 or 5 years old, and I was in an assembly, and I heard somebody say Teddy Sheringham. Now, at that age, someone's name being Teddy just did not compute with me. So I went home, I looked into it, right? And I asked my mum for a video on Tottenham. And this video had, does anyone remember Stefan Everson?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I'll
Yes.
back up
I used to have a
goalkeeper.
massive crush on Stephen Everton when I was younger.
Really? Okay, I can't say I feel the same, but fair enough. So for me, it was I remember Stephen Everson, Espen Barton, who I believe was Ian Walker's backup keeper at the
He
time.
was correct.
I actually
And
felt
he had the
like this
multicolored
was,
goal kit.
but this is as a kid. I actually remember thinking, I'm sure Espen Barton is better than Ian Walker, but that might have just been me. But anyway, there was a particular moment in one of the games that I watched where Stephen Everson did like this sort of side-on volley, this sort of scissor kick side-on volley. I got a balloon, I blew it up, and for about 3 days straight, I'm jumping backwards onto my bed, volleying this ball like Stephen Everson. And that was my earliest memory of Tottenham. I'd love to hear your voices and girls. Sorry.
Go on, Mia. You start off being the
Um,
lady on it.
I think it was when I was at primary school because my dad didn't actually like football, and so it was actually my nan who supported Tottenham. So he never really was into football. Like we never really watched it because of him. It's me and my brother. Like my brother was absolutely football mad. So like probably through him, and when I was at school there was a boy I used to sit next to and he supported Tottenham, so we used to just sit there talking about Tottenham very quietly because we were really rubbish at the time, so we used to just talk about Spurs very quietly so none of the other kids take the mick out of us, so we just sit there. And I remember his name was Chris. It's so funny what you remember. I remember exactly his name was Chris, and I remember what he looked like, a little blonde kid, and we used to just sit there and have a chat. And when we left school he actually wrote Tottenham. Now when you can sign your name, he wrote Spurs on my T-shirt that I've still got from primary school that everybody signed.
That's quality.
And a little fun fact, I met Rory Allen at a Charlton game and his birthday's the same day as mine.
Fair enough. Go on,
There you
Dave.
go.
Skip past me a minute. I'm just digging out an old picture to back up what I'm about to say.
Okay. Go on then, Ian.
Too old to remember.
It's a long way back.
All I remember is my dad was Spurs, and my mother's father, my grandfather, was Spurs as well. So we used to go over and see my grandparents once a week in Stoke Newington. So my grandfather would talk Spurs with me. Remember that was the period they won the double, FA Cup in '62, Cup Winners' Cup in '63. Visually, my first memory of my first match was Good Friday 1965. I was 7.5, and my dad took me. And I remember, I can still picture upstairs in the stand. I can still picture the wooden stairs, walking up, looking through like a grill, and seeing the pitch, and then walking up and round and up to the top, and then looking out over the pitch. I still got that memory in my head. And we beat Blackburn 5-2 that day, and Greavesy got 2 and Gilsing got 3, and it was, you're hooked. You're just hooked. And I went to my first away game in '69 in London. Then I started going to away games outside. My first away game outside London, I went with Spurs Supporters Club to the '72 quarter-final at Leeds when we lost 2-1. And then my first European game was the UEFA Cup final in Rotterdam in '74, where I had that lovely experience with 3 Dutch fans with machetes still in front. So it was,
That went from beautiful to savage pretty quick. Jesus.
I mean, I had a 5-week period. I remember in '72, September through October, November. We won at Old Trafford 4-1. Martin Peters scored all 4. I was just turned 15 then, got back to Piccadilly Station to get the train back to Euston, and I was followed around the station by 6 United fans. And so I sort of sat myself next to a copper and a police dog. Following week, 2 of us got surrounded by 6 Birmingham fans at New Street Station. 2 weeks later, we were at Filbert Street, and we walked in the wrong end, and there were 15 Leicester fans coming for us. And we got out of that. And the week before United, I was thrown out of Spurs. I just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, and they were mad days. And then '74 with Feyenoord, that was just crazy. The whole thing that night was mad. They We got in the ground about 2 hours before kickoff. We were 4 or 5 levels up. We were on the top tier. The Spurs fans had plastic beer bottles, and they were just lobbing them down onto the terracing below. There was hardly anybody there. They were drinking them and chucking them down. And those that thought it was a laugh to chuck down full bottles, they were just hitting the ground and just exploding. So the police came up, started hitting everybody. I remember I was near the front. I was hanging on for dear life because there was a surge. One guy went over the top. God knows what happened to him.
When the police actually had some power.
Yeah, and then half time, the Dutch fans started throwing seats like frisbees at the Spurs fans, so they were chucking them back. Police came up just after half time. It all went off again. They were just trying to hit anybody that was there. I remember getting out of there with about 20 minutes to go, and walked down 3 flights of stairs. There was a disused staircase that had been fenced off. 3 guys had cut through the fence, stood there with machetes, and I thought, you know what? I think I'd rather face a copper and legged it back. And it was. They were mad. Those early 70s were mad. They were.
I didn't have you down as a hooligan, Lubo.
I was going to say, it sounds like it a bit, doesn't it, Mia? What is going on?
Crazy.
He might have started it.
Don't judge a book by its cover, because that's how you get fucking hurt.
It was mad. Those days were mad. I mean, the only ruck I ever got into was 76, and we were waiting for one of the guys after a Stoke Cup match. We just lost in extra, I think the last minute of extra time, and there were 5 Stoke fans. There were 3 of us, and five came for a row. The other 2 legged it, and I had to take the 5 on myself. And there were police. There were police 100 yards both sides. Not one of them moved.
So what are you trying to tell us then, Lubo? They based Green Street off your live story,
yeah? Factory. It was the car park of the.
It was mad. Those days were just crazy. I mean, and it went on into the 80s. Do you remember the match at Luton when Millwall rioted and they were running all over the pitch? I don't know whether you've seen film of that. And then you had Heysel, didn't you? And then Hillsborough. I mean, I remember being at Hillsborough 8 years earlier, and you had Spurs fans climbing over the fencing to avoid a crush. It very nearly happened to Spurs in 81. And there was no surprise, the authorities did absolutely nothing. And we saw what happened in 89. I mean, 97 people went to football and never came home. It was just incredible.
Well, what about you, Dave? I'm desperate to see this picture you found.
English fans, I'll bring it up in a sec. English fans were at one stage considered the hooligans, whereas these days we're still looked on like the hooligans, whereas other countries you go to, you will get shanked up without a second thought of it. I don't think we're the worst ones out there by a long shot these days, but in the 70s, 80s, we were the wrong ones, basically, wasn't it? And like they say, mud sticks, basically, doesn't it, in that aspect? So come on in, Dave, you want me to show the picture for you, yeah?
Yeah, it gives a bit of context, doesn't it? So I was born 1985, so as you can tell by that kit there, that's what, the 88, 89 kit. I think Lubo probably can confirm that for me. Yeah, so I was born there 85, so my first memories were sort of when Gazza was around. So Gazza was the first sort of hero of Spurs that I ever had. And I'd still have an argument with someone that is potentially still the best Spurs player I've ever seen, although I'd happily have a debate about Gareth Bale, potentially Harry Kane in that. So I'm open to those debates. But obviously Gazza is probably a genius in English football. And my first memory of Spurs was that Gazza played for us, and that obviously led into the 1990 World Cup and then the 91 FA Cup. So that was kind of my first memories of that. It was basically, my mum's a Spurs fan, but also my stepdad at the time, he was a massive
basically
Spurs
your
fan.
family, isn't it?
Yeah, although my stepdad, I absolutely hate him. I won't go into the reasons why, but did you know that he was an Arsenal fan up until the age of 16 and he swapped and became a Spurs fan? That sums up the character of that man.
Well, that tells you everything you need to know, innit?
Yeah, obviously I didn't know this at the time, but you remember the old season tickets where you had to, and the junior sort of Spurs scheme, you had to tear off your voucher thing every
Yeah.
game. So you had the season ticket, like the little stubby bits in the end. And also, I used to have, obviously, we all had a VHS player at some point. I'm sure we're all old enough to remember video players.
I don't know about Dietrich's.
Okay,
That's why I'm
you used to
interested to hear Dietrich's version because he's younger than us.
you used to get the video of the season review. So it was basically the clips of all the goals through the season, and we pretty much had every single season, and used to have like the videos of like the history of Tottenham as well. So I'd constantly just watch the videos. We used to go to a couple of games. My first ever game was at home to Chelsea, and we turned up late, so we had to get in at half time. And I think we lost 5-0 or 5-1. It was the day that Kerry Dixon scored a few past us. So that was my first memory of actually going to the ground. But also as well, do you remember? I don't know if they still do this in match programs. So you used to have a part of it. You used to have every single fixture, and then at the top you had all the players, and it's sort of marked if they played that game, got a yellow card, got a goal or whatever. You used to sit there and mark it off. So, say if you went in to a game, third game of the season or whatever, you had that program. You'd then fill in for the rest of the season, the rest of the games yourself. So yeah, that's kind of my first era of Spurs was the late 80s, early 90s, and obviously. We still haven't won an FA Cup since, and I'd love that to change in the very near. I'd love that to change in the near future. I think the FA Cup's a magnificent trophy. I know it's a bit devalued these days, but in my eyes, it's still the best club competition in the world, and I'd love for us to win it soon.
No, I can see where it comes from. With my one there, I mean, it's not as deep as some of them, but how old was I? I was 5 or 6. I think I was about 6, and I've just started primary school. It might have even been 7 actually. It's 6 or 7, round about them 2 years if I remember right. And I supported Liverpool. Now my dad did not like football. He couldn't stand it. He liked Formula 1 basically, yeah, and he liked rugby as well. And my mother used to take me to the football and that. My dad wasn't there, but it wasn't because he was a bad dad. It was because he was always working. He was a lorry driver, a European lorry driver. And I didn't really appreciate that until the last things happened with my dad, and I realised that the reason he wasn't there is because he was fucking working so that me and my mum could survive. But my mother used to take me to the football and everything like that, and I watched a bit of football on TV, and Liverpool were the biggest team at the time, if I remember right, and I chose I'm going to support Liverpool. And then one day, my mate Matt, who lived about 3 doors up, his dad and granddad lived about 3 doors up on Iron Mill Lane where you used to live, Dave. And he said to me, do you want to come to a football match? Like, because I was good mates with him and that. Said, what team is it? He said Tottenham. I was like, I don't want to go see them play. I support Liverpool. And he said, no, come watch Tottenham play. He's like, Dad wants to take you. I was like, okay then. I was only about 7. So I was like, okay. Got permission off my mum to go, whatever and that. And he took us to White Hart Lane. First time I went there. And ever since then, I turned around and said, you know what? Fuck Liverpool. I'm going to support Spurs. Sometimes I look at it and think it's one of the biggest mistakes I ever made in my bloody life. But in that aspect, maybe I should have just stuck with the fucking Scousers. But yeah, and that was what changed it for me and brought me over to Spurs, basically. And ever since then, stuck by it through thick and thin.
Can I also say the other decision you made, which was completely and utter bollocks, was putting pineapple on pizza?
There's nothing wrong with pineapple on pizza.
I've none of
You're
that.
right, Dietrich's. I mean, I'm going to end it in 5 minutes anyway, mate, but good to see you. And go on then, just answer the question quickly. 1, how are you? 2, what got you supporting Spurs?
What made me support Spurs? That's a good question.
No, your earliest memory of Tottenham. Your earliest memory.
Yeah, basically what got you supporting them, innit?
Yeah, starting supporting Spurs, it was 2014. And to be honest with you, it started when I just saw I don't remember exactly which year, was it either 14 or 15, when I saw Kane make his debut for England, when he scored the header.
Mm-hmm.
And when I saw this, I'm like, yeah, I gotta support a team, but I don't want to support like the best of the best. I don't like that. Never been a fan of Glory Chaser. So when I saw him, I'm like, okay, like he looks good. Let me follow his story. And then when I read that all his life he's always been through adversity, I said, you know what? Like I'm related towards him. Like he worked hard to become a star. Unfortunately, it came with a price. Supporting Spurs. And
Dietrich, how old would you have been at the time?
15 years old. I'm born 2000. So I've seen the worst of the worst. And when people said they used to love Poch honestly gave me my most miserable day. It was when we were 2-0 up against Chelsea and we blew it. The last title run. And that was one of the worst days of my life. And since that day, I've been hating Poch.
You know what? Yeah, it's like I say about Liverpool, basically, and that I should have just bloody stuck with Liverpool, and then I would have had some glory in watching the football and that. But I suppose I've had a few moments with Spurs. But you got to admit, it's probably one of the most stressful teams you can actually support.
But you
one
know,
of the biggest head fucks of a team you can actually support, of a club, isn't it?
No, but the best thing about Spurs, every time, there's always something to talk about. It's always the highs and the lows. Imagine if we're like Liverpool and City fans, it's always the best of the best. I would get bored watching my team win. And when I see adversity, no, it would get boring at a certain time. But when I see adversity, I see my team doing their best. I love that.
No, okay, fair point. Right, so I'm going to leave it at that. I mean, I don't know what's up with YouTube at the moment. It's just dead as fucking doornails on that. But the thing I really do appreciate is only done 4.5 hours. And if I can just bring this up quickly on here. If I go on share screen, do that and do that. Still, with the generous people on here, from 9 o'clock from Rob, and with the money that people have put into it, we've still managed to raise over £500, £100 from anonymous there. Mark, tenner. Tom, 100 quid, much appreciated, mate. Danny K, 30 quid. I mean, I'm not going to try and pronounce that name. Fiver, thanks. Chris with 15, Nige with fiver, and Jim with fiver as well. It added up to 555, if I have that roughly. So in 4.5 hours, you can't really say that's bad at the end of the day. So I do thank everyone for coming on here. Let me just take that off the screen. And yeah, thanks for watching, people. Much appreciated. And hopefully YouTube will improve itself over the next month or so. It's just, it seems to have gone into a rate at the moment where even the big channels ain't even seeing a quarter of the people that they had on there. But people have come on and they've donated tonight to a very good chat, a very good charity, and it's much appreciated. And for the people who came on it today, I really do appreciate it. I mean, Mia, especially you and Teacher, brilliant. It's appreciated. And so, people, we will catch up with you later.
Can I just say quickly, Dan, to everybody, please share the link on your social media sites through WhatsApp. Sharing it is the best way to spread it, because you can still donate at any time. And this little boy needs our help. He's a little yiddo as well, man. We've got to help him. So spread the word, because all you've got to do is click the link, copy and paste it everywhere, and then more eyes will be on it for more people to donate. It's so important.
So, Dan, am I right in thinking, mate? So, with this isn't a charity. This is directly to Mum, correct?
Yes, directly to Mum.
Okay,
It doesn't
so
go to no
100%
charity
of it
shop
all
or nothing
goes
like
right.
that. The
Gotcha,
link shows
amazing.
it on there. It goes straight to them, and then you also choose whether you want to give some money to, what's it called? Bloody head's gone numb on it now. The place that does the charity thing. What is it?
GoFundMe or something?
Donate. Yeah, GoFundMe. That's the one. Yeah, and then you choose whether you want to give them a quid or two, but it goes directly to them. That's why I cut off the super chats today, so the because the super chats, fucking YouTube have about 30-35% of the things you get anyway. So we've managed to get them over 8,000 when they was on 7.5, basically. Every penny's going to count for the boy. And I just want to say big thanks to everyone who donated, and big thanks to everyone who came on. It is appreciated. Hopefully YouTube gets its fucking act together as well, because for some reason nobody seems to be watching it at the moment. So have a good night, people, and have a good beer, and we'll catch up with you later. And see you later, everyone.